Jeffrey Murray says, without data, you are blind and deaf right in the middle of the freeway, which highlights data's critical role in the modern life. Data shapes mobile ads, investments, and travel recommendations based on our online activity. Data driven decision making, supported by AI and data crunching tools, empowers informed choices. As a result, the IT industry seeks professionals skilled in data handling and analysis, with Microsoft Excel in high demand. Simplilearn offers a comprehensive Microsoft Excel course curated by experts to match industry standards. It covers basics, advanced concepts, Excel VBA, data analysis, and visualization. Time series analysis of trending projects helps build a strong data analysis portfolio. The course also addresses common data analyst interview questions. This course will open the doors for various data enthusiasts. However, if you are looking to get certified, then hey there, we are here with an amazing course through which you can catch the eye of top recruiters in the industry. Allow me to introduce postgraduate program in data analytics by Simplilearn. Just take a quick look at the features followed by the skills you will gain through this course. Some key features of this comprehensive program includes exclusive hackathons and anything sessions by IBM, 8 times higher live interaction in live online classes by industry experts, capstone from 3 domains and 14 plus data analytics projects with industry datasets from Google Play Store, Lyft, World Bank, etc. Masterclasses delivered by Purdue faculty and IBM experts. Simplilearn's Job Assist helps you to get noticed by top hiring companies and much more. It is well said, when skills empower, possibilities flourish. To grab the opportunities, gain skills like data analytics, statistical analysis using Excel, data analysis Python and R, data visualization Tableau and Power BI, and much more. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now. Find the course link in the description box. Before we begin, consider subscribing to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss any updates from Simplilearn. So without any further ado, let's begin. Over to our tutors.
What is Microsoft Excel? So Microsoft Excel is a software product designed and developed by Microsoft for storing data in an organized way, that is, rows and columns. And Microsoft Excel is also capable to manipulate data through some mathematical operations. Followed by that, Microsoft Excel is also used to extract the insights from the data and represent it in the form of visually appealing graphs and charts. Now we have a basic understanding or an overview of what a Microsoft Excel software product is. Now moving ahead, we will understand the fundamentals of Microsoft Excel. So following are some fundamentals that you need to know before getting started with Microsoft Excel. So basically, when you install the Microsoft Office in your computer, you will have various Microsoft products, out of which Microsoft Excel is one of the products. So we will be dealing exactly with that particular product, that is Microsoft Excel. So when you get started with Microsoft Excel, this is what you will see in the first page. So this particular page is called as Microsoft Excel homepage, where you will be having various varieties of sheets. Microsoft Excel will give you some suggestions based on the type of sheet you want to work with. We will see this in a better way through the practical session. So once you get started with the sheet, you will have some more options. So this particular option is called as the toolbar menu. You will have the file, home, insert, draw, page layout, formulas, data, review, view, and help. So these are the tools that you will be using to work on your data using Microsoft Excel. Furthermore, we have a toolbar ribbon. So when you select some or the other option from the file, home, insert, draw, page layout, formulas, data, review, view, and help buttons, you will have a ribbon. So for example, you can see that I have selected the home tool here. So when I press on the home tool, this is the ribbon which Microsoft Excel gives me. So this ribbon has some options in it which can perform various operations. Now in a furthermore detailed way, we will have toolbar groups. So when you see in the previous slide, we have a complete toolbar ribbon. So this particular ribbon is segmented into groups. So you can see the first group as paste, cut, copy, format, painter, etc., etc. And the second group is the font, the size of the font, and to increase the size of the font, to decrease the size of the font, bold, italic, underline, etc., etc. And here you can see the text alignment. So each and every group has separate functions. So each set is called as a group. And I think you can see a small arrow option over here. So this arrow option is used into the toolbar groups when the group is not able to fit all the operations or all the functionalities in one single provided section. So when you click on this particular arrow mark, you will have another dialog box. So this is called toolbar more options. So you can see that when I clicked on this icon, you can see a new dialog box which opens me a new set of operations which are not able to be fit in this particular group. So we will also see more about this in a better way in the practical session. Now moving forward, we have cell and address. So when you open a Microsoft Excel sheet, you can find boxes. So each and every box is named as a cell, and each cell has its own address. For example, the highlighted cell over here has an address B3. So B is the column name and 3 is the row name. And apart from that, you can have the sheet tracker in the bottom left corner of the Excel sheet, where you can navigate through different sheets. And in the bottom right corner, you have an option of increasing or decreasing the sheet size. So these are the basic fundamentals of Microsoft Excel that you need to keep in mind before getting started. So we will have more on this in the practical session.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
So now we enter the demo inventory in Microsoft Excel. So we will be using Microsoft Excel to create a sheet of the employees in a company. So basically an employee in a company has employee ID, name and designation, salary, etc., etc. So we will be trying to create the same table using Microsoft Excel. But before that, let us understand the fundamentals of Microsoft Excel through the practical demo first. So I have started my Microsoft Excel, and this is how the home page of Microsoft Excel looks like. So you have a blank workbook over here. If you want to create a new workbook, you can select new option. So Excel will provide you with various variety of sheets. You can see money in Excel, adjustable meeting agenda, streaming show list, small business cash flow, and many more. If you're not able to find what you're looking for, then you always have an option of selecting the particular type of sheet what you're looking for. So you have various options. If it's business, if it's personal, if it's planners and trackers, lists, budgets, charts, etc., etc. So let's imagine that you wanted something from business. So just by clicking at business option, the Excel will load a variety of sheets related to business options. So this might take a while. So you can see that the Excel is loading few types of sheets. So you can see that Excel has provided us with some online varieties of sheets. For example, any calendar, business expenses, channel marketing budget, budget summary report, blue product list, etc., etc. You can see construction proposal, invoice, you name it, Excel has got it. So Excel will provide you with some variety of options based on your requirement. Now for this session, let's get started with a blank workbook, which looks something like this. Since this tutorial is based on the fundamentals, we'll go with the blank workbook. Now over here you can see the toolbar that we discussed earlier that has the file, home, insert, draw, page layout, formulas, data, review, view and help. So this is the toolbar, and under the toolbar I have selected home, and you can see this is the particular ribbon what we discussed about. This particular ribbon belongs to home page, and when you select file option you'll get back to home, and if you select insert option you'll have another different ribbon with different groups, etc., etc. So every particular tool has different ribbons in them. And remember the extra options that we discussed when you press over this arrow key. This is it. So when you press the arrow key you'll have few more settings which cannot be fit in this particular section of groups. So you can have some variety of options over here of changing the font, changing some effects to the text, font size and font style, etc., etc. Apart from this, we have also discussed about the cells in every sheet. So this particular cell has an address. So you can see the address over here, which is B3. So B happens to be the column name and 3 happens to be the row name. Now we also had a discussion about the sheet tracker. Right now we just have one sheet. If you want multiple sheets, you can just feel free to select on the plus option, which will always create you some extra sheets. And you can navigate through sheets just by pressing on the sheet name. And when you get back to the bottom right corner, you have an option of increasing and decreasing the cell size or the sheet size. Now let's keep it default with 100%. Now these are the few fundamentals that you need to keep in mind before getting started with Microsoft Excel. Now that we know the fundamentals of Microsoft Excel, let's get started with a practical session which is about the employees details in a company. Now let's select this particular cell and let's type in employee details. Yeah, we have the cell. Now an employee details table will have the information related to employees. So the information will be about name, it will be about employee number, it will be the designation, and maybe salary, and maybe blood group as well. And let's take another one, which is phone number. Yeah, so far so good. And you can see that we have some problem with this particular column. The designation, the name of the designation is practically good, but it is not visible. So when you're not on that particular cell, you can see that the name is incomplete over here. So you can always fix that. You can just manually change the size of the row or cell, or you can also feel free to double click on that cell, which will automatically set the size of that particular cell. And same goes to the blood group. Just let's try to double click on that, and same goes to phone number. Great. So you can see that the employee's details are just confined to the first two cells. It's supposed to be somewhere in the middle, right? So no problem, we can do that as well. We can select all the cells and we have an option of merging them. You can just select this one, which will help you with merging and centering that particular data to the center part. So that's how we do it. Now let's get started by adding the names of the employees. Let's add the names: Joe, John, Mary, Mark, Susan, and then Jennifer. Let's type in Mike. Let's type in Tim, Jeff, Jeffrey. Yeah, we have a couple of employees. Now let's type in the employee numbers. Yeah, we have the employee numbers now. Let's type in the designation. Okay, let's choose Joe to be the CEO of the company and John as the software developer. And Mary as tester. Mark in finance. Susan also in finance. And Jennifer in testing. And Mike in marketing. Same goes for Tim. And again, Jeffrey into software development. And Morgan into testing again. Now let's click on C so that it gets, resized according to the length of the text. Now it's done. So let's get into salary. $10,000 and $15,000 and $19,000. Let's increase the salary of a CEO. So let's keep it $1 lakh. And finance again 20,000. So yeah, the salaries are allocated. Again, the blood group. Yeah, we have the blood groups. Now let's type in the mobile numbers. Yeah, now we have typed in some random mobile numbers as well. So yeah, this is how you can add in some data into your table. And now let us imagine that you forgot to add or remove a column. So let's imagine that we wanted to add a serial number as well, but somehow we forgot to add it. Now you can always add a new row or column. For example, here we wanted to add a new column. So we just have to right click on A, select the insert option. Here we have a new row now. Now let's type in serial number. And let's type 1. Now can you see the small box option over here? If you just drag it, you can copy paste all those over here. And now let's right click and fill series. Now we have the employee number starting from 1 to 10. That's how you do it. And apart from this, you can also change the font of the entire row. You can change the font to say Aroni, and you can always also change the font. And same goes to the employee table. You can select it, bold it, and you can also increase the size, and again select a color for the text, maybe a different color. Green would be better. And you can also select the entire cells and align them to the center. Looks more good. And you can select or double click the row names, so you'll have the proper spacing between all the rows and columns. So we have double click on the column, right? Yeah, so basically that's how you make things happen. Now let's save this. So I'd like to go to the save option and AMP data. Let me save this in my local location and just save. It's done. So that's how you work on your Excel file with some basic data. And to learn more, don't forget to get subscribed to Simplilearn's YouTube channel, and don't forget to hit that bell icon to stay updated. So you are the first person to get an update on any technology, not just Excel.
Now let's get back to the practical mode. And now we are on our Excel spreadsheet. So here we have some text boxes on the column A, and on column B we have lower and upper. Okay, so we have a mix of uppercase and lowercase in our text. So first we'll try to convert them to lowercase, and then we'll try to convert the entire text into uppercase. So for that, you need to press on equal symbol and select the lower formula tab, and you selected the function. And now click on the cell A3, that's your cell address, and press on OK. Now all the letters are converted to lowercase. So we had J in the uppercase, which is converted to lowercase. Now all you can do is drag the formula to all the cells, and it will be applied to all the cells, right? Now let's similarly try to convert into uppercase, and tap space, and there you go, you have selected the formula. Now the cell address, press enter, and drag the same drag the same formula to all the cell addresses, and there you go, all the cells are converted to uppercase. Now that's how you convert the cells or data in Excel to uppercase or lowercase in Excel. Now we are on the Excel spreadsheet. Now here we have some sales data based on a store. Now what we are going to do is we are going to add some multiple rows or a single row in this particular data. So here you can see the region wise, category wise, state wise, subcategory wise, and their sales and quantities, right? Now let us imagine that you must have to add a sale data here, right? So let us imagine that on the row 7th, you were supposed to add some detail. For example, some technology related sale happened on that day and you missed out to add it, right? So how do you create a new row now? So for example, if multiple sales happened on the same day, like 3 to 4, and you missed out them, so how do I add 3 to 4 rows in between the existing data, right? So don't worry about it, it's completely simple. All you have to do is select the row and right click and press on the option insert. Now this will insert one single row if you wanted to add one single row or tuple. And if you wanted to add multiple rows, for example, you wanted to add 3 rows altogether, then it's also simple. All you have to do is select 3 rows and right click and press on insert. And then you have 3 rows. So there you go. So that's how you add multiple rows in a Excel spreadsheet, or that's how you add one single row in an Excel spreadsheet. Now we have started our Excel worksheet, and here you can see we have employee details on our worksheet. Now all of a sudden you wanted to add employee second name as well, or a last name, right? So you're a beginner and you don't know how to add a column, or you might be a little ambiguous, right? So instead of using this simple step, you might end up creating a whole new sheet, or maybe other approaches as well, which are time consuming. So let me give you this simple step. All you have to do is select the column. So here you wanted to add a last name, right? So B is your column with the first name, and here you wanted to add a second name or the last name, which is in between the columns B and C. So remember that Excel adds a column always towards the left side of a column. So here if you wanted to add a column next to B, then you want to select the column C and right click and select the insert option so that it can be added in between B and C, which is adjacent to B. So let's look at it, right? So you have added the next column, or a new column right next to the column B, and it's in between the designation and employee name. Now you can add your second name. So that's how you create a new column in Excel. Now in case if you wanted to create multiple columns altogether, so here we needed a second name. Also here you have a designation and you wanted to add another column which assigns managers to the employees, right? So let's delete it, delete the second column, and let me explain you what I want to do. So here you wanted to add the second name of the employee and also the manager of these employees, right? So here you wanted to add 2 columns altogether, right? And now you might be wondering, could I add 2 columns together, or will it work only for the 1 column thing, right? No, it works for 2 columns and also more than 2 columns altogether. So you wanted to add 2 columns here, right? So select the 2 columns. You can select, or you can click on the column C and hold that left key and drag it along the right side. Okay, so here I have selected 2 columns and here it's 3, right? So you can see here it's 1, 048567 cross 3C. That means you have selected 3 columns. If I navigate out of the 4, you can see we have selected 4 columns, right? Now, right click and select on insert, and you'll have 4 columns in between employee name and designation. Now you might have to add your second name, manager's name, manager's employee ID, and the department, everything, or you can add anything or any number of columns in between the existing columns. Now we are on our Excel spreadsheet. Now you might want to, add some extension to your data. Since we have sales here, you might want to add the dollar logo, right? So if you have like 5 to 10 rows, then it's easy. But if you have multiple rows, then it might be a little time consuming. In such scenarios, you might want to select the entire column, right? So how do you do that in a shortest method? So there are multiple methods to do it. So the easiest one, the first and the easiest one is clicking on the column number or column name. So here we have the column name, that is E, and if you click on it, the entire column is selected. And here we have numbers. So let us imagine that you wanted to select the row number 2. Click on number 2 and you have all the rows, the entire row selected, all the cells are selected, right? So this is one way. And again, there is another way where you can just, click on the first table header and press Control Spacebar. So the combination key is Control Spacebar for columns. And if you want to select the entire row, it is Shift Spacebar. So this is the method 2. And another method, so you might have a doubt here, right? So when you click on the column name or when you click on the row number, the entire row or entire column gets selected, right? And you wanted to select only the cells which have data. So we have another way for that. So you can select the cell. Now hold the Control and Shift key and press the lower arrow key to select the entire column with cells having data. So there you go. You have selected all the cells in one single column with only data. And all the cells which do not have data are not selected. Same applies to rows as well. Control Shift, right arrow key or left arrow key based on your rows. And all the rows with data will be selected. All the cells in a row are selected, not the entire row. And coming back to the first question, that is adding the dollar symbol. So here we have general. So go to the data type and add currency. So you have rupees here. So currently we are in India, so we have rupees. Now what is the advantage of selecting the entire row when you don't have any data in the 57th row or the next cell, right? I'll show you. Now let us add the number 100 and press enter. There you go. Let us add another number like 1000 and press enter. So the data formatting is automatically applied to all the cells. So most of the time your cells or the data sheet will be varying. You might have to add or remove elements or numbers, right? So in such scenarios, this will be helpful. Now, comparing two different columns or multiple columns happens to be an important job when you're working in data analytics, as you have to come up with some decisive decisions based on the data. Now, if you had to do it manually, then you might end up taking hours or even days based on the dataset you're working with. But if I say that you can do it within minutes, then it would be interesting to work with, right? Now, we'll be doing the same. Now, we'll work on a sample dataset right on my screen. So here we have column 1 and column 2. Now, our job is to compare the column 1 and column 2 and come up with a result. Now the first and the simplest way to do it is use the built-in conditional formatting which comes with Excel by default. Now all you have to do is select all the data and navigate to Home, and in the Home go to Styles group and select conditional formatting. And in conditional formatting you can see highlight cells. So in that you can use duplicate values. When you click on duplicate values, a small pop-up window will come on your screen. And here you have an option of choosing whether duplicate or unique. So duplicate means you're comparing the cells, and you can see there are some duplicate cells which are present in column 1 are also present in column 2. Now you can also check how to find out the unique values which are only present in column 1 but not in column 2. So you can just press unique and there you go, you can find it. Now you can also try to change the color by filling with green for the unique columns and duplicate cells with color red. Now this was the first method. and you can also work out some different ones, like you can just directly press equal to and select the cell and equals to and the next cell. Press enter, and if there is a match, it will give you true. If there is no match, then it will give you false. Now you can drag it down and see which all are matching and which all are not. Now you can also make some minute modifications to this. So if in case you didn't find the data, then you can say not found. So for that, you can try if and inside brackets, and then you can give the value as not found. If true, it's found. First you have to give the true values. So for true, you can write it as found. And in case if it's not found, then you can write it down as not found. There you go. Close the bracket, press enter, and there you go. If there is a perfect match, you will have found, and if there is no match, then you'll get not found. Now, so far we have discussed comparing two cells using conditional formatting and also by using equals to operator, and trying to add some tweaks to the equals to operator by involving with if operator. And apart from those, we also have another way to compare two columns in Excel. So another way is using the lookup functions. So we'll use a simple VLOOKUP function to compare both the cells. So for that, let's type in equals to VLOOKUP, type space, and select the cell you want to check for, and then the range of elements you want to compare, and then I'll press F4 to log them. Now you want the data from column 1, and now you want the exact match, so 0. Press enter. So there you go. So the elements which are present in column 1 and column 2 are being displayed here. So but in case if the elements are not found, you'll get an error. So let's look at that. Simply drag the formula to all the cells, and there you go. So the elements which are matching will give you the proper result, but the ones which are not matching will give you not applicable or error message. This can be fixed. We can make some minor tweaks to the same formula. So we can add if error comma simply write in as not found. And close the bracket. So that should do. So we have closed the bracket and press enter. There you go. Now simply drag this, and soon you can see the data which is having no match is shown as not found. Now there is another possibility. Okay, let's get back to another different sheet. So this should work. So we already have the formula, so let's erase that first. I'll erase the whole data and even this one. Yeah, now we have the clear column 4. So here you can see we have Ford India, and here you can see we have just Ford. And similarly, here you have Mahindra and Mahindra, and here you have Mahindra, right? So in some situations, you might have to compare two different columns, but the names might be a little different, right? So for example, if you're working with Oracle, and if you're working with Oracle America, and you have in the first case as Oracle and in the second column as Oracle America, then those are one and the same, but you have some minor text changes, right? Just like here you have Ford India and here you have Ford. So what if you had such kind of issues? So you can also make some minor tweaks to it. So using the same lookup formula, you can add equals to VLOOKUP, and also the comparison cell, which is this one. And you're not stopping there. You're trying to add the wildcard here. So the wildcard is asterisk, which means if there is anything like if you get the comparison between the first cell and the second cell which matches, and if there is anything extra rather than the actual cell, please try to consider it. So that's what we're going to do. So after entering the wildcard symbol, you'll select the range of columns which you have to fetch the data from, and then try to fix them using function key F4. You're looking from the column number 1, and then you're finding the exact match. Now you can close it and enter. Now let's try to drag it. There you go. So you have the data, Mahindra and Mahindra, Hyundai India, Honda India. So that's how you try to use comparing cells in Excel. Now you can see I'm on my Excel worksheet and I have one table on my worksheet right now. So you can, transposing or, converting rows to columns is a very simple task. I'll explain you in 2 different ways. So the first way, select all the cells that you have on your sheet and press on Ctrl C, so it will give you the copy option, and then you can also paste in the same sheet, or if you want, you can go to a whole new sheet and select the paste option over here. But before selecting the actual paste option, you can see a small drop down icon. Click on that and navigate to paste special, and in this you can see transpose option. Click on that, or make sure that it's checked and press OK. Now you can see all your columns have been converted into rows and all your rows are converted into columns. So this was the first way. And what is the second way, you ask me? So it's really simple. Select one cell somewhere, and you can, or let's create a new sheet as well. So here you can write down the formula as transpose and select the array which you want to transpose. So this is the array. So transpose is basically an array function in Excel. So once you are done with selecting your data, press enter. There you go. So all your rows are now columns and all your columns are now the rows. Now on my spreadsheet you can see some data which is the sales data of quarterly basis in the 4 different zones, that is north, west, south, east. So you can make things look better by hiding these columns, and if you hide these columns, it's critical for the end user to identify which columns are exactly hidden, right? To make things a little easier for your end user, you can select the columns and then go to the data option, and in the data option click on the group option. So this will group these columns and you will have the symbol of minimization which will help you hide these columns automatically and unhide these columns automatically. Now let's also try to group GHIJ columns, and there you go. Now similarly, let's also try to group the rows of north and rows of west. Then you have the rows of south and rows of east. Right, now all these rows and columns are been grouped. Now all you can do is just click on the minimize button and those will be minimized. Similarly, the rows, right? And to unhide them, all you can do is click on the plus icon and they will be unhidden. You can also try to ungroup the columns and rows. All you have to do is select the columns and click on the ungroup option. Similarly, the rows as well. And that's how you can group and ungroup rows and columns in Excel. Now we are on our spreadsheet and you can see I have some sample data on my spreadsheet and it does have some blank rows. Now how do I eliminate these blank rows? So one step is you can select the entire row and try to right click and delete it. Again, this sort of method might take hours to get rid of all the blank rows, and most of the time you might end up even selecting the rows with data in it, right? So if I want to select multiple rows, then I'll be selecting some rows with data as well, which might be a little troublesome in the future. Now let's try to use the easier way. Now for that, go to the find and select option, select the go to special option, and in that select the blanks option and press OK. Now hold Ctrl key and press minus key and you will have an option of deleting the cells. Now select the entire row Now we are selecting the entire rows with blank data and press OK, and the cells will be shifted. Now this was simple, but let me show you another example. So even here we have some blank rows, but in between those blank rows, for example, take cell 17 or cell D17 or row 17, we have some data testing. And here in the employee ID, we have some data in A26. And again in B39, we have some data that is first name. Right. In such scenarios, how do I eliminate data? So we have a simple logic for it. So all we need to do is add another row, which is to count the number of cells in the row. Now that can be count. Now here equals to, the function is count A. Let's tab, and the cells will be from A2 to G2. Press enter. Now you have 7. So now we are basically calculating the number of cells. So if you apply the same to the entire data set, let's drag it. And there you go. So there are certain places where you find 0, which are basically the empty columns, right? Now let's do some formatting if you need. Let's try to add filters. Control A, Control T, and now table will have filters and headers. Now here you can see the drop down icon. Click on that. Now instead of select all, what you can do is select 0. Now you will be highlighted with all the rows which do not have any data. Select all those and press on delete, or what you can do is the same way, control minus. There you go. Now clear the filter. Now all you have is the data without any kind of blank rows. So all the rows that had some amount of data are retained, and all the data or all the cells or all the rows which do not have any data, which are completely blank, they have been eliminated. So here you can see columns and rows. So especially the fourth row and the column C, right? So currently we have data on our spreadsheet, and it is exceeding the number of rows currently visible on our screen, right? So when you scroll down, you can see that the header or the headers of all the columns are getting vanished or scrolled up along with the data, right? And you might want to keep that so that you'll have reference to every single aspect of or every single cell data you're referring to, right? So for that reason, you might want to freeze this. And also you might have a doubt, what if even I had this data in the column section, right? And what if I had to freeze that, and when you scroll this and keep that data set on the column as it is, right? So we can also do that. Let's look at both of them. So there is a simple process to do that. All you have to do is select the cell for which you want to set the or freeze the column adjacent to it or the row adjacent to it, right? So currently I want to, let me expand it. So currently I want to freeze this particular row, right, and this particular column. So the cell I would be selecting is the first cell here, that is D5, right? So when I select this particular cell, I can be able to freeze this particular row and this particular column. So now you need to navigate to the toolbar and then select the view menu, and inside view option, you can see there is an option of freeze panes, right? So click on the drop down. So you can see 3 different options. As we discussed earlier, we can either choose to freeze an entire row, that is the second option, or you can freeze the entire column, that is the third option, or you can freeze both, that is the first option, right? Freezing rows and columns. So let's select this one and see if our rows and columns are frozen or not, right? So now let's scroll down and you can see our row is successfully frozen there, right? And similarly, scroll towards right and you can see our column has been successfully frozen, right? So this is how you freeze rows and columns, or you can freeze panes in Excel. Now here on my sheet, you can see we have some numbers, that is $10 or $10.20, $22, $53.12, $12, and $110. Now the task is to convert these numbers into word format, that is representing the numbers alphabetically, right? This might be a little curious, and we also might end up searching for a predefined method which is not readily available in Excel, but there is a way where you can create a function using Excel VBA or macros. Now again, creating a macro is completely complex. Now identifying the trouble, Microsoft has already come up with a readily available macro code on their official website, which will support the various versions of Microsoft Excel, starting from Microsoft Excel 365 to all the way up to the older Excel version, that is 2010. Now you can scroll down and use this particular macro function which Microsoft has readily made us available, and use this to create our own macro in Excel VBA. Now let's get back to Excel, and you can create a macro using the developer option. Now developer options will not be readily available in Microsoft Excel. To activate developer option, go to Home and go to the options menu in the last, and here go to Customize ribbon, and here in the second drop down menu you can see developer option. By default it will not be checked. Click on the check option to activate developer options and press OK. Now you have your developer options ready. Click on developer options, click on Visual Basic, and here to insert a new macro, click on the insert button, click on module, and a new macro window is readily available for you. Now Control V to paste your code, and your function is with the name number to text, right? Now close the macro, and here your function will be readily available. Equals to, and the function name was number to text. Press tab to select the function and select the cell where you have the data. Close the function, press enter. Now drag the same formula across all the cells, and here you have the text converted from numbers. So here we have $10.20 and you have $10.20, $22 and no cents, $53 and 12 cents, $12 and no cents, and $110 with no cents. Now that's how you can convert numbers to words using the macro which is predefined for Excel in the Microsoft website.
So, for example, let us imagine that you wanted to create one single cell for all the employees in your company which stores the first name, second name, or last name, including their email IDs at one place, right? If you want to do so, like let me show you how it looks like. So let me copy this here. Then that's the first name. Now it's your second name along with the email ID. Now let us imagine that you wanted to store all the employees in the same way, right? So you can do this by using combine operation in Excel. Now all it takes is just a simple formula, that is equals to, and the first cell address, that is A2, and you can use an ampersand sign. Now you can use the next cell reference, that is B2, and then colon, and the last cell address, that is E2. Now press enter. So when you press enter or tab, you will get this particular answer. But this data is completely in a state where you can't understand it, right? The first name, last name, and the email ID has got combined all together. So you want to use some spaces, right? So all you need to do is just make a little modification to this particular existing data. So you can press another ampersand and include spaces. And then you can separate the email ID and the name with some colon. So now we have separated the first two cells, that is the first name and the last name, with a space using the ampersands. And then again we have used an ampersand
to include the colon, and see that we have also included a space between the colon marks so that it gets separated cleanly. And now let's try to press tab and see the result. So there you go. The first name and the second name is separated by space, and the email ID and the complete name is separated by a colon. Now you can use this to all the cells, and there you go. All the first name, last name and the email IDs have been printed here. So that's how you use the combine operation in Excel.
And you can see on my screen we have the sales data of one single employee in the month of January. Okay, so this is the sales data of John in January sales. Now let us imagine that we have the same person's or same John's data of sales of all the 3 months. Okay, so here we have the sales data of John for January, February and March, and you wanted to club all these 3 months and write it down as Q1, right? So let us try doing it. Now you can see that only January is replaced as Q1 and February and March are still remaining the same. So let us try to delete them. So we have deleted them, and I think now it looks like this is the sales data of one single quarter, that is Q1. But again, Q1 is under column B, and anyone who looks at it feels like this data is of January, February and March, and all the Q1 details are only present in B column, but C and D are completely different from this one, right? So you don't want that kind of an impression on your the one who are presenting to you. So in those situations, you want to merge all these 3 columns and make sure that the Q1 is present somewhere in between the cells so that all the data looks relevant, and it defines that these data elements belong to Q1, right? So there is an option in Excel to do that. So select all the cells that you want to merge and go into Home button, and in Home button, get into the alignment group and select Merge and Center. So you can do it directly. Also, you have a couple of more options. There is Merge and Center, Merge Across, Merge Cells, and Unmerge. So we'll go through it one by one. So first we'll go through Merge and Center. So there you go. The cells got merged and it has been aligned into center. Now again, if your manager or anyone superior to you wants this to be, independent, like they want it to be in terms of January, February and March, so that they can have access to it in month-wise. So you want to unmerge it back, right? How to do that now? So the same menu and select unmerge, and there you go. You have your data back in the original form again. All you have to do is, rename a few cells. There you go. And you have it back, right? So in a few situations, okay, you can also add the borders so that it looks more relevant. Now, now let's try to merge this again and merge in center. Yeah. Now again, let us imagine that you are going through an appraisal cycle, and you also wanted to add some comments about the sales happening in your company regarding all the employees, right? So also we have that here. Now let me expand a little bit. Yeah, there you go. So again, let's merge and center. Now you wanted to take a review of your level 1, level 2 and level 3 managers. So you have all the 3 rows here, but you can see the cells are not merged, and you wanted to merge every single row. So merging and centering everything row wise would be a little time consuming. I mean, 3 columns is okay, but what if you had you had to take a review from a couple of more managers, like 5 to 10, right? Or imagine you wanted to write some random comments. Apart from review, you wanted to write some random comments based on month-wise sales or something like that. So it would be time consuming, right? So apart from that, you have another option where you select all the cells and come over here and select the option of merge across. And all the cells will be merged all together at once, and you will be having those individual rows where you can write down your reviews, like review 1 and so on, review 2, right? So this is how the option of merge across works, and we already have been through the merge and center, and merge is completely similar to merge and center. So this is how merge and center, merge cells, and merge across and unmerge cells in Excel work. Now there are multiple ways to add date to Excel spreadsheet. For example, equals to today. This is a shortcut method, and you can enter done. You will have today's date. But again, there is some problem with this kind of approach. So today's date is 4th of September 2022. Now, if you open the same spreadsheet after today, that is tomorrow or day after tomorrow, then you will have a concurrent date, that is 5th of September or 6th of September, right? The date will always vary or get updated according to time. Now, you don't want to change that, or you don't want that to be happening with employee's date of joining, right? It should be stagnant. It should not vary, right? So there is another shortcut way apart from using the datetime functions. There is a keyboard shortcut where you can add date to Excel. That is control semicolon. So this is the shortcut way to add date to your Excel spreadsheet, and this particular date will not change. This will remain the same constant date throughout the time. Now, there is a chance where you might also have to add time to your spreadsheet, that is date of joining and time of joining, right? So there is another simple shortcut where you can add time by just pressing 3 keys, that is holding control, holding shift and pressing semicolon. Then you'll have the time. So this is how you can add date to your Excel spreadsheet and add time to your Excel spreadsheet, and this date and time will remain constant. It will not vary like the today function that we have used here. So you can see on my screen, we are on the Excel spreadsheet, and on my spreadsheet, you can see dates in column A and different formats in column C, D, E, and F respectively. Now by default, the data type or the data present in the A column will be considered as general. And there are a few situations where even if you try to format the date in your format, like the customized format, you may not be able to do it because it's still under the general data type. So for that, for being on the safer side, what we will do is select the data and navigate to the data toolbar. And in that, you have the text to columns option. Press that and remember to have the delimited icon. You might be having the dash as your icon or slash as your icon for the delimited thing, and select that and next, and here you can see, right, it's in general mode. So you can press on date and DMI will be your date format, that is date, month and year. Now click on finish. So it's been formatted now. Now let's copy the same data and paste it in all the 4 formats, so that we'll see the different formats that we can change to or customize to, right? So there you go. Let's expand the columns a little bit. Now we have day, month and year. So now you might want to change a couple of things, right? For example, you wanted to change, okay, let's see the menu. So the way is to select the cells and right click and select the format cells option. And in here you can see the date function, and in here you can see different types of modifications that you can do to your data, right? So you might want to also change your dates based on the location. So right now we are in India, and imagine if you wanted to change something based on US, or if you are having your client in US and he wants the dates in US format, you can also change that. So here you can see English United States and press on that, press OK, and you can see it's been changed to US format, where you have years in the first place, months in the second place and dates in the last place, right? And now let us imagine that your client does not want the dates. All he needs is just months, right? You can also do that. Get back to the format cells option, go to custom, and here instead of month, date and year, all you can do is just write down month and year and select OK. So you'll have only month and year, not the dates. Now your client is being a little more, he wants a little more detail, and he wants you to add a lot of granularity to your data, which includes day, time, etc., everything, right? So you can also do that. So the same way, go to format cells, custom, and here I think it's in date itself. So let's navigate a little. Yeah, here. So you have the day, date, month and year. Press OK. So there you go, right? So that's how you can do it. And now let's try a little bit more. If we have a few more options pending, so go to Format Cells and Custom, and you also have timings. So here you have date, month, year, and the timings. Press OK, and there you have all the timings as well. So since these dates are, I created them just a few moments ago to keep it simple, so I did not have to add the timings here. So if you are keen about adding the timings, you can also do that. For example, if you wanted to add the timings of the employees logged in and logged out, you can also do that using the same format. And you can see now we are on our Excel spreadsheet, and you can see we have a column of dates, and on the column B we have age. Now how do you calculate the age using the date of birth? So this is completely simple. All you have to use is the dated if function, or if you also call it as date diff function, based on your choice. We also have a specific entire tutorial based on date diff in Excel for further information. That video will be linked in the description box below. You can go through it, or you can use the end screens and iCards linked to this video to get back to the tutorial based on date diff in Excel. Now let's calculate the age of these dates, or these people with these date of births. So all you have to do is type equals to and type dated if and open a bracket. We need 3 parameters here. That is the date of birth. That is the first parameter. Now the second one is the today function, because you are calculating the age of these people as per today, right? So we have a today function in Excel. Press on tab to select it and give a close bracket. Now comma, and if you wanted to calculate the age in terms of days, you have to give D as the input. Yep, here it should be D as the input, and don't forget to use the double quotes here. And if you use the single quotes, there might be an error, so use double quotes. If you want it in the days part, you can give days, and if you want it in months, you can give months. For now we want in years, so we will be giving Y as the third parameter, and press enter. There you go, you have the age here in 26 years. You can drag the same function and you have the ages here as you wanted, right? So this is how you calculate age in Excel. And on my Excel spreadsheet, let me expand it, we have 2 different timings, that is in and out. So here we are considering a scenario where we are calculating the total number of hours worked by an employee in an organization. So the in time will be the time where the employee logged in, and the out time will be the time when the employee logged out. So here we have made some minor cell formatting. So when you right click on any of the cell, you can get back to the formatting cells option, and in that option we have selected the AM PM. So there is also another option of choosing the 24-hour timing, that is 13:20 13:30. So this represents the 24-hour format, but since we are working on office timings, let's keep it as AM PM. Okay, so there you go. So we have our timings of in and out. Now to calculate the time difference between the in time and out time. So this particular calculation is completely simple. All you have to do is press equals to select out time minus select in time. So there you go, press enter, and you have the total number of hours the employee has been working in your organization. So here also we have made some minor cell formatting. So usually it comes out as AM PM, right? But instead of that, we have made a minor cell formatting. We have navigated into time and we have selected the 24-hour formatting so that we have just hours in our output. So that's how we have calculated the time difference between 2 in times and out times of an employee using Excel.
Allow me to introduce postgraduate program in data analytics by Simplilearn. Just take a quick look at the features followed by the skills you will gain through this course. Some key features of this comprehensive program includes exclusive hackathons and anything sessions by IBM, 8 times higher live interaction in live online classes by industry experts, capstone from 3 domains and 14 plus data analytics projects with industry datasets from Google Play Store, Lyft, World Bank, etc. Masterclasses delivered by Purdue faculty and IBM experts. Simplilearn's Job Assist helps you to get noticed by top hiring companies and much, much more. It is well said, when skills empower, possibilities flourish. To grab the opportunities, gain skills like data analytics, statistical analysis using Excel, data analysis Python and R, data visualization Tableau and Power BI, and much more. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now. Find the course link in the description box.
So you can see that I've got some data, which is first name of the employee, last name of the employee, and phone number. And let us assume that your manager has given you a task to identify all those employees which did not give an phone number. So you wanted to identify them using a checkbox, right? Like you will be providing a check for all the employees that we have received the phone numbers, and you will not be checking the employees which did not give the phone number, right? So let's try to do that. So to include a checkbox, you might want to get into the developer option. But for few reasons, Microsoft has disabled developer option by default. To enable developer option, all you have to do is just navigate anywhere on the ribbon here and right click, and then you can see customize the ribbon option. When you click into it, you will be redirected into the ribbon option, and here you can see the developer option on the right side, right, this one. So by default you can see that your developer option is not enabled. To enable it, you have to check in it, and there you go, you have it now. So press OK and you'll have the developer option. Now go to the developer option and select the insert option, and there you can see the checkbox. Now draw the checkbox anywhere. I'll draw it over here, and there you go, you have the first checkbox, right? Now if you want, you can even customize this. So carefully click it. You can edit the text and write it as done. Okay. Now you can even copy this to all the cells. Just select and drag, and there you go. Now you can go ahead and check all the employees which you have received the phone numbers, and you can eliminate the ones which did not provide you with the phone numbers. That's how you can do it. And there's also another option where you can use this to include it in a formula. Since this data is only of 25 rows, you can manually check in the data and you can leave the data which is you have not received. But what if you had 2500, right? Then you might need formula. So in such scenarios, you can use a formula. So how do you use that? So for example, if this particular box is checked, then you will get a true value here, and if it's not checked, you will have a false value. Then you can use that boolean value to include in your formula, right? Sounds interesting. Now let's try to implement that. You can right click the cell and you can find format control. Then you can see here you have an option called cell link. Here select the cell link and press OK. So here you can see if you have checked this, the value is true, and if you uncheck this, you can see the value turned false. Now you can use this particular cell reference for including this in a formula. Now let us also check how to include checkboxes on Google Sheets. In Google Sheet, it's really simple. All you have to do is get into the insert option and you can see a readily available checkbox. You don't have to use any developer options over here. And there you go, you can just check.
Now let us assume that you're giving an important presentation and you're also requested by your manager to add the Excel document that you have used to create that particular report, which would be something like this. When you click on it, it will open a new Excel document or Excel window with all the data in it, right? So how do we do that? Let's look at the demo. Now let's have a blank slide and let's get back to the source where our Excel file is located, that is in My Documents. So we are currently in My Documents and we have the Excel file which we used for creating that particular report. Now, if we copy and try to paste it on our Excel document, it would look something like this. And clearly, it's not visible and it's not accessible, right? So instead of this, there is another way where you can directly add the Excel document in the form of logo, which is a rather simple idea. All you have to do is just click on the insert option in the toolbar, then navigate to the text group, and here you will find the option called object. Click on the object and it will give you a new window where you can identify which type of document or object you want to add, either create or create from file. So we have the file in our local system, so we'll choose create from file, browse, and from browse we will go into the documents section where we have our Excel file. Click on the Excel file and click on OK. Now if you want the data or Excel file to be displayed in the form of an icon, then click on the display as icon section and here you can change the icon. So you can choose any one of the given options. Let's choose this particular one and click on OK. Another OK, and there you go. The icon will be now displayed on your Microsoft PowerPoint PPT, which is completely clickable as the previous one. Whenever you click on this, the Excel document will be opened. So that's how you add Excel document into Microsoft PowerPoint. Now we are on our Excel spreadsheet and here I'm trying to insert some images onto my spreadsheet. So here we have company logos and company brand names. So since we already have the brand names, what we need to add here is the brand logos. Okay, so how do I add such kind of an image into an Excel spreadsheet? That you might be thinking that Excel spreadsheets are just for data, not multimedia image or files, right? So no, it's not. It's completely wrong. You can also add your images onto your Excel spreadsheets. It's completely simple. So click anywhere on the Excel spreadsheet, navigate to the insert button, select the illustrations option from the add-ins group, click on that, and in the drop down you can see the pictures icon or the pictures button. Click on that and select from this device, or if you have an online stock image you can take that, or you can also check out from online pictures. For now I'll select the device, this device, and here I have some images. The images what we need are Simplilearn and Simplicode logos. Press OK or insert. So here you have them. Now you can also adjust the size of the image using the small buttons here. Press it over here and done. So you might be wondering, is it all done? Is there anything more to do, or just adding an image is done? No. Most of the times when you create or you work with Excel spreadsheet, you will not just add some data and add a relevant image to it. Most of the time you add some graphs, or most of the time you'll add some charts to showcase the data dashboard, right? So it will be something like this. So this is how you add the image or graph onto your dashboard, and sometimes you might not have enough place to display your entire dashboard. During those situations, what you do is you try to hide the row or column. So now let's try to hide this particular row. Let us imagine that you wanted to show only two charts and there is no space for your third chart. In such scenarios, you might want to hide or remove that third chart. Okay, so let's try to hide it and see if it gets hidden or not. When you try to hide it, you can see the column A has no data and the row number 4 is been hidden. So we have 3 and 5. But what about the image? It is still present, right? So if you want to make sure that the row also hides the image, then you might have to do a little formatting with it. So select the image, go to picture format. Or you can also right click and directly navigate to picture format. This opens up a set of options and here you might want to go to the third one, which is picture format third, and select the properties, and here select the option of move and size with cells. So when you select this, when you try to hide this, it will also, the graph or the image will also hide along with the row. So that's how you do it. So how to insert PDF in Excel? Now there are multiple ways to insert a PDF into Excel. So we will go through a couple of ways. First is here, let us imagine that we wanted to insert some PowerPoint presentation in PDF format into our Excel sheet. So that it belongs to Excel Basics. Now click on the cell where you want to add the PDF, or just click any cell in the Excel spreadsheet. Then go to the option of Insert in the toolbar. Then navigate to Text option, click on it and select Object. And here you can select Create from File, and then you can browse. And here you have your Excel Basics PDF in my documents. Click on that, select Insert. So here you can just press OK and the PDF will be inserted. Now you can minimize the size of PDF to fit the cell. There you go, the PDF got successfully inserted into your Excel spreadsheet. Now let's discuss about the second way. Now the second way is completely same. The only difference is you can add some logo to your PDF. So you can see it has been added in direct form of a PDF, like what's the first slide of the PPT. But instead of that, if you wanted to highlight it as an icon, then you can select the display as icon button here and press OK. Now you don't have to reformat the size of your PPT or PDF. All you have to do is add the logo to your PDF, and it will also include the title. So this is another way of adding PDF to your Excel sheet. Now another way. So a few times you don't want the first page of the PDF to be visible, or any kind of logo of that PDF reader to be visible on your spreadsheet. Sometimes all you want is some dedicated image or a dedicated logo, right? So this time let's try to add a dedicated image to our PDF. So go to Insert again. Here you can see the illustrations option. Click on Picture, and from this device, so I will select the Simplilearn's logo, and now you have to resize the logo a little bit to fit the cell. There you go. You can click on the right click button and select the option of link. Now select the existing file or web page option. So if you are interested to learn more on hyperlink in Excel, we have a dedicated tutorial on that. Please go through hyperlinks in Excel by Simplilearn, which will explain you everything about hyperlinks in Excel, how to insert them, different types of documents to be inserted, and how it works in real time. For now, let's try to insert the existing web page, and go to Documents, navigate to Documents, and inside this you have the Excel Basic PDF. Click on OK, and it has been added to your image. So when you click on it, it will open the PDF document attached to it. So when you hover over to the cell, you can see it will ask you a permission. Do you want to continue or not? Just click on this, ignore the warning. So you can see the PDF has been successfully opened. Convert PDF into Excel. Now to do this, let's get back to the practical mode and try to convert some PDF data into Excel. Now you can see the PDF document which I am looking to convert from PDF to Excel. So this particular PDF document has a table. So this is the state-wise GST collections that happened during March of 2020. Now we need to convert this tabular data from PDF format to Excel format. Now we are on the Microsoft Excel. Now to initiate the process, we might want to choose a blank workbook for this. So now we are on the blank workbook and the complete sheet is empty. Now let's go into the data option in the toolbar, and in the data option of the toolbar we have the ribbon of Get and Transform Data. In this ribbon you can see Get Data option. Select that and you can see various options here, from file, from database, from Azure, from other sources, etc. Now we need the first option, that is from file, and in that we have a drop down And in that drop down, you might want to select the PDF. If you have a JSON file, you can also choose from a JSON. And if you have the data from XML, you can choose that, and even you can extract the data from text or CSV as well. Now we need the PDF option, so select the PDF. Now navigate where your file is existing. So my file is on the desktop, and now let me select the PDF document. Select import. Now Excel will automatically analyze the tabular data in the PDF format and give you the results. Now according to Excel, there are multiple tabular formats. Table 1, Table 2. So basically this table is one and the same. So all the 29 states are fixed in one table itself. But since the PDF is divided in sheets, this particular document is considering the first table as a separate table and the table which is present in the third page as a separate table. So we have table 1, table 2, and there are a few more tables which Excel is assuming that it might be table, but it's not. And another table which is page number 002, it is a table, and another one is right here. Now there is an option of selecting all the tables all together at once, or you can select only one table which you want to select. So if you select multiple items, Excel will automatically give you an option of choosing your tables. You can just tick and select the tables you want, or you can directly select the table you want on your Excel sheet. So right now let's try to select multiple tables. So I'll be selecting 1, 2, 4 and 5, and this particular one is not a table, so I'm eliminating that. Now you might want to choose the load option. So Excel is now loading the data. Now all the data has been successfully loaded. Now it is giving us a notification that all the data has been successfully loaded. And now just right click on it, and here choose the option load to, and here select table option. And if you want the data to be loaded to a new worksheet, you can choose that and select OK. Now you can see all the data is being successfully loaded in the form of tabular format in the new Excel sheet. Similarly, let's try to load another page. In the table format, new worksheet, select OK. And the third sheet. Now get ready to impress your boss by converting all the PDF data into Excel sheet just in a matter of few seconds with few steps. And there you go. All the 4 tables have been loaded successfully in the form of Excel in just a few steps. Now this is how you convert PDF to Excel.
That is how to add tick mark in Excel. Now on my spreadsheet, you can see some employee data. So they've been assigned a task and they want to update the task status as done and not done using symbolic statements. That is tick mark and into marks. Now how to do that? It is really simple. We'll discuss 2 different ways. The first way is to do it by conditional formatting. So click a cell on the task status, go to conditional formatting, click on the new rule. Yes, of course we can use the icon settings, but we want to automate it. So click on the new rule, right? So here, instead of to color scale, select icon sets. Now go to the settings. Here we don't want the third symbol, so select no cell icon. And here instead of percentage number formula, let's add just a simple number. And the second one as well, just a simple number. Now in the icon settings, select tick mark. You have various types of them, the circular tick mark. Let's select the generic tick mark without any outer circles, and into here generic X mark. And now let's set the values. When the value is greater than 0, it will be green, and when the value is less than or equal to 0, it will be X. And the reference value is 0, and here also the reference value is 0. Everything is okay. Click on OK and done. And here you cannot see the logos yet. We need to add some formula here, which is equals to if. Click on tab to select the symbol, and if cell address C2 is equals to done, then the value should be 1. Else the value should be 0. Close the bracket, enter. right? Now you can see this particular logo here. Now drag the same formula, it's done. Now you can see we do have numbers. You can eliminate those numbers as well. Just edit the rules. And here you can see show icon only. Click OK and the numbers will be removed. Also edit the second one and there you go. The numbers are gone and only the symbols remain. Now what is the second technique? The second technique is available in the developer options. You can activate it by going into the options here, go to file and here go to options and here go to advanced, customize ribbon, and in here on the right hand side you will get developer options. Click on the tick box and it will be enabled. Now go into developer options and click into insert menu. Click on the form controls or active X controls, select the checkbox and now just place it over here. You can edit this particular checkbox, delete everything, drag it as checkbox as well. Now you can drag the same cell across all the functions and you will have the checkbox as well. Now you can click on it and say if it's done or not.
That is how to add watermark to Excel. Now on my sheet, you can see some data. So here we wanted to add some watermark logo to your Excel spreadsheet so that it looks genuine and worked by you, right? So that's the overall idea of adding a watermark. Now go to the insert window and in the insert window, go to the text option, click on that, select header and footer. Once you select header and footer, you can see something on your screen like this. So in this box, which is highlighted by a cursor, is where you're going to add the picture. On my top in the menu bar, you can see header and footer elements. In this, select the picture element and it will navigate you to a different option window. Since we are adding the image from our local system, select from file, or if you are adding from your Bing or any search window, you can also add that or OneDrive as well. But now let's go with from file. It will directly navigate you to the pictures folder in your local system. So here is my Simplilearn's logo. Click on it and select insert. Now you can see the image is added in this format, which is ampersand and picture. And you might wonder, where is the picture? It is actually present. To view it, click on any cell in the spreadsheet and there you go, you can see it. Now you might be wondering, the image is a little towards top and abnormally placed, right? So no worries, you can always format your picture. Just press enter and use enter to move your picture towards the center of your data spreadsheet. And also there is another option of format picture altogether. Here you can adjust the height and width of your image by increasing and decreasing width or increasing and decreasing height. Using the arrow marks also works. And apart from this, there is another option of picture formatting where you can choose your image to be washing out, black and white, grayscale or anything. So currently I'm going with automatic, which will automatically adjust the brightness and everything for your image. It looks perfectly fine. So click on OK and there you go. Right. So now this should be fine. Right. Now everything is done and everything is automatically saved if you are having that autosave option on your spreadsheet. And let's go back to the normal view from the header and footer view. Click on the view and go to normal. You might be confused, right? Where is the logo? It vanished. Did I have to save it? No, it's already saved. Everything is fine. Even the image is there, but you cannot see it in normal view. To see it, click on File, click on Print, then you can see the logo. It will be present only on the printed pages, not on the normal view. Okay, so that's how you work with watermarks in Excel, and that's how you can add and customize your watermarks using Excel.
How to modify or increase cell size in Excel. Now, most of you might probably want to increase just the cell size or, just to increase the visibility of the text. So one of the easiest way is just to press on the plus icon on the bottom right corner of your Excel spreadsheet. So this will automatically increase the text size and you can see the text more clearly. Now, apart from that, if it's just not that what you want to do, you can also modify by hovering over to the line between two columns and right click, which will give you the option of format cells or column width. So either of these options will help you to maximize or minimize your column width. Similarly, you can apply the same idea for your rows as well. So you can either format the cells or modify the row height of your cell, and this is another way. And another simple way is to just hold that line and drag it, so it improves your width of the column. And another way is to just hover onto that line and hold it and drag it to improvise or increase your width of the cell, and same applies to your row. So this is another way. So apart from that, there is another way, that is format cells from this particular option in the home button. You can select this, and here you have the row height, auto fit row height, column width, auto fit column width. For example, let us imagine that you wanted to, just by mistake you increase the cell size and you wanted to restore it back to the original thing, right? So you can just click on the auto fit height and click on the auto fit column width. There you go, it happens in that way. And now coming back to another simplest way, let us imagine that you are given a lot of data and you are told to auto fit all the rows and columns. Now we have already seen the format cell option where you will auto fit all the columns and width of the column and also the height of the rows, etc., right? But there is also a keyboard shortcut to do this. So all you have to do is select a cell and press Ctrl A to select all the cells in the spreadsheet. And once all the cells are selected, all you have to do is press and hold Alt key and then release it. Then the combination of keys, that is HOI. So your column width has been now adjusted. Now the same formula or the same shortcut key with a small modification. Press and hold and release Alt key. Now H, O and A to adjust the row height. So this is the way where you can increase or decrease or modify or auto fit all the cells in Excel.
Now you can see that we have the first column, that is A column, and the first set of that is text, and all the other cells are numbers. But as a whole, Excel considers the whole column as a general data format. So why are we discussing about this? So to create a barcode in Excel, you have to make sure that all the elements in the column are of text data type. So the first step is to convert this general data type to text data type. So you can do that by going into the data type and selecting text. And now all the elements in your first column A are type text. Now the next step is to convert these elements into barcode. Now for that, let's create a new column called barcode. Now our new column, that is barcode, has been created. Now the next step would be is to check for the barcode font. So the barcode font looks something like this. But let me remind you, the barcode font in Excel is not available by default. Don't worry if it's not available, we can download it from open source. So let's go back to Google. So on the Google, you want to search for barcode font for Excel. So the one that I would recommend is 3 of 9 barcode font. Now you can download this font by just clicking on the download button over here. Now I've already downloaded this font on my local system. Let's now try to install that. Now the 3 of 9 barcode folder will come in the form of zip folder. You have to unzip that. And after unzipping, you'll get the setup file which looks something like this, which is 3 of 9 new. Select that and you'll be having the installer file over here. You can install by selecting the install button over here. So I have already installed it in my local system, so it is readily available for me on my Microsoft Excel. Now we might want to create the barcode for this particular cell in A2. So let's create that. So to create a barcode, we need to write in a formula that is equals to double quotes, star, double quotes, and ampersand symbol, address of the cell, that is A2, another ampersand symbol, again double quotes, star symbol, and double quotes. So you can either use this, or instead of star, you can use brackets as well. So let's try brackets. Now select enter. Now this will generate another type of code in your resultant cell. Now we will change the font for this particular resultant cell and we will get our barcode.
Now you can just drag all these cells so that you can apply the formula to all the codes. Now I got all the codes over here. Now select all the cells, get into the fonts, and here select the barcode font, and there you go. You have the barcode for all the numbers you have in your column A. So that's how you create barcode in Excel.
Excel Flash Fill is a feature of Microsoft Excel where Excel can sense a pattern in a cell and apply the same logic to extract the similar resultant pattern out of the remaining cells in a table. Might be a little confusing, right? So let us simplify it. So let us imagine that you have a text in one of the cells in the Excel sheet and you wanted to trim a part of that text. For example, let us imagine that there is an assembly where the car parts are assembled together to finish a car. So each and every part has a code, the serial number, the product code, and the assembly code, etc. Right? And you wanted to separate all those three. If you wanted to do that, you might want to use the trim function, which might be a little tedious to apply to all the cells. But what if I say there is a simple key format using which you can fill all the columns in the Excel sheet within a fraction of a second? Sounds interesting, right? So that's exactly the flash fill function in Excel does. Now, before we get started, let me tell you guys that we have daily updates on multiple technologies. If you're a tech geek in a continuous hunt for latest technological trends, then consider getting subscribed to our YouTube channel and don't forget to hit that bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. Now, without further ado, let's get started with the flash fill in Excel. For that, we might want to start the Excel to get in the practical mode. Now, we are on the Microsoft Excel and remember the example we discussed. So this is a similar example. Now, the first column in the sheet is the product detail. So this product detail consists of the product code, that is 112. Next we have the product serial number, that is 1002567, and lastly the assembly code, that is A, S and X. Now we want to separate this product detail into three columns, where we have the first column to be storing the product code, second one to be storing the product serial number, and the last one to be storing the assembly code. So now if you want to do that using trim function, you might want to apply the trim function here and trim out the left part. And again, for the product serial number, you might want to use the trim function again, which might go into a little complicated pattern. So to avoid the complications and decrease the time spent, we might want to use the flash fill in Excel. Now let us help Excel about the pattern that we might want to generate. So the pattern is 112 and the next one is 322. So now you can see that the text was highlighted. That was the intimation from the Excel that it understood the pattern. Now going into the next cell and holding the control key and pressing the E button will help us to fill the remaining cells in the column B. So that's how it is done. And similarly, let's try out for the serial number. For that, the serial number is 10025637. Now in the next cell, we have 10036582. Now we can go to the third cell and press Ctrl E for Windows, and if you're using a Mac operating system, then you have to press Command E and all the serial numbers will be filled. So this will reduce the time in separating the pattern and filling the columns. Now let's try the last column, that is ASX, which happens to the assembly code. Next we have F, G and V. Now the shortcut method, that is Control E, and there you go. Now you might be wondering, will it work only for numbers, etc., etc., or the text which is properly aligned or separated using a hyphen? No, it can also be used for some random text which is like this. So let us imagine that we have a text which is of length like 20 or 30 and you wanted to print only a part of it. So here I'm going to print the alphabets from position 4th to position 8th. So I've already tried the first one, that is taking out the alphabets from 4th location to the 8th location, or the pattern of the text, that is I, F, E, R from Jennifer Lopez. And in the next cell we have the numbers starting from the location 4 to 8, so that is 7767. And similarly we have the other cells consisting of the names of few cars, that is Alfa Romeo, Bugatti Veyron, and next we have Superman returns text. So now let's press the shortcut key, that is Control E, and make sure that all the remaining cells are filled. So that's how the flash fill works. So the flash fill in Excel will reduce the time consumed to fill all the columns by separating the text in your main cell, that is the column A, which we have here in this example. And it also reduces the complexity of using a trim function in Excel. There's hyperlinks in Excel. Now hyperlink is something which is clickable, and when you click on it, it will redirect you to a different web page, to a different worksheet, or a different location in your local system. So there are a variety of options, and we will explore all of them using Excel. Now creating a hyperlink is really simple. We have multiple ways. Now let's write some text on the Excel worksheet. I'll write Simplilearn. Now, creating a hyperlink is really simple. You have multiple ways. The first simplest shortcut is clicking on the cell where you want to place the hyperlink and holding Control key and pressing K. Now, this will enable the hyperlink menu box or the dialog box. This is the first way. And let me close it. Now, again, we have selected the cell. There is another option where you have to click on the Insert menu on the toolbar and navigate to Links group. Click on the link option and you will again have the dialog box of the hyperlink in Excel. And the third way is right click on the cell and you can see the link option in the last, and this will enable the hyperlink option in Excel. Now let's create a hyperlink. The simplest way again, Control K. Now we have a variety of options, that is existing file or web page, place in this document, create a new document, and an email address. So we will address all of these one at each time. So first one, existing file or a web page. Now you can select an existing PDF file or any file in your local system and hyperlink or create a hyperlink to the text, or you can select a website link and place it over here and create it as a hyperlink. Let's explore both the options. First, let's try to explore the web page option. So since I've written as Simplilearn, let's use the website link of Simplilearn and create a hyperlink. Let me open Google, new tab, and let me type simplilearn.com. Let me copy the hyperlink, and now let's get back to the Excel workbook. Now here, let's place the hyperlink. Now you can press OK, and there you go. The hyperlink has been successfully created. Now this link is clickable. When you click on it, it will redirect you to a new Simplilearn's home web page, right? So this is how you create a hyperlink to a website. Now we shall explore another option, that is using an existing file, right? Let's create a new text box here. Let's name it as existing file, and okay, existing file should be good. Again, the same. You can either click, right click and select hyperlink, or Control K. Now, let's select existing file or web page option. Now here you can see navigate key. Press on that, and let's navigate our files. Let's select all files here. Remember to select all files. Okay, by default it shows as Office files. Now let's explore our file option. So let's select Fundamentals of Computer Programming option, which is a PDF file. Press OK, and there you go. We have created a hyperlink. So when I click on this, you can directly navigate to an existing PDF file in your local system, and it will be open as a web page. Click on it and you can see the PDF file. Now close. Now another thing, when you navigate onto this, you'll see the lengthier HTTP address, and same happens here, right? So if you're a little uncomfortable watching this lengthier link, you can also edit it. You can choose the option of edit hyperlink and see the screen tip option. Click on it, and here you can change the text to display option and write it as click here to know more. Press OK. Again, press OK, and now if you navigate onto it, instead of seeing a lengthier hyperlink, what you can see is click here to know more. Okay, I think I made a spelling mistake. So I think I forgot an E somewhere over here. Yes. Click here to know more and press OK. Right. So here you can see click here to know more. Let's try this again over here. So edit hyperlink, screen tip option, and instead of the lengthier text box or hyperlink, you can write as click to open notes. Or PDF. Click OK and click another OK and you are done. So instead of seeing that lengthier hyperlink, you can see click here to open PDF, right? So far we have explored two options, that is existing file and existing web page, right? Now let's try to explore another option. Again, hyperlink, right click hyperlink, and here you have seen place this in document, right? So which is like, okay, let me show this to you instead of telling you. So here what it is doing is you have the cell A5 and you wanted to refer to A1 or any other cell in the same worksheet. So you can do that, right? So now for your reference, let me cancel it and let me create a new sheet. And here, navigate me to here, right? Let me write it as navigate me to here. Okay. So now what we will do is, so here we will create that navigate link from using the hyperlink option. Place this in this document. You can see the sheet 2 option and the cell reference is A1 where we have written navigate me to here. So when I click this A5 cell, okay, let me also rename it. Write it as navigate cell, navigating cell, right? Now create that, Control K. Let me select sheet 2 and the cell address is A1. Press OK. Now what's the change, right? When you click on this, you will be redirected to sheet 2 cell A1. Navigate me to here, right? So this can be like a shortcut when you have multiple sheets, like 100 sheets. Then you can have a different column over here and add the navigation address to all those cell links. You can just click on that cell and go into the different sheet and to the specific cell which you have given the address. In our case, I have given sheet 2 address cell A1, right? So this is another trick. Now let's get back to the hyperlink thing again. Control K, and another option is create new document. So you might have been through option of having, let's say, some cheat sheets or clip-on clipboards, right? So let us imagine that you're working through a huge worksheet and you wanted to have a track of everything and keep notes updating, right? So it might be a little complicated to understand, so let me show it practically. So let me write it down as clipboard or sticky note, right? Okay, I think this has a hyperlink. Okay, this can be used, no worries. Back to hyperlink option again. Create new document. Now here you can create a variety of documents, right? So it can be a text document, it can be an Excel document, it can be a PDF document, right? For now we'll create a text document. Okay, we'll name it as tracker.txt. so this should create as a text document, and the location can be anything. So you can take it as a desktop documents download. So let me take documents here and select OK. So I'll be having this tracker.txt located in the documents folder, and you can also choose to edit the document later or edit the document now. Let us select edit the document now, press OK, and there you go. So you have your text tracker here. So let us imagine that we have worked on the Excel sheet and we wanted to write down as a sticky note so that we can remember what we have done on the Excel sheet. So update 1 and update 2. Now you can close it So it'll ask for a save option, save it, and done. And let us imagine that you did something else and you also updated something else on the sticky note, Excel sheet, and you wanted to update that on your sticky note. So click on it and you'll see a minor notice over here from Microsoft Excel based on potential security concerns. You can select yes, and you'll be having access to your text document again, and write down your update again here, update 3, what you have written, right? The latest update, what you have. And you can save it and close. So that's how you keep track of your sticky note, and you'll have all your updates, right? Now, getting back to the hyperlinks again. The last one is email address. So you can also try to add, let's imagine that you're working with a colleague, and every time you make an update in your Excel sheet or anything, and you wanted to send him out an email, right? So it would be a little time consuming that you open your email and compose something and send it over here. But what if you had one single click and access to the email compose option, right? That can be done. So let us write down email colleague. Bear me with the spelling. So again, the Control K and hyperlink, select email option, and you can write down your email, which can be anything. So you can write down your friend's email address. So I'm just writing down some random email here, friend@gmail.com, and can write the subject about update and press OK. This will navigate you to the Gmail option or the mailing address options. Click on it and you'll have a variety of mailing options: Outlook, Office 365, Yahoo, iCloud, Google, etc. So you can select any one of those. Since we have written as gmail.com, we'll navigate to Gmail, and all you have to do is log in, all the formalities, and you're good to go with emailing. So let's skip this for now. So you know how to do the rest parts. So far we have covered all the hyperlink options in Excel, that is existing file or a web page, place this in the current executing worksheet or document, creating a new document for your update thing, and also including the email, right? So far we have covered everything around hyperlink in Excel, and if you have anything to know more about, or if you feel that we have missed out anything important regarding hyperlink in Excel, you can feel free to let us know.
So you can see that we have got started with Microsoft Excel, and on the left hand side we have a simple table with all the teams in an IT industry, starting from IT admin, testing, development to client consultant support. We have got everything in this particular table. Now our main idea is to find out the index of these particular elements. For example, if you wanted to find the index of the element marketing, then how could you do it? So here, let's try to use the match function in Excel. For that, we want lookup value and position. So on the right hand side, you can see that I've created two separate columns as lookup value and positions. So in the lookup value column, we will be inserting the value of which you want to find the index. Now, for example, let us consider that we want to find the index value of team marketing. So I'll be writing marketing in this particular lookup value. Now, how to find the index value of the element marketing? For that, we will be using the match function in Excel. Now, after writing the match function, you can see that it is asking for three different parameters. So the first one is the lookup value, second is the lookup array, and lastly we have match type. So lookup value is the value of which you are trying to find the index, that is marketing, this particular cell. So we have selected the lookup value, which is the first one. Next we have to select the lookup array, that is from which set of elements you want to find the index. So the set of elements are this: IT admin testing, the column which we have created, the A column. Now we have selected the lookup array, and lastly the match type. Is it you're looking for less than, or is it you're looking for exact match, or is it greater than match? So for now, I want exact match, so I will be selecting the exact match, that is 0. Now there you go. You have the exact index of the element, that is 5. Now we have selected all the 10 teams, starting from IT 1, admin 2, testing 3, development 4, marketing 5. So that's how you find the index of a selected element in Excel. Now we just have like 10 elements, so we have got the writing of the elements, or choosing the elements in a easy way. But what if we had like 100 elements, right? Could be a little different. Okay, so let me put it simple. Now you wanted to find the index value of finance. So right now we have marketing, and you wanted to type in finance, and you missed out a letter A. Okay, now you're not finding the right index. To avoid such problems, you can always take the help of data validation in Excel. That is, using the list in data validation in Excel. You can see a small drop down icon here, right? You can choose that, and here you can see all the teams that we have created in the left column, right? So here I can scroll down and choose the finance, and there you go. I have the index value. Okay, again we need to copy paste the same match function in Excel over here. Equals to match, lookup value, lookup array, and exact match. So there you go. That's how you make use of data validation in Excel, and using the list, you can comprehend all the list elements in this particular column into the list of data validation, and you can choose the team whichever you want to find the index for. So this is how you can make use of match function in Excel, or index match function in Excel.
To sort data in Excel. So on my spreadsheet, you can see some employee data, and on the column F and G, you can see employee date of birth and employee date of joining. For example, you wanted to sort the employee data in the form of earliest joining employee and the latest joining employee, right? That is, who is the employee who joined first to this company, and who is the employee who joined last to this company. So for that, you just need to select the column of date. So let's select both the columns and go to home and check or verify if the data type is date or not. So generally the data type will be set to general by default by Excel. So we need to make sure that we have the proper data type, which is date. Now that we have the proper data type, select the entire column and go to the data option, and here select the sort option, and in the sort option select the expand selection. Click on sort, and here sort by employee date of joining and oldest to newest. That's what we wanted, the oldest employee, or you can also set it to the newest employee to oldest according to your requirement, but we'll go to oldest to newest according to the case study right now. Just click on OK, and that should be done. So Emily, who's a manager, is the oldest employee who joined the company, and Chris, who's a trainee in IT support, is the latest employee who joined the company. Now that's how you sort date in Excel. Now on my screen, you can see the sales of 4 quarters from different regions, that is East, West, South, North, and Central. Now you might want to calculate the sum of sales happened from all the regions in Q1, or you might want to calculate the sum of sales happened in one region of all the 4 quarters. That is, either you want to calculate the sum of all the regions from quarter 1, or you might want to calculate the sum of all the quarters in one region, right? So to do this, you have some simple functions in Excel. So you might say me, you have some function, etc., right? For that, you might want to go into the, equals to mode and fetch sum option and subtotal or sum. You have to select the function from here. But what if I tell you that there is one simple, easy shortcut where you just have to make one single click and you'll have all the sum, right? So that seems interesting. So on the top in the home bar, select home, and on the top right corner, you have the editing group. In editing group, you have aggregation function. that is summation. So you have different aggregations here, sum, average, count numbers, maximum, minimum, more functions. Here you might want to select the sum and you can get all the summation numbers here. So I'll select one cell. So the second query where we wanted to calculate the sum of all the sales happened in East region with all the quarters included, that is this one, C2 to F2, right? So let us select G2 and select the auto sum option, and here it will automatically select the range for you, that is C2 to F2. If you want to change it, you can also change it, like minimize the number. If you just wanted to calculate the sum of 3 quarters, you can do that. So now we want 4 quarters, so select enter, and there you go, you have all the sales of all the 4 quarters of East region. Now if you simply drag it, you will have the sum of all the 4 quarters of all different regions. Now let us calculate the summation of Q1 of all the regions, that is this one. Select auto sum and it will automatically select all the cells for you, that is from C2 to C6, right? Press enter and you'll have the summation. Similarly, you can drag it and you have the numbers here of all the Q2 sales of all the regions, Q3 sales of all region, and Q4 sales of all region. Now let us try to change the color so that you can have a reference, that is it's different, it's this total sum, or right, you just have a reference to identify it. Now similarly to this one as well. So that's how you implement auto sum in Excel.
Now we are on the Excel spreadsheet. So you can see that I have 5 different sheets of the same data. So why do we have that? So I'll be explaining you how to sort data for multiple parameters. So firstly, we will try to sort data in the form of numbers, right? So let us imagine that this data is being shared with you by your manager, and he wants you to sort this data based on the salary numbers. So he wants you to arrange the data in the form of ascending order or descending order maybe, which will help him find the employee with the highest salary, right? So how could you do that? So it's really simple. You could sort the entire data just within a few clicks. So how would you do that? So since you're focusing on salary, select any cell from the salary column only, right? Select this particular column and select any cell in the salary column. Get into the sort and filter options, and here select this sort of arrangement you need, that is largest to smallest or the smallest to largest. Since the problem statement was to find the highest salary, click on largest to smallest, and there you go. So you have Tony and the designation is senior and he works in IT support and he draws the highest salary of 80,000, right? And there's also another one which is Peppa and she works for the analytics team. And now the next sheet. Let's get into the sheet 2. And this time, let us imagine that you wanted to, arrange or sort the data based on the employee date of joining or date of birth, right? Again, if you wanted to arrange the data in which you find the youngest employee or the oldest employee of the organization, you can do that. Click on any cell in the date of birth column and go back to the sort and filter. And here you will be seeing the options sort oldest to the newest or the sort the data from newest to the oldest. So since we want the oldest employee, select oldest to newest. And there you go. So the oldest employee is Alfred, who is an associate designation employee and he works in the admin department and he's drawing the salary of 25,000. So that's how you can sort the data when you are trying to sort the data based on date wise. So first we try to sort the data on the number wise. So you can apply the same for your employee ID, salary, and if there is any possibility you can do that as well. And if you want to apply the same sorting based on dates, you can do that as well using the sorting function in the same way. Now let's get back onto the third sheet, and here now single column wise is perfectly fine, there is no issues with that. Now you wanted to let us imagine that you have 2 columns. Okay, let's eliminate a few columns here. Maybe we can eliminate the employee ID and Okay, let's keep a few columns. So we'll just keep employee name and employee salary. Okay, so here we are trying to demonstrate if you are trying to sort the data using one cell in the column B, will it maintain its relationship with the cell A? Okay, that's our query, right? So let's see, I'll go a little detail. So let us imagine that you wanted to sort this data based on highest salary. Okay, so when you do that, will it also impact the cells in the column A? So it will basically impact, but just it's a query, right? Any of you viewers might have that query. Will I, if in case if I try to sort the data based on this, will it affect the cells on the rest of the data set? Okay, so in basically it will impact. So I'll try to sort the data based on ascending order. So this is the smallest to largest, and you can see the Tony and Pepper. So since I selected the cell in the column B, it also impacted the change on the cells of column A. So that's how the sorting works. Now we'll get to a little advanced sorting techniques. So here we try to, already we try to sort the data based on numbers, based on alphabets, based on date of birth, right? So I think we forgot the ascending or or sorting based on alphabets. Let's do that as well. Select any cell in the column A and go to sort and filter. Try selecting A to Z, or okay, let's try to Z to A. Okay, so here you can see the names have been sorted based on the descending order from Z to A, right? So far we tried on alphabets, so far we tried on numbers, date of birth, and a couple of more things. So let's dig a little deeper and try to sort based on colors, right? So for that, you don't, find that extra setting here in the regular sort and filter. So you might want to get into the data option, and here you'll find another sort function, which is a little advanced. So that's how you do it. So since we have colored in the cell or column of salary, select that salary, and we're going with cell value. So in the cell values section, select the cell color, and here on the cell color options, you'll have green, blue, and yellow. That's what we have used in our cells. So let's keep green in the first position, which is on top, and press OK. Now you'll see green has been sorted to the first position. Now yellow and blue are left out. So why is that? So because you didn't provide it, right? So you can do that as well. You can always add the setting to it, right? Select any cell, go to sort and add a level, and then again select the salary and cell values to cell colors. And now the cell color in the second position would be blue, and that will be on bottom. And you can add another level, the same salary. The cell values will be cell color, and cell yellow will be somewhere in between or bottom. Okay, so based on hierarchy, it will be selecting. Press OK, and there you go. So you have cell yellow and blue at the bottom and green at the top position as per your suggestions. Now we are on the last sheet. So here in this last sheet, we are going to dig a little deeper into the advanced sorting methods. So previously we tried to apply the advanced sorting methods for colors. Now we'll try to apply the advanced sorting methods based on the data set we have here. The data we have in our data set, right? So select the sort option and let's add a few details, right? So firstly, let's sort the column employee ID. Okay, so let's have the smallest to largest, or yeah, now that would be good. Now let's add another level where we will sort. Okay, I think we will sort based on employee name. That would be a little better. So let's try to sort it on employee name here, and here will be employee salary. Okay, now the cell values, and this would be from A to Z, and the salaries will be from smallest to largest. So basically what we are trying to do is we are trying to sort the employee list based on employee names from A to Z. So the employees name starting from A to Z will be ordered first, and another subset of the sorting will be done based on highest salaries, that is smallest to highest. So let us imagine that we have 3 employees with names starting from A and their salaries are 10,000, 20,000 and 30,000. So how would it sort? So it will sort basically in the alphabetical order first. So first 3 names will be sorted, and then it will also have another condition to sort the data with, keeping the lowest salary on top and highest salary in the last, right? So this is how the algorithm works for sorting. Now let's press OK and see the output. So there you go. The names are Alfred, and you have the highest salary here, smallest to highest. So this is 25,000. Next we have Banner, Barnes and Ben. So here you might be seeing why we have Ben in the 3rd position despite he has the lowest salary and name starts with B, right? So here it is trying to work based on the alphabets in the order, right? So B, A and B, E. It's not just comparing the first letter, it's also comparing the following letters as well, right? So N comes first, R comes later. So Barnes is pushed to the 2nd position. A comes first and E comes later. So B, A letters are pushed to the 1st position and Ben is pushed to the 3rd position. So that's how it works, right? So accordingly, the set for BA is created here, 35, 40. Next Ben, 12, and next you have Bobby, Brian, Brock, Chris, Clark, right? So that's how the data has been organized and sorted based on multiple levels of parameters you provide for sorting. So that's how you use sorting in Excel, slicers and filters in Excel.
So slicers in Excel are software filters used along with Excel tables or Excel pivot tables over a large amount of data. Not just filtering out data, but slices also help you with an easy understanding of the information being extracted and displayed on the screen. Now, Microsoft Excel slices are compatible with Windows and Macintosh operating systems. Now, let us understand how to implement slicers in Excel. So for that, we might want to get back to the practical mode, that is, starting our Microsoft Excel. Now, we are on our Excel sheet, and as you can see on my screen, there is some data available on the Excel spreadsheet. And this table is not just any table. This table from Microsoft Excel has been converted into an actual table. As you know, by default, Excel considers all the data which has been inserted into the spreadsheet as a database. And to implement these slices in Excel, we might want to create or convert the format of database into a normal table. For that, you can select all your data and just press Ctrl T, and that will allow you an option called Convert the Data into Table. Now, since this table is already converted as a table, we can directly start implementing or inserting slices into the spreadsheet. Now for that, select all your data. Then go into the Insert option. And in the Insert ribbon, you can see the Filters group. And in the Filters group, select the option called Slicer. Now you will be provided with multiple options. Since we have the columns Employee ID, Employee Name, Zone, Designation, Department, Salary, Employee's Date of Birth, and Employee's Date of Joining. So we can choose any of the options available according to our columns and create the slices. Now let me select the first one, that is Zone, next Designation, Department, and let's also select Employee Name. Now press OK, and there you go, we have our slices. Now let us try to rearrange these slices. All you can do is just select and drag them up. And done. Now let us imagine that we want to see or take a look at the employees who are working in the East Zone. Then we have all the information displayed on the screen who are working in the East Zone. They are Jack, Tony, Banner, Fred, etc. and their department, designation, etc., all on one single screen. So this really helps you while you're presenting your data in a presentation. Now for a change, let's try to select the department. Now if your client wants to select the data from only analytics department, then you might want to select on the analytics key on the department slicer, and there you go. You have an employee called Luke Hobbs who works in the East Zone, and his department is analytics and his designation is contract based. And the salary he is getting is 65,000. Now similarly, you can see that we have only selected analytics, and your client also wants data from IT support. Now you can see that analytics is gone. But what if you want both analytics and IT support? Then you have an option called select multiple. Then you can select analytics and IT support, and if you want HR, you can also do that. And in the zone, if you want West along with East, then you can do the same, East and West, and you have all the employee details. And in the designation, let's try to select senior, trainee. Okay, select multiple, senior, trainee, and manager. So that's how you do it. So that's how it's done, and that's how you implement slicers in Excel to simplify the filtering options using slicers during a presentation.
It is really simple to add filters in Excel. So we are on a practical mode right now. So on my screen, you can see an Excel spreadsheet of sales data. So here you have various columns, regions, category, state, subcategory, sales, quantity, and much more, right? So now let us imagine that we want to add filters on the region part. So we have South, West, East, etc., right? So we want to, let us imagine that you want to extract the data of only West region and you wanted a filter. So doing it manually could take a lot of time. So using filters will be helpful. Now select one cell on the headers part and select the filter option in the data toolbar. You can see the data option in the toolbar, right? So click on the data option and navigate to sort and filter group, and in that select the option of filter. Now you can see the filters are being added to all the column headers: region, category, state, subcategory, sales, quantity, right? Now we wanted the West category. So when you see, or when you click on the drop down icon, you can see all the options are selected, right? The central, east, west, south, everything, right? But now we just want West one, so click on West and select OK. There you go. So you have everything from the West region. Now let's imagine that you wanted to look into office supplies only or technology only, right? You can do the same with technology and press OK, and now you'll have all the technology related sales in the West region, right? So that's how you use filters in Excel, or that's how you add filters in Excel.
Allow me to introduce postgraduate program in data analytics by Simplilearn. Just take a quick look at the features followed by the skills you will gain through this course. Some key features of this comprehensive program includes exclusive hackathons and anything sessions by IBM, 8 times higher live interaction in live online classes by industry experts, capstone from 3 domains and 14 plus data analytics projects with industry datasets from Google Play Store, Lyft, World Bank, etc. Masterclasses delivered by Purdue faculty and IBM experts. Simplilearn's Job Assist helps you to get noticed by top hiring companies, and much more. It is well said, when skills empower, possibilities flourish. To grab the opportunities, gain skills like data analytics, statistical analysis using Excel, data analysis Python and R, data visualization Tableau and Power BI, and much more. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now. Find the course link in the description box.
So what is data validation in Excel? So it is a feature by Microsoft Excel where it can restrict data entry into certain cells by using data validation, and it will prompt the users to enter valid data in the cells based on the rules and restrictions provided by the creator of that particular sheet. Now this would be a little confusing to understand, so to understand it in a much better way, let's get back to the practical way where we will start entering some data validation rules to our Excel sheet and try to enter data into it. Now we are on the Microsoft Excel, and this particular sheet is based on employee ID, employee name, employee department, employee salary, fiscal year, and work timings of the employees. Now we will be applying some data validation rules to each and every column and try to enter data based on the rules we have entered. Now for the first one, which is the employee ID, we'll enter rules based on the employee ID number. So to apply the data validation, you need to go into the data tab on the toolbar, and inside the ribbon you can see data tools group, And in the data tools group, you have the option of data validation. Now select the entire column, go to the data tools group, select data validation option, and you will have this particular pop-up menu. And here you can see different types of options. So since we are entering employee ID, it would be a whole number. So let us select whole number option. And now here you can see the option of between, not equal to, not between, greater than, less than, etc. So let us select between, and let us assume that your employee ID has 5 numbers, and it should be between 10,000 to 11,000. So let us provide 10,000 and 11,000. Now select OK, and now the new rule has been applied. So now the minimum value of each and every employee ID should be equal to or more than 10,000 and less than 11,000, and it should have 5 digits. Now let's try to enter a wrong employee ID, that is just 1. There you go. You can see that Microsoft Excel is not allowing you to include a wrong number. It says this value does not match the data validation restrictions defined for this cell. So now you can press retry and try to enter some number which is in between 10,000 to 11,000. Now it is 10,901, and this will take the entry. Now let us assume that because I am the creator of this sheet, I know what should be entered here. But what if I give this sheet to you and you are the person who is trying to enter the number and it shows the error and you don't know what was the error, right? To avoid this kind of confusion, what you can do is you can do some ways where you can provide the message to the user. So that can be done by, okay, let's select the sheet again and go to the data validation, and here you have the same settings. Now here you have another option saying input message. So before input message, let us go to error alert. Now here the error title would be data entered is not valid. Please enter. This is the error message. Please enter EMP ID between 10,000 to 11,000. Press OK. Now when you try to enter the wrong number, it will show that particular error alert message. See, data entered is not valid. Please enter employee ID between 10,000 to 11,000. Now this is fine, but how long this will be, what if there is an option where you just hover over to this cell and it automatically tells you to enter the value between 10,000 to 11,000 without having to face the error? Yeah, even that can be done. So you can select the entire column, go to data validation, and here this is the input message. This is where you can do that. So here you can write the message name, valid data. Please enter data between 10,000 to 11,000. Now when you hover over to any cell in this particular column, it will automatically show you this message where you can avoid all the errors. Just select OK. See, when you select any cell in this particular column, it will automatically tell you please enter data between 10,000 to 11,000. So here you don't have to face any errors, right? Now let us try to enter the valid data 10902, and it will take it as the correct value, and again 10903. Now in case if you try to provide the wrong number, it will show the error. See? So that's how it is. Now we have finished the whole number part. Now let's get into the employee name, where we have to provide the second type, that is text length. Now let us imagine that in your company you're trying to provide ID cards to your employees, and you know that ID card is really small, and inside that ID card you need to include the employee photograph and your company name, employee ID, blood group, phone number, address, everything, and also you need to include the name of the employee. So what if there is an employee with very lengthy name, like 30 characters, 40 characters? Yeah, in India, it is really possible that you might have a lengthy name. So what you can do is you can provide the text length where the text is limited to like 15 or 20 characters. So you can include that name in the ID card. So you can do that by allowing the data validation criteria with text length. Minimum can be anything. So minimum can be 1, and maximum here you can provide 15. And press OK. Okay, minimum will change it to at least 2, and yeah, let it be 1. So minimum is 1 and maximum is 15 characters, and press OK. And let us also provide the input message. Enter character type, character data. Please enter valid name. And error alert, invalid data. Please enter valid data. Okay, please enter characters less than 50. Press OK. Now let us try to enter a random name. Okay, we'll enter characters more than 15 here. QWERTY 0. Yeah, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 11. Okay, now this is more than 15. Okay, I think it's not more than 15. Let's try to enter a little bit more characters. Yeah, now we have entered more than 15 characters and it is showing please enter characters less than 15. So now we can retry and try to enter some valid name. Now we have characters less than 50, so it will take as the proper name. Now let us try to enter another name. I'm just entering some random data. So another name maybe. Great. Now the next type of data validation is also done. Now let us get into employee department. Employee department is something really superb. So I'll tell you about it. It's actually a list. Now let us finish the other ones first. That is employee salary, fiscal year and work timings. After that we'll learn about the list one. Now let's come into employee salary. So salary is something where you have to include decimal points. So now let us go to data validation, and inside the values we have already dealt with whole number, text length. Yeah, now we'll deal with employee salary, that is decimal. Now minimum is, okay, what is the minimum can be 1.00 and maximum can be 1,00,000.00, or let us put that as 10 lakhs. Press OK. Okay, not just then. Enter valid salary. Okay, now let's change it to minimum as 10,000. So the employee minimum salary will be 10,000 and input enter valid salary. Enter salary between 10,000 to 10 lakhs. Let us include a comma here too. Now error alert, invalid salary, please enter between 10,000 to 10 lakhs. Press OK. Now the message and the data validation conditions are applied to this column. Now let us try to enter some invalid data first. It will show the error. Now we need to enter the valid data. Yeah. Now it is taking the valid data. Let us provide 20,000 and this has 35,000. Now the next one is fiscal year. Let us imagine that we wanted to, work on the employees for current working year, that is 2020 to 2021, and or you can consider 2021 to 2022, not more than 2021 and not less than 2021. For that you can provide the year option as well. So for that you need to select the entire column, go to data validation, settings, and inside here you have an option of date. So let us provide the date option as between, and start date is 01/01/2021 and end date is 01/01/2022 and input message. Let us provide data as current fiscal year, current financial year. Enter date between 2021 to 2022. Let us copy this and go into error alert. Error message will be seen, invalid date. Select OK. Now the error message and the data input message and the data validation rule has been applied for this column. So let's try to enter some date here. You can enter 02 of February 2021. It will take as the correct data. Now let's try to enter some wrong data which is apart from 2022, 02 2022. It will not take this, it will throw error. So that's how it works. Now let us try to enter as 2021 and this is March. It will take it. Now another data, 04 this time and 2021. So that's how your data validation will work. Now coming into the next type of data validation, that is time. So we have time here. Let us imagine that you are providing some work timings to your employees. That should be from 9 AM to 5 PM, not more than that. So you want to keep your work life balance for all your employees. So you just want them to work between 9 to 5 and that should be fine. And anything apart from that time should be invalid. So you can do that by selecting time option between. It should be in between and the start time will be 0900 and this should be 17. That is 5 PM in the evening. And input message, please enter time between 9 AM to 5 PM. This should be the input message. Now error alert, invalid time, error message. Okay. Now, okay, work timings. Now this should be okay. We can do this as 2 columns actually. Let us cancel. Let us copy this and paste it here. You can do it as login timing, and this should be okay. This should be as log out. So this should be okay. So this will be considered as login and log out times. Now let us provide the login time. This should be the right time, and let's try to provide wrong timings. 08. Now it will not take it. It will throw as error. So it's working fine. Let us provide 10. Now let us provide the logout time. It should be below 5 PM. So let us provide 5. It will take it. Okay. Let's try to provide something just 1 minute less than 5. That is 59. Okay. There is some problem in this. Let's check it. Okay, it is taking 3, that is including seconds. Okay, let's provide seconds as well. Zero 5 0 0 0 0. Okay, still there is some problem. Okay, we have entered 4. We are supposed to enter 24-hour timing, right? 14. Okay, it should be 17. I think this will work. Yeah. Now we are following 24-hour timing here. So let's provide another timing, that is 16 30 0 0. This will be valid, and 15 30. Yes, this is also valid. Now we have finished almost all types of data validation things. That is, we have finished with any value, whole number, decimal, date, timing, test length, and the last one is list. So this is where things get interesting. Now let's cancel this. Now select the employee column. Now if you're running a company, then definitely you'll not have only one department in it. You might have multiple departments, right? So let us consider that you have a software development company. So in that, the basic departments will be software development team and software testing team. So what you can do is you can provide a list. So using that list, you can just hover over to that cell, select the drop down menu, and inside that you can select the option. So we will try to work something like that. If we have selected the entire column, selection, okay. Let us select the entire column again. Go to data validation. The selection contains some cells without data validation settings. Do you want to extend data validation to these cells? Yes. Now let us provide the list option. And here source you can provide as developer and tester. Press OK. Okay. Now input message, select one, error alert, invalid data, select from drop down only. Press OK. Now when you select the cell, you can see small drop down icon, right? So when you press it, you will have developer and tester option. So you can select developer for first one, and for second one you can select tester. Right. Okay, this is good for one or two options, maybe three, or even maybe like five. But what if you have more departments? Okay, let's go to this second sheet where we have the department data. So here we have like 14 departments, no, 15 departments, or 15 employee type names. So the first one is CEO, second is developer, tester, quality analyst, system analyst, finance, human resource. So many options are there. So you cannot keep on typing all of them, right? So here it is 15. What if you have like 25, like 50 departments, right? It will be tough. So for this, you have another option. So let me select all this data and copy this from this sheet to our employee sheet. Let us paste it somewhere here. Let's expand this. Okay, now we have our list over here. Now let us remove the data validation from this column. Clear all. Okay, now everything is cleared. Let's select OK. Now let us erase this data as well. Now let us apply the list data validation again from scratch. Go to list. Now here we can select the source. Select this particular cell and drag it until here, and it has been loaded. Now go to input message, data options, select one from the menu or the drop down, copy, error alert, select only from the drop down menu, invalid entry. Yeah, now let's select OK. Fine. Now you have the icon here. You have all the provided options. You can scroll down and select any one out of these. You can select knowledge transfer for the first one, and second one would be system analyst, and the last one would be human resources. Now in the list everything is fine. Okay, this is showing you the menu options and everything. So but what if you provide this sheet to your new joinee or new employee in your company, and by mistake he messes up something like deleting this? Okay, so we have deleted systems analyst, and when you click on the options here, you don't have systems analyst. In that place you have blank space, right? So there is a way where all your data can be messed up. So to avoid this, what you can do is you can actually save this data in a different sheet, like I did here, like department data. You can hide this sheet, or you can protect this sheet with password or something, so that nobody can mess this up. So now let us get back to the employee data and select this column and clear everything. Press OK, and let us also clear this and this as well, and this one too. Now let us eliminate the rows or cells, the employee, everything. Okay, now we have basically removed this data from here. Now let us try to apply the data validation once again. Now here let us select as list, and here let us provide the option. Let us go to next sheet. Let us select all these options and press OK. Okay, let's provide input message, data options, or department options. Now let's select OK. Now let's hide this sheet. Now the sheet has been hidden and you still have the options. Developer, or let us provide CEO. Then we have developer. Then we have tester. So that's how you can protect your how to protect and lock cells in Excel. Now why do we need to lock or protect cells in Excel? Let us imagine that there is an Excel sheet with really confidential data and you need to pass that data to your subordinate or your colleague to make some minor edits. Now let us imagine that the edits are supposed to be done to only 1 or 2 columns and the rest of the columns should be left as they are. Now there is a huge possibility that sometimes unknowingly or unwillingly there might be some edits done by your colleague or your subordinate. So to avoid such kind of unexpected mistakes, you might want to protect and lock your cells that you don't want your subordinate or your colleague to edit. So before we begin, be kind enough to get subscribed to our YouTube channel and don't forget to hit that bell icon to stay updated on the latest IT trends and tech content. Now without further ado, let's get started with our 1-point agenda, that is lock or protect cells in Excel. Now let's get back into the practical mode and start our Microsoft Excel. Now we are on the Microsoft Excel and this particular spreadsheet is related to employee details. Now the screen is visible a bit better. Now let us imagine that this is our confidential data and you want to edit only 2 columns, that is the designation column and phone number column. Now let us imagine that the company has finished one annual year and now there are some promotions happening in the company, and let us also imagine that the phone numbers of the employees provided by the company have undergone some changes. So now the minor edits that you want to make are related to the designation column and phone number column. Now you can see that all the columns, that is the blood group, new salary, salary hike, current salary and name of the employee, serial number, employee number, everything is editable. So in such kind of scenarios, when you pass on this data, there might be a possibility where your colleague or subordinate might end up making some mistakes, right? So you want to avoid that. So you can do that by locking the cells. Now let us rename this sheet. Now the sheet has been renamed successfully. So now you can lock the cells by the following process. So in this process, you have 2 major steps. First one is to lock the cells and the next one is to protect the cells by a password. Now when you select all the cells in this particular sheet, you can just click on this edge here and you have all the cells selected, and now right click somewhere on the sheet and you can see an option called Format Cells. So in this particular option, you have some options provided, which is number, alignment, font, and you want to go into the protection part. So you can see by default, Excel keeps all the cells locked. Now we want the phone number and designation to be unlocked. Okay, so let's cancel it for now and get back to the sheet and select the columns D and I, and now let's right click and go into Format Cells, and in the protection option make sure that you uncheck the locked icon. Now select OK, and now okay, so you cannot include the merged cell. Fine, we have a cell here which is merged. Okay, let's remove that. Okay, now again select the entire column, right click, get into Format Cells and uncheck the lock option, select OK. Now we have finished the first part, that is locking all the cells which you don't want to get edit and unlocking the cells where you want to make some edits. Now the second stage is protecting the sheet. Now right click on the sheet name and you can see an option called Protect Sheet. Click that, and now here you can see select locked cells and also select unlocked cells. So let us provide a password here. So let us use some simple password so that we don't forget that. So I'll be selecting 123 and now select OK. Re-enter the password to proceed. Now let us type 123 again. Now select OK, and now the sheet is protected. Now we have successfully locked and protected all the cells in Excel. Now let us verify that the cells you wanted to protect are really protected and locked or not. So we have unlocked phone number and designation, and everything else is locked. Now let me try and edit the blood group. So when I double click or try to edit this particular sheet, then I'll be receiving a warning from Excel. It says the cell or chart you're trying to change is on a protected sheet. To make a change, unprotect the sheet. You might be requested to enter a password. So it says that this particular cell is locked and you cannot edit it. Now let us try to edit the phone numbers which we kept as unlocked. So you can see I can really edit the unlocked cell here. Now let me try to change this phone number. Let me enter some random phone number. So you can see the cell is editable. Now let us go through the designation column and try to edit this particular column. Now since I said that there's a promotion happening in the company, so the deputy CEO is now the current CEO of the company, and software developer happens to become the senior software developer, and the tester as well. Let us imagine that he will become the senior, and so on. Okay, so this proves that this particular sheet is editable. Not the entire sheet, but only the cells that we kept in the unlock mode. Okay. Now this is how you lock and protect your cells in Excel. Now you can see that I have sales data on my worksheet. So let us imagine that your manager asked you to find the average of sales happening in your company, right? So let's navigate to the bottommost cell and write it down as average here. Okay, average sales. So here, this is a cell where you want to keep your average, right? So here we'll be writing a small formula, that is average, and tab to select it. Now you must select the array of data, right? So this is my array, since average is an array function, and now press enter. So there you go, you have the average sales data that happened in your company.
So to understand the page setup in MS Excel, we will go through a demo inventory in Excel where we'll be considering some restaurant data. Now without any delay, let's get started with the practical demo. Now we are on the Excel sheet and this is the data I was talking about. The restaurant data where we have the first column, that is rank, and next we have the restaurant name. Followed by that we have the sales happening through that restaurant, and then we have the segment category. That is what kind of service does that particular restaurant offers. Now this is the list what we made, and what if we wanted to represent this data in the form of a printed paper, right? So I guess you can see all the columns and rows here. So you can see that we have almost like 250 rows. So there is no chance, or there is no way to print all those 250 rows in one page. Of course it is practically possible, but when you try to read the content, it will be so tough to read because all the rows will be clubbed together so closely so that you cannot read it. So you need to print them page by page. So, and you need to also take care of the data is aligned properly according to the page size, everything, and even you need to take care of the margins of your page, right? So that's what page setup basically means. So we had a detailed overview of our data and what actually we're trying to make. Now let us see how page setup is possible in MS Excel. So to go to the page setup menu or go to the page setup options, we have three methods. Let's start with the simplest method. So the simplest method is by just clicking on File and go to Print option. And you'll see all the page setup options right over here. And you can also go to Print menu by pressing a shortcut method, that is Ctrl P. So you'll directly end up on the page setup options. Now let's look at the second method. So the second method is, you can see the toolbar over here, right? Which has File, Home, Insert, Draw, Page Layout, Formulas, Data, Review,
view, and help. So the second method, we can use page layout option from the toolbar. And you can see when you click on the page option from the toolbar, you have a new ribbon over here. So this ribbon is all about page setup options. So it will offer you margins, it will offer you orientation, size, print area, breaks, background, print tiles, etc., etc. Right? So all these options or menus in this ribbon belong to page setup. Now let us look at the third method. So the third method is something similar. You have view option on the toolbar. So just select a view and you can see we have few page setup options over here as well. The normal, page break, page layout, custom views, and we have grid lines, formula bar, heading, zoom in, zoom out, select to zoom, freeze certain panes, right? So all these are also the page setup options. So we have the three methods to enter the page setup options. Now we are familiar with those. Now let's get started with the practical mode on page setup. For that, let me use the simplest method, that is holding the control key and pressing P, which navigates me to the print option. Now we have various set of options here. We have no scaling, normal margins, letter, portrait orientation, collated, print active sheets, and note 1 for Windows. You can see this option is the printer's option. For example, if you're connected to a printer, which is the hardware printer, then your MS Excel will show the printer's name here. So other than printer, you can also make some other arrangements where you can just directly print your complete data in the form of PDF, and then you can export your PDF to your recipient. That's also possible. Okay, now let's get started with the first option, that is print active pages. Okay, to understand this better, we need to create a new sheet. Not a problem. So you can see that we just have one sheet over here. So let us kind of select all the items and create a new sheet and try to paste it over here. Or let's try to paste it over here. Okay, now let's try to extend these. Yeah, this should be fine. Now let's rename this sheet. Or let's rename it as restaurant sheet 2 for our reference. Now let us get back to the print sheet option. So I'll use the shortest method, that is holding the control key and press P. Now you can see that here we have 6 pages in total from the active sheets. So the current active sheet is the top 250 sheet. So this particular sheet is the current active sheet. So if we print the entire data in this particular sheet, then we will end up printing 6 pages. Now let us select the other option where you have to print the entire workbook. Right. So now you can see that there is a change in the number, that is 12 pages. So what is a workbook? So basically workbook is the collection of entire sheets in your Excel homepage. So in this particular Excel homepage, you have the first sheet, that is top 250, and the second sheet, that is the restaurant sheet 2, right? So the combination of these two sheets make up a workbook. So when you select the entire workbook option, you'll have 12 pages. So that's how we use this setting where you select the active sheets, the entire workbook, and there is another option where you can only print a selected item. So if you want to do this, then let's get back here. Now, what if your customer or what if your client wanted the top 10 restaurants only? So you can select the top 10 restaurants by doing this. Now you have the top 10 restaurants. Let's go to print. So you can see Excel has automatically selected the selection only, print the selected content only. So you can see we have only the top 10 restaurants or top 11 restaurants that we have selected in our sheet, and it is ready to get printed. So this is how we use the first option. Now let's get back. Let's not select that and let's make the pages normal. Now get back to the print option again. Now you can see the next option, that is collated. right? So in collated, you have different options. That is 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3. And the next one, which is uncollated, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3. So why are these numbers present here, and what does collated mean anyway? So this is your question, right? Now the answer for this question will be a little similar to your examination hall. Okay, let us imagine that you are in examination hall and you are the invigilator and you have 10 students in your room. So you wanted to provide question papers to all the 10 students. Okay, so you have your question paper distributed into 3 sheets. That is, you have marked questions and your questions are fit into 3 papers, right? In this scenario, we have 250 rows and all the data is split into 6 sheets. That is sheet 1 or page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, right? Now, if we wanted to print 10 copies, then the arrangement of papers will be page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6 in continuous order, right? That is collated. If you wanted 10 copies of different ways, where you wanted to print the first sheet first, then you wanted to print the second sheet second, and the third sheet third, that is, you'll have 10 copies of first page, 10 copies of second page, 10 copies of third page, and so on. That particular approach is called uncollated approach, and if you're printing the pages in continuous order for 10 times, then that particular approach is called as collated approach. So this is what we had to learn about collated and uncollated. Now let's get back to the third option. Now let's press again print. Now we have our data over here. There's something wrong. Select all the elements, Control P. Yeah, now we have our data back. Now we have the third option, that is the portrait orientation. Okay, so when we click that, we have 2 options, that is portrait and landscape. So you might be having a good idea, like when you try to click a picture in your phone, we have 2 modes as well, that is portrait mode and the landscape mode. So when you click on the portrait mode, this is how your data will be looking. Now to understand the difference, let's click the landscape mode. So when you click the landscape mode, this is how your data representation will change. You'll have a wider page to print. So this is why we use the page orientation. For now, let's keep the page orientation as portrait orientation. And we have now the fourth option. So what is the fourth option? We have various sets of options in here, that is letter and A4 size. There are also some more page options over here where you can select the page types you want to print. So basically you'll be having few more options, that is A4, A5, A3, etc. But here we just have 2, that is A4 and letter. So basically you'll get those options, and followed by that next we have margins. So here you can see we don't have any margins for our data. Okay, so now we can add some margins by setting up this one as an option, like last custom setting, or you can also choose normal, wide, narrow, right? So your page will be changed according to your margin size. Right, so this is how you can change the margins. Now let's keep it as default. Let's set the normal one. Now we have the next option, that is scaling option. So here you can see we are trying to fit the page. So when you're trying to print these sheets using no scaling, then the actual size of the page will be printed. Now you can also modify that. You can fit and print these sizes. So you can remember the first option that I said of printing all the 250 rows in one single sheet. This is how you can fit it. So fit the sheet on one page, where you can see all the 250 rows are fit into one page, but the data is not readable. So, but we don't want this type of an approach, right? So let's keep it as the default one, which is no scaling. So these are the variety of options in print. Now, if you wanted to print all the 6 pages into the PDF format and mail it to your client, you can also do that. I think I have explained it in the first place. So you can see we can do it by just selecting this option where you can print all the 6 pages and into PDF format, and then you can mail them to your client. And you can also select the number of copies you want. You can increase the copies to 2, 3 and any number of copies you want. For now I'll keep it as 1 copy. Now let's print this. Now let us select the location, rename it and publish. Now let's get back to documents and see if the page is printed or not. Here you go. Here we have the restaurant data in the form of PDF. So we have our entire 6 pages of data in the PDF format. Now we are back on the home page. Now we had some limited functions in the print function over here. We had tried to export the data. So you can also export the data or try to print it from the print option over here. You can just select that as well. You can find PDF. Yes, the pages are printed now. There you go, we have the restaurant 2 PDF data. So that's how you can print all your data. You can either choose the export option or you can either choose the print option. Now when you see into the print option, we have limited number of page setup options over here. Now let's check out what we missed. So we are in the page layout here. So we had gone through the margins, we had set all the margins, and then we have also gone through the portrait and landscape. Now you can see the size. When we were in the print menu option, we had only A4 and letter. But here you can see there are a wide variety of options. That is, other than letter, we have tabloid, legal, statement, executive, A3, right? We have A5 and many more other options. And if you want some more paper options, you can go to more and you can always select a few more options. That's how you do it. And yeah, we didn't have the break option. So remember when we had been through the print option, we did not have the break option there. Let's select this to normal A4. So you cannot see the break option over here, right? So here we have the break option. So what does break option does? Right? You can actually break the page. Remember we spoke about the top 10 things or the top 10 rows. You can always do that. So you can just keep the top 10 restaurants in your first page and then break the remaining. And to set page breaks, you can select the cell. Now I need the top 10, so I'll select this particular cell, which is in the 11th position. And now I'll try to implement the page break. Insert a page break. And now you can see on my sheet there is a thin line which is separating the 2 pages. That's how you can see the indication of a page break implemented onto your page. Now how do you say it? You can say it by selecting Ctrl P, where you can see the first top 10 restaurants being printed on your sheet. So there you go, we have the first top 10 restaurants printed on our sheets. So that's how you use the page break. Now let's try to eliminate all the page breaks. So you can select breaks and reset all page breaks. So the page break has been eliminated. Now you can always choose a background for your data as well. You just, if you want, you can add a picture to your background. I think that's not available for now. Okay, you can work offline as well. Let us select this one. So you can see that we have added a background to our data. We can select all the text files and then we can change the color so that the text becomes a little visible. Yeah, that's how you do it. Now if you don't want the image to be added on your file, you can also remove that, delete page background, and there you go, all the images are gone. Now the next important part, that is the print titles. Now why do we need print titles? For that, let's try to print this. So now you can see the first page. In the first page we have the title, rank, restaurant, sales, segment, category. But if you go to the second page, you don't have that title, right? You don't have the title, rank, name of the restaurant, sales, and their service category. So if we want that, then we need to add titles. Now for that, let's select the print titles option. Now let's select the rows to repeat on top. Now for that, we need the first row. Select the first row, and this particular row will be repeating into all the pages. Now let's try to print it. So yeah, now you can see the titles are being added to all the sheets. You can see the page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, and page 6. So you can see the titles added to all the sheets.
Now we are on the spreadsheet. So here, what exactly are page breaks? So page breaks are something which help you during you're trying to print your data or present your data in the form of a web page, right? In those times, you cannot fit your entire Excel data in one spreadsheet or one paper or one web page, right? So in those scenarios, Excel will try to eliminate a few parts of your spreadsheet, or it will try to split the spreadsheet. So how exactly it looks like? So go to the view option and click on the view and click on page break preview. Here you can see the dotted lines, right? So these are the things which separate your data in form of pages so that it can be printable on one single page. So some of the times the user or the ex-user manually inserts a page break, right? So how do you insert it? Just go to the page layout, and here you can see the page breaks. Insert a page break, and you have successfully inserted a page break. Again, go to the view, go to page break view, and here you can see the solid line. So these solid ones are the ones which are inserted by the users or anyone who had the access to the data. Now how do we eliminate them, right? So we can eliminate them, and we can try to get the sheet back to the normal way. So all you have to do is click on the cell which has the page break, which is right under the page break. Go to the insert page break, page layout menu, go to the breaks option, click on remove page break, and there you go, you have successfully eliminated the page break. And page break preview to make sure that the page break has been successfully removed, so you cannot see that anymore. So that's how you try to insert or eliminate a page break in Excel.
So conditional formatting is a method to visualize your worksheet. We already have the charts in Excel to visualize our Excel sheets in graphical form, but what if you had to see or visualize the data in your worksheet as it is? So that is where the conditional formatting comes handy. Now let's get back to the Microsoft Excel and try to implement some conditional formatting. Now we are on the Excel worksheet. This particular dataset is based on a store. Now we have various columns in this particular dataset. We have row ID, order ID, customer name, etc. And finally we have quantity, discount, and profits. Now let's go to profits. Let us imagine that we have provided this particular store with a target of minimum 15% profits. Now let us find out the stores that have hit the 15% target and the ones which did not. So for that, let us select the entire column. Now you can find the conditional formatting option in the home toolbar, and in that ribbon, the ribbon with styles has the conditional formatting option. Click on that and you have various options over here, highlighting the cells, top bottom rules, data bars, data scales, and icons. So data bars are actually the bar graphs which highlight themselves on each and every cell if you implement them. And these are the color scales. If you want to implement some colors, you can go through that. And if you want to represent your cells with icons, you can also do that. For now, let's highlight the cells. So select that, and inside this, select the greater than option. And here you can provide the percentage, that is 15%. And the cells or the stores which hit the target should be highlighted with the green color. And select OK, and there you go. You have your stores that hit the 15% target and the ones which did not hit the 15% target. Now if we want to highlight the ones which did not hit the 15% target, you can highlight them with the color red. So conditional formatting, highlight the cells less than 15% with color red and text dark. And there you go, it's done. Now let us consider another example. So this particular example is based on trained dataset.
And here we have the passenger ID, survived, passenger class, name, etc. Now we have a train accident incident over here. Now 1 is indicated that they are alive and 0 is indicated that they are not alive. Now let us use this column and conditional formatting. Highlight the cells containing the text as 1 with color green. Okay. And highlight the cells that contain text 0 as red, that indicates they are not alive. And let us select the icons. Now we have the icons over here. The X indicates that they are not alive and the green tick mark indicates that they are alive. Now that is how you use conditional formatting in Excel.
Now here on my spreadsheet you can see some data. So this particular data has some color markings. So we have used color codes to mark the designations of all the employees with different colors. So for example, blue for manager, purple for senior, and so on. Right. Now our duty is to count the total number of employees present in a company based on the color code. This can be done using filters, but let's try with color codes. Now we don't have a readily available function in Excel to count cells based on their colors, but we can make use of macro. Now to make use of macro, you might want to enable the developer options. So by default, these will be disabled in Excel. To enable them, right click on the toolbar and you can see this particular option. Click on the customize ribbon option and you will be provided with various set of options. Now on the right side, you can see developer options. So make sure the checkbox is clicked to enable developer options and press on OK to completely enable developer window. Right. Now when you click on developer options, you can see various options here. Visual Basics, macro, etc. Now click on the macro to create a macro. Now just give a name to the macro function. So I'll give Simplilearn and press on create to create that particular macro function. So we have already created a macro, that is count colored cells, which we will be using in our current spreadsheet for counting the colored cells. Now let us erase the newly created function. Now getting back to the original code. So how does this particular count colored cells works? So let us understand the function first, then we will try to make use of it in the spreadsheet. So the function name is count colored cells, as you can see, and this particular function will have two parameters, current cell and spreadsheet area. So the current cell will be the cell address where the color you want to count is present, and then the spreadsheet area. So what is the range of cells where you want to locate that particular color and count the number of repetitions? That is the spreadsheet area. And then comes the variables used, colored cell range, color code, and color cell count. So the colored cell, which particular cell is having that particular color and what color code is involved in that colored cell, and colored cell count. So what is the total count? What is the total number of colored cells you have in that particular range? That is colored cell count. Now let us consider color code is equals to current cell interior color, that is current cell dot interior dot color. So this is the function which will identify the interior color of a selected cell. Let us imagine that initially color code is equals to the current cell's color code. Okay. Now we will have the for loop, and that for loop will include colored cell, which is the current cell in the spreadsheet area. And if the colored cell, the currently selected colored cell dot interior dot color is equals to the color code that we have selected, then colored cell count, the variable which is used to count the number of colored cells, is equals to +1. Initially, by default, it will be 0. In case if this particular if condition is true, that is the current cell color and the color code given is equals to same, then the value of colored cell will increase by 1. And this particular if loop will run as many number of times the condition is true. So let us imagine that the condition will remain true for 5 times, then we have obtained 5 similarly colored cells in the given range of cells in a spreadsheet. And once the condition fails, then the latest value present in colored cell count variable will be displayed, which will be a final result. So this is how the macro function works. Now let's close the macro window and get back to our spreadsheet.
Now let us try to make use of the macro function that we just created. So that is equals to count colored cells. Press tab to select the macro function. And the first one is the current cell. So this is the current cell where the current color is being provided, comma, this cell range. So our cell range will be from C2 to C31. Right? So this is the range where we want to count the similarly colored cells, that is sky blue colored cells. Close the function and press enter. Now you can see the function has identified 6 repetitions of sky blue color in this particular range of cells. Now you can drag the same formula across all the cells and it will be providing the results of the same. So 6 senior colors, that is pink or purple color, then 2 repetitions of this particular color, 2 repetitions of trainee color, 5 for dark blue and 6 for green, right? So this is how the macro function works. And the key point to remember here is this particular macro will work only for manually colored cells. So there are situations where we have used conditional formatting to color a single cell. Let us imagine that we have used conditional formatting to recognize the employees with salary above 30,000 as green color. And if we try to use that particular green color to be counted by the color count cells function, no, it will not happen. It will not consider that color as a feedback or an input. Now in future we will also try to design a macro which can recognize the colors made by conditional formatting as well, but this particular function will be exclusively used for manually colored cells only. Dated if function is majorly used to find the differences between two individual dates. So it is also called as dated if by a few people, and a few people also reference it to date diff, that is date difference. So anything is good. Now to find the difference between any two dates, let's select a few dates. So the first date would be, let us imagine that you're an employee and you wanted to find out how many years that you've been working with an organization. So for that you might want to need today and the date where you joined the company, right? So it might be date of joining and today. So what's the difference, right? So let us imagine that you joined the organization somewhere around 2010, 0105, 2010, and today. So for today, you can give any particular date. Let us imagine that today is 1st of January 2021 or 2022. Now we have both the dates, that is the joining date and the current date, which can be the current date. So the day can be anything. So you might be watching this on a different date as well. So the date of that day for today would be a little different. So we'll imagine the today's date as an imaginary date. Now we might want to find the difference, that is in terms of years. So you wanted to find the difference in terms of years. So here you can find the difference in terms of years, days, and months as well. So currently, let's try to find out the difference in terms of years. So for years, you might want to specify the third parameter in the dative function as y. If you wanted months, you have to give the m as the third parameter. And if you wanted to find the days, you might want to give d as the third parameter. So we have discussed the third parameter. So what are the first two parameters, right? So the first two parameters are the first date and the last date. So the first date in this situation is your date of joining, and the last date or the final date, which you want here as your today. So let's find the difference. So for that equals to, so it can be dated if or date diff. So date if and the first date, which is the A2, and comma the last date, that is B2, and your parameter, third parameter in terms of years, that is y. Close the bracket and press enter. So there you go, you have your date here. So it's been like 11 years that you're working with your organization. So that's how you find out the differences. So we have 11 years because we did not finish the 12th year completely. So if we had given the month as maybe 6, where we have finished our total years, then it will automatically change to 12 years. So
Now, For this particular task, we will be considering the student database. Now, let's get into practical mode and start our Excel. So on my screen, you can see some data related to students. Now, let us try to duplicate some of the rows here. So we have selected the rows 8, 9, 10 and 11. Now we shall copy them and paste them. So now these are the duplicate elements, right? Now there might be possibilities about the duplication of class because all the 10 students are in same class, so there might be a duplication, but we are not looking for such kind of duplications, right? We are looking for the duplication of the entire row. For example, we have the details of Mike over here in the 8th row, which has the roll number or serial number as 7, name as Mike, roll number, class, blood group, and subject scores, percentage, round of percentage, and total marks. So the entire 8th row is being copied here, and it is in the row number 12. We have the exact same details. So what if you have the exact same rows duplicated? So that's what we're going to deal with. We're going to eliminate the duplicate rows all completely together. Now to carry over this task, we have to select the data from toolbar. So you have various options, file, home, insert, etc. So you need to select the data, and inside the data toolbar we have the ribbon, and inside ribbon you have got the duplicate values or remove duplicates option in the ribbon. So select all the data, select remove duplicates, and now you can see that we have all our column names over here, and make sure that you have selected my data as headers and then select OK. And now you can see that Excel has automatically removed 4 duplicate values. So 4 duplicate values are found and removed. 10 unique values remain. Now another type of remove duplicates can also be done. So you can see that here we have another data set which has phone numbers or phone names, that is phone makers, that is Samsung, Huawei, Vivo, Oppo, etc. So there are some duplicate values in this. I've copy pasted them. So now you can also do that. So just select all the data and now go into home and select conditional formatting, and here select highlight cell rules, and inside that you have duplicate values. Selecting this option will help you identify the duplicate values in your dataset but not to remove them. So you can select that and you can see the duplicate values are highlighted over here in the red color. Now again you can get back to data and select the option of remove duplicates and select OK, and the duplicate values will be automatically eliminated. So that's how you delete or eliminate duplicate values in a dataset. And you can also see that we have another duplicate in this particular row, and if you wanted to select a particular row and eliminate the duplicates, you can also do that. Now for that you need to go to the same process, remove duplicates, and here Microsoft Excel is asking you if you had to expand the selection to the entire dataset or you want to continue with the selected dataset itself or selected column itself. So for that you need to select the continue with the current selection and remove duplicates and press OK, and you can see 1 duplicate value was found and it has been removed and 6 unique values remain. So that's how you use the function of removing duplicates in Excel.
So what is SumIfs in Excel? Now, you might want to calculate the total sum of sales, right? So let us assume that this is your entire store's sales data and you wanted to calculate the entire sum of sales. So there is a sum function in Excel where you just have to, select all the cells and apply sum function onto it and you'll get the sum of all the sales, right? So with something like this, you'll select all the cells and then you'll apply a sums function and you'll get the sum here and average everything, right? So this is fine, but what if you just wanted to find the sales that are happening in only Western region? As you can see, our column F is based on region. So we have 4 regions, South, West, East, and Central. So your manager asks you to find the sales happening in, suppose, say, West region. So how do you calculate it? would you manually go into each cell and check if it's west and calculate? That will be time consuming, right? So what if you had a method which could do it for you just in a matter of few steps or few clicks, right? So that's exactly SumIfs. So it will basically add a condition, calculate the sum of sales where the region is equals to west. Simple to like or similar to SQL query, right? So that is exactly what we're going to do in Excel today, that is using SumIfs. Now let me add here sales of west region. Now in the next cell, let's add a SumIfs function. Remember, there are multiple sum functions in Excel. So when you type in SUM, you can see so many options based on sum, right? You just have sum, followed by that you have sum if. It is just sum if, not sum ifs. Today we are concentrating on sum ifs. So not just sum if, we'll go to sum ifs. So we'll be having an option of placing multiple if conditions there. So let's also try that. More on that later. Now let's press tab to select our sum ifs function. Now, okay, we forgot another important step. So before we apply sum ifs, we need to convert our table into a table format. Yes, it looks table, but right now it's not in tabular format. It is in the format of database. We know that Microsoft Excel considers its data as a database by default. So to convert the database into table, just click anywhere on the data and press Ctrl T so that you'll have a new dialog box, and it will ask if your table has headers. Just make sure that you have ticked in it. Our table does have headers, so select OK. Now our database has been converted into a perfect table and it's ready for applying SumIfs function. So now you can see our database has been successfully converted into a table. Now let's begin with our SumIfs. Now again, remember we are using SumIfs here, not SumIf or sum. So select SumIfs and press tab and we have our SumIfs function. Now the first step, which column are we looking at? What are we finding out, right? Which is a sum range? What sum do you want? For now, we need sum of sales. So select the sales column and we have a simple key function here. Let's hold control, again press shift and hold shift together. So we're holding control and shift key together, and now we're pressing lower arrow key once. Yes, the entire sales column has been selected, comma. Now where do you want to look? So we want to look, which part of the table you want to fetch, right? So this is the region part we want to fetch right now. So again, hold control and shift together, lower arrow key, the entire column is selected. Now the next last part. So we want to look into the both of the columns, that is sales column and region column. Now which type of data you want? So for now we want Western type of data, that is the sales data which is happening only in West, right? So we'll select this cell with the data as West, or you can also manually enter it. For now, let's select the data. So I'm selecting the cell F7, which has data as West, right? Now let's close the parenthesis and press enter. So there you go. You have the sales happening in the Western region. Now you can also try to format it in the form of currency. So let's use dollars, since it is based on American states. So let's use dollars. So there you go. Now we are having the sales data of West. Now let's try to copy the same to all the 4 cells. And for now here, let's type in East. And this can be South, right? And this can be your Central. There you go. Right. Now you can also copy the same formula and make minor edits to it. So here, instead of F8, you can select East. So where is East? Here, and press enter. So you have the sales related to East. Now let's try to edit F9 with South. Select South region, enter. So you have South sales, and what remaining is Central. So let's edit Central as well and press enter. So there you go. Right, now you have all the separate sales data from West, East, South and Central. Now again, you might want a bit more granularity in data. right? Or in your reports, right? Like you wanted to find the sales data happening in West and you wanted to find out the category based on only furnitures. So your manager will ask you, okay, a fantastic job. So now just give me another minute detail on the data. I want to calculate the sales happening on West based on category furniture, right? So he wants furniture or he wants office supplies only, right? You can also do that. It's not an issue at all. Now let's try to copy this cell and paste it here, and sales in West. Let's add another input here on furniture, right? Now you wanted to calculate the sales happening in West region only on furniture. So you can also do that. Now we can use the same formula as well. Just copy paste the formula here, right? And you can add few things here. When you try to add a comma, it will automatically generate the next criteria. So it is expecting that you are looking for adding another criteria, right? Now which column you want? You want category. So let's select category. You want to select all the cells. Same trick, Control Shift lower key, and again press comma, and you wanted to select only furniture. So select on furniture cell. There you go. Now press enter. So there you go. We successfully have the sales data from West region based on category only furniture. So that's how you do SumIfs in Excel. You can also add a few more details to it. Like in furniture, you can also look only for tables. So here you can see in West region, we have furniture sales data, and we have sales data of West region based on furniture, which includes only tables. You can also do that using SumIfs function in the same way. All you have to do is select this subcategory column and select the cell which has the data as tables. So this is how you use SumIfs in Excel. Now creating a pivot table is just away from a few clicks. Trust me, it is just a couple of clicks and you'll have your pivot table ready to operate. Now click any cell or select any cell on your spreadsheet which has the data and navigate to insert menu on the toolbar and select pivot table, and that's how simple it is. Now automatically Excel will choose your data. You can see the lines over here, dotted lines. That means the Excel has already selected the range of data that you want to put into your pivot table, and you can either select the existing worksheet or a new worksheet. I'll select a new worksheet over here and just press on OK, and there you go, you have your pivot table ready. Now here you can see your pivot table is a little empty. All you need to do is drag and drop the data elements that you want on your pivot table. So here you can see on our spreadsheet, we have some business data related to a store, which has furniture and states and subcategories of the furniture and all the, in category you have furniture, office supplies, technology, etc. Right? So those have some subcategories as well and different states and the regions as well, and the quantity total sales happen, right? So using this business data, we can find out some key insights of this particular data using our pivot table, right? So here we'll add the data. Now let me drag the region into rows, click and drag, and let me drag categories into columns, which are the different categories which are involved in the sales data, and values, what are the sales happened, right? And there you go. You have furnitures, office supplies, technology as the three different categories, and those are the sales happened in Central, East, South, and West regions, and this is the grand total. And instead of regions, you have all the regions over here, right? So Central, East, South, West, or instead of all the regions, or instead of all the categories, you can, place a specific category in your pivot table. For example, let me push the category into the filters, and here you can see the total sales happened in those particular regions. Now what if someone asks you to find the sales of only furniture, right? So your manager comes to you and he'll ask you, getting the sales of only furnitures. You can select that, and there you go, you have the furniture sales in all the regions, right? Or you can also do the vice versa. You can also drag regions into the filters, and if you wanted to find out the region wise sales of furniture, you can also do that, right? So here we have furniture, and here you have all the regions, and let us try to find the sales of furniture in the central region, and there you go, right? So this is how the pivot table works. And you can also remove the regions. For example, if you wanted to remove a certain element from filters or anywhere, if it is columns, rows, anything, you can just drag and drop it, right? So that's how it works. And also you can increase the level of detail or improve the granularity, right? So here we have categories on our columns. So you can also include subcategories into the columns, right? And you have the region wise sales. So in the region filter, select all, press OK, and in the category, select all, press OK, and you have the furniture here, office supplies here, and technology here. And also if you want to include the quantity, how much or how many number of things got sold in those particular categories and subcategories, you can also do that. So here in the furniture section, books, these are the sales, and this is the number of quantity or elements sold in those particular sectors. So you can also improve the level of granularity. You can also improve the level of detail using pivot tables. And now autofill in Excel is a feature where you can add some series automatically using Excel. For example, let us imagine that you wanted to add index numbers, right? So starting from 1 to 10. So manually you will be typing in the numbers and you'll be doing it, right? So instead of this, what if I said you there was a simple way where Excel will fill all the data for you, right? So just start with 1, 2, and select these two cells, and you can see the flash logo over here, right? So that's the indication that Excel has understood your pattern and it is ready to fill the remaining numbers. So as long as you drag this logo or that ending part where you have a small square box, that will fill all the numbers until where you have dragged it. So that's how autofill works. And you might be wondering, will it work only for numbers? No, it will also work on some logics as well. Okay, this was the first part. Let us also look at some other tricks with autofill. Now, most of the time you might be just adding one number and try to drag that cell, and the result is it will copy the same number all the time, right? So you can change it by clicking on this menu. You can click on fill series and it will change to series. And this was one more trick with numbers. Now getting back to the next type. So let us imagine now the next type of series you want to add is weeks in a day, right? So you'll be having Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, right? So you can also do the series of weekdays using autofill in Excel as well. So drag that cell and it will give you all the days or weekdays in a week. Now let's try January, and this will give you the months in a year in the shortcut way, right? Since you just added the first 3 letters of the month, it will recognize the pattern and it will do the same for you. Now let us try the full names of months, right? And now let's try to drag it. It'll fill all the full names of all the months. Now let's try the dates. So let us imagine that this is the first day of the current year, right? It will now give you all the dates of that current month or until the end of the year as well. There you go. Now let us imagine that your manager tells you to add the dates of working days in the month of January. So how can you do that? It's simple. All you need to do is select the cell, go to the fill option, select series, and here select column wise since you want the dates in columns, and here in the type select date. Date unit should be weekday and the stock value should be the next month, right? Since your manager asked for the weekdays of January, so your stock value will be the 1st of February. Press OK and there you go. So since the 1st of January is Friday, it's selected over here, and the rest too, Saturday and Sunday, are eliminated. Similarly, we have all the dates here of working days only. So that's how you use autofill in Excel. So on my screen, you can see a simple spreadsheet with student names and their marks on my sheet.
So we will be calculating what are the total marks obtained by the students in overall subjects and calculate what is the percentage. Now we will carry forward a few simple inbuilt functions in Excel to calculate that. First, we will be calculating the sum of marks. So here equals to sum function, and select the range of cells. Close the bracket, press enter. So you have the sum now. So we have to calculate it, repeat. So by clicking on the same formula, now we have the total of all the subjects for individual students. And now let's calculate percentage. So usually we use the divide by option, that is divide the total number of marks obtained by the total number of marks available, that is we will be dividing 407 by 500 and then we will be multiplying that into 100. So that's how we calculate the percentage. So cell G2 divided by cell H2, press enter, and you will end up with the decimal format. That's perfectly alright. Now we have also extended the same formula for all our cells. Now select this overall column or select the highlighted cells, right, and get into the data type. Here you have general, so that's why we have got that decimal format. But when you press percentage, you'll have the actual percentage of all the students according to their marks achieved.
Now we are on our Excel spreadsheet, and this spreadsheet has some values of employees. That is their employee ID, name, designation, department, salary, date of birth, and date of joining. Now our concern is to highlight some cells which are duplicate in this, or some rows which are duplicate. So for example, here you can see on row number 7 we have the details of Martha, and you can see the same details of Martha in the row number 14 as well, right? So you need to eliminate those cells, or you need to eliminate those rows. Now you can say there is a quick way, just few clicks and those will be eliminated, that is conditional formatting. Yes, that is also one way, but I'll show you what's the problem with that. Okay, so let us select the entire table and get into conditional formatting, and here you have duplicate values, highlight cell rules with duplicate values, and there you go, the problem. So here we have designation which is duplicated in certain ways, department and salary, state of joining, right? So there are certain conditions or scenarios where you cannot directly identify which is the duplicate row. Again, you can use the same for this, right? So you can select the entire column of employee ID and you can identify the duplicate cells here, since the employee IDs are unique for everyone. So this is a way, but let's dig a little deeper and understand the way of highlighting duplicates with an advanced technique. So let me cancel this, and for that let's create a new column, and let's name this as duplicate flag. Flag. So the new column has been created, which is D flag. So here we will be using a simple formula, that is countIF, and here press tab to select the formula, and here we will be adding our range, that is which range are you considering. So the range will be the employee ID, since employee IDs are unique for every employee, and let's press function F4 to fix it. And now again the criteria, and the criteria will be the same cell, that is A2, and now close the bracket and press enter. Now let's drag the same formula to all the rows. Okay, now here we have. Now what you can do is sort it in an advanced way. Go to sort and filter and custom sort, and here you'll be sorting by the D flag, and it will be smallest to largest. So now You can apply the conditional formatting to highlight it. You can select the column H or the D flag, go to conditional formatting, highlight cell rules, and here you can get into greater than and give the value as 1. Okay, so all the cells which are repeated multiple times will be selected here, and they will be highlighted with a selected color what you have given. So I've given red. So now you can select these cells and highlight them or delete them from your spreadsheet. And now all your data in the spreadsheet is unique and clean.
Now let's quickly get onto the practical mode, where we will have some datasets over which we will be trying to apply the charts. Now there are various types of charts in Tableau, and those are the pie chart, the column chart, the bar chart, column versus line, pivot chart, and sparkline charts. So we will discuss one after the other. First, let us discuss about the pie chart. So as you can see, we have a small dataset on my screen which I have personally created, and this deals with the companies and this deals with the shares of the automobile industry. So now for this, let's create a pie chart. Select all the data and then get into the toolbar, and inside the toolbar you can see various options, and inside that we're going to use the insert option. And when you select the insert option, you will have a ribbon here, and inside the ribbon you can see groups, tables, illustrations, add-ins, and here you go. These are the charts. So now we needed a pie chart. So select on that icon and you have various types of pie charts. You have 2-dimensional pie charts, 3-dimensional pie charts, donut type of charts, etc. Right? So I would like to go with the 3-dimensional pie chart as it looks a little more appealing and easy to understand. And now there you go. This is the title of the chart, and these are the legends of the chart, and this is the chart area, and these are the values. Now we can kind of add the data labels as well. So you can just have to press the plus icon over here and you'll have the options. You can add the data labels, which will give you a lot more interesting values. And you can also turn this around. As you can see, on double clicking any part of the pie chart, you'll get this option which is called as format data point. And let's imagine that you wanted to show the information related to this particular one, which is Volvo, which has the biggest share. So this is in front right now. Now what if you wanted to show the information related to Tata, which is over here, right? For that you can select this particular arrow key and you can just twist it, and there you go. It is coming in front. This will be a great way of presenting your data to your clients, right? Yeah. And there is another option where you can directly explode this, like you can pick it out. You can see this, right? Point explosion, where you can split it out and you can show that, especially like you can highlight it and show it. So that's the a great way of presenting your data. So that's how you can work with pie charts in Excel. Now let's quickly move to the next one, that is the column chart. And in the column chart we have the data related to some company and the profits of that company based on a year. So you can see that the year has started from 2008 and it has gone until 2021, and these are the profits of that company year after year. So since we are dealing with column chart, I'll tell you the simplest way to create a column chart. There is a shortcut key for that, which is Alt F1, and there you go. You have the chart right on your screen. Now you can expand the chart just by dragging it like that, and you can see that there is some problem with this chart. That is, we have numbers here instead of years, right? You can see that the first column is the years, which is 2008 to 2021, but here you can see we have 1, 2, 3, 4, which is not proper, right? So to change the axis, that is, you can see the axis which is 1, 2, 3. Let me expand my screen a little bit. Yeah. So if you look at my screen, we have two different columns. One column is about the years and the second column is about the revenue. Now what we want to do is we want to create a line graph where we have year on the x-axis and revenue on the y-axis, and we will be generating a line graph based on the data we have. Now for that, we have to select the entire data what we have. Then we need to go into the insert option in the toolbar, and then you can see a lot of chart options in the insert ribbon. Now here you can see that we have a line chart or area chart option. Select that, and here you can see 2D line graphs. Now let's select the first one, and there you go. You have the line chart here. Now let's rename the title. And there is one problem with the chart here. You can see that the x-axis is not actually pointing the years. You can make a change to that, no worries. Just right click, and then you can see the select data option, and there you go. You have the edit option here. Just edit it, and now select the range. I am selecting the years now. Let's select OK, and there you go. You have the years here. You can just try to expand it a little more. Yeah. So now you have the revenue on the y-axis and year on the x-axis, and this shows the growth of revenue in your company. So this is how you create a line graph in Excel.
Simplilearn. Now, let us imagine that you are the CEO of an IT company and you have taken up multiple projects. Let us imagine that you wish to keep track of all the projects. So, what if there was a tool which could keep track of all the projects in the form of a detailed visualization with the percentage in the form of a graph or a bar chart? Interesting, right? That's exactly what we are going to design today using Microsoft Excel. So without further ado, let's get started with our 1-point agenda, that is Progress Tracker in Excel. Now, to design a progress tracker in Excel, let us get back to the practical mode where we might have to use our Microsoft Excel. Now we are on the Microsoft Excel and we have taken some sample data to make things look simple. So here we're considering a set of students and their attendance percentage. So we will be using this particular data and design a progress tracker. Now let us try to increase the size of the cells. Now select all the cells in the attendance column. Now we have selected all the cells in the attendance column, and in the toolbar select the Home tab, and inside the Home tab you have Styles group. Inside the Styles group select Conditional Formatting, and inside the Conditional Formatting option select New Rule. So in the New Rule we want to select the first option, that is Format all cells based on their values. Now here you can see Format Style. Since we are trying to create data bars, we need to select the option of data bars here. And under the data bar options, we have some more options on the drop down menu. So here in the type, select number, and the minimum number is 0. It is automatically stored here, and the maximum value is again a number, and let us provide it as 1. Now here you can select the color for your bars. Now since we have already chosen green for all the column headers, let's choose blue and select OK. Now here you can see that the values are being indicated using bar graphs, right? And you can also see the percentage values. But we can make it look a little more better by shifting them to the left side, and text could be given as white so that it's more vibrant to look at. And now we can also apply some conditional formatting onto these attendance columns. So let us try to highlight the students having attendance less than 65%. So highlight cell rules less than 65% attendance. With red color. Select OK, and there you go. You have the progress tracker right on your screen, and using the same principles you can track the attendance for all the students, and also you can apply some conditional formatting onto all your cells and highlight the ones which are not on the track. Now this is how you can implement progress trackers using Excel.
Now for this particular example, we are going to use the employees data. Now let's quickly get back to the practical mode and enter into Excel. Now you can see that we are on Excel sheet right now. So let me expand my screen a little bit so that the data is a little more visible. Yeah. So here on my screen, you can see that we have employees data. So the first column is the name of the employees, and the second column is the start dates of the employees, that when have they started working with the organization and when they have ended or resigned to their position in that particular organization, and the duration gives us the number of days they have worked in that particular organization. So to create a Gantt chart is really simple. You just have to select the data and then go to the insert option, and in there you can see the charts icon and select all charts, and in that select the bar chart, and here you can see the stacked bar chart. Select that and press OK, and there you go. You have the stacked bar chart right on your screen. Let's expand this a little more so that we have the clear visualization of the dates as well. Now you can, if you want, you can change the title as ORG data or employee data. And now we are partially done with our chart. Now the next thing we have to do is select the bar chart, right click on it, select data, and here select the add icon. Now you need to select the series name. So the series name is duration for our Gantt chart, and series values are, let's select this and select, let's move a little. Yeah, so these are the data series. Let's select OK, and you can see the Gantt chart on my screen right here. Select OK and it's done. And still now it's not complete yet. So to finish it, you need to select the blue colored bars here and right click on them and select Format Data Series. Go to the fill icon and select No Fill. And it's done for now, and you can see that there is a difference in this particular arrangement. We had Joe at the first place and Susan at the last place, but here you can see Joe is in the last place and Susan is in the first place. So we need to make some arrangements here. For that, right click, select Format, Access, and then here you can see Categorize in reverse order, and there you go, it should be done. And there you go, you have your Gantt chart right on your screen.
Excel is a really powerful tool for data analytics and reporting, and pivot tables are one of the features that Excel offers for creating tabular reports to summarize our data. Let's begin by understanding what is a pivot table. A pivot table is a tool that summarizes and reorganizes selected columns and rows of data in a spreadsheet to obtain a desired report. It does not actually change the spreadsheet data. It simply pivots or turns the data to view it in different perspectives. Pivot tables are especially useful with large amounts of data that would be time-consuming to calculate manually. Now, let's understand the different components of a pivot table. So there are four main components. First, we have rows. When a field is chosen for the row area, it populates as the first column in the pivot table. Similar to the columns, all row labels are unique values and duplicates are removed. Columns is the second component. When a field is chosen for the column area, only the unique values of the field are listed across the top. Then we have values. Each value is kept in a pivot table cell and displays the summarized information. The most common values are sum, average, minimum, and maximum. Finally, we have filters. Filters apply a calculation or restriction to the entire table. So let's jump over to Microsoft Excel and let me show you the dataset that we will use in this demo. So with India being ready for its 16th census in 2021, that is next year, it is a good time for us to analyze India's last census data from 2011 and see where different states and cities across India stood in terms of population, literacy, and other socioeconomic factors. We will analyze this data by creating different pivot tables in Excel and explore some of its features. So let's begin. First, I'll show you one of the features that Excel offers us. So suppose I click on any cell and hit Ctrl plus Q, you can see our entire table is selected, and at the right bottom there's an option of quick analysis. Now you can see by default Excel has prompted certain features such as formatting, we have charts, totals, and there's one more called tables. Now Excel by default has created some pivot tables for us. Now the first one you say is sum of district code by state names. Next we have sum of sex ratio by state name. Then we have sum of child sex ratio, sum of male graduates, and sum of female graduates by state name, and there are others. Before creating our pivot table, so let's have a final look at our data set. So first column you see is the city column. So there are different cities from different parts of India. Then we have the state code, we have the state name, district code, we have the total population followed by male and female population. Next you can see we have the total literates from each city. Then we have the male and female literates. Next we have the sex ratio. Then we have the child sex ratio. Next we have total number of graduates. And finally you can see we have male and female graduates. So using this table we'll create several pivot tables. Now first of all, let's create a pivot table to find the total population for each state and sort it in descending order. So you can see here we have the problem statement. So our first pivot table will have the total population for each of the states in descending order. So to create a pivot table, you can click any cell in your data, go to the Insert tab, and here left you can see we have the option to create a pivot table. So let me select pivot table. Now my range is already selected, the entire table, and here I'll choose existing worksheet because I want to place my pivot table in the same worksheet, and I'll give my location, I'll point to cell Q5. Now let me click OK. You can see the pivot table fields appears here on the right. Now since we want to find the total population for each state, so what I'll do is I'll drag my state name onto rows. So here in our pivot table you can see we have the different state names listed. Now we want the total population for each of these states. So in the field list I'll search for total population, which is this one, and drag it under values. You can see we have a sum of total population for each of these states. By default Excel will sum any numeric column. You can always change it to average, minimum, maximum, anything you want. Now we want to sort this column in descending order. So I right click, go to sort option and choose Z to A, that is largest to smallest. You can see here in 2011 Maharashtra had the highest number of population, or the total population in Maharashtra was the highest. Then it was Uttar Pradesh, we had Andhra Pradesh, and if I come down we have Nagaland and Andaman and Nicobar Islands towards the end. So this is a simple pivot table that we created. Now the next problem we have is we want to find the total sum of literates in each city belonging to a certain state. So let's see how to do it. I'll click on any cell, go to Insert, and here I can click on pivot table. My range is selected. I'll choose existing worksheet and give my location, which is Q5. I click on OK. Now here we want to find the total sum of literates. So what I'll do is first let me drag total literates column to values. You have the total sum of literates from all the states. Next I want to see the sum of total literates based on states and cities. So let me first drag state name onto rows and then we'll drag city onto rows. You can see here we have our pivot table ready. To the left of the pivot table you can see we have the state names and the cities per state, and on the right you can see the total number of literates from each city. If I scroll down, we have Assam, then you can see we have Bihar, and if I keep scrolling, we have all the states: Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, there's Jammu and Kashmir, which has now become a union territory. We have Jharkhand, Karnataka, and other states as well. Moving on. Okay, so the next thing we want to see is what is the average sex ratio and the child sex ratio for each state. With that, we also want to find the states that had the highest and lowest sex ratio in 2011. So let's create a pivot table for this. I'll click on any cell, go to insert, choose pivot table, click on existing worksheet. I'll select cell Q5 and click on OK. Now, since we want the average sex ratio and the child sex ratio, so first I'll drag those columns. Either you can manually scroll and drag it, or here you have the option to search for it. So if I look for child, you can see we have the same column listed. You can just drag it from there. Let me delete this. And I also want the sex ratio, so I'll place it on top of child sex ratio. Next, we want to see it based on different states. So what I'll do is I'll take state name and put it under rows. So here you can see we have our pivot table ready. On the left you can see we have the different state names listed, and on the right we have the values. Now we want to find the average. Now by default Excel will sum the numeric columns. You can see it tells you sum of sex ratio and child sex ratio. So what you can do, you can click on this drop down and go to value field settings, and here summarize values by, you can choose average. You can see the custom name, it says average of sex ratio. Click on OK. Our entire column is now giving us the average sex ratio. Similarly for this column, let me convert it into average. I'll again click on the drop down, go to value field settings, click on average and click OK. And you can see here we have the average of child sex ratio for each of the states. Now the next question says which states had the highest and lowest sex ratio. So we'll consider this column. So we'll sort it in any order you want. You can do it either ascending or descending. Let me sort it in descending order. You can see we have our column sorted now. So in 2011 Kerala had the highest sex ratio, and if I scroll down to the bottom you can see Himachal Pradesh had the lowest, which is around 818. Up next, let's explore one more feature of pivot table. So suppose you want to see the top or bottom few rows of a pivot table, you can do that as well. So here we have a question at hand. We want to find the top 3 cities with the highest number of female graduates. So let's see from the entire pivot table how we can filter the top 3 cities. So I'll go to insert, click on the pivot table option, go to existing worksheet, click on Q5 and hit OK. Now since we want to find the top 3 cities, I'll drag city column onto rows, and then we want the female graduates. So in the search bar I'll look for female and I'll choose this column, that is female graduates, and drag it here onto values. So I have the sum of female graduates for each of the cities. Now since we want to find the highest number of female graduates in the top 3 cities, so let me first sort this column. I'll sort it in descending order. Now we have it sorted. Now from this you can say that Delhi, Greater Mumbai and Bangalore are the top 3 cities, but it's displaying all the cities for us. So let's filter only the top 3. So what you can do is right click and go to filter. Under filter you have the option of top 10. I'll select this. Here I only want the top 3. So either you can go down like this, or you can directly type 3 your column is already selected, let me just click on OK. There you go. We have the required pivot table ready, and it only displays us the top 3 cities with the highest number of female graduates. Now the next thing we want to see is how to use a slicer in a pivot table. So we have a question here. What's the total population for all the cities in Rajasthan and Karnataka? So let's create a pivot table for this and see how you can use a slicer to filter the table. Click on existing. I'll click on a location, this time Q6. Click OK. Now since I want the total population, so I'll drag total population onto values, and then I'll select the city onto rows and then the state name also. I'll place it on top of city. So you have in the pivot table all the states and their cities, and on the right you can see the total population for each of these cities. But our question is, we want to find only for Rajasthan and Karnataka. Now for that, what you can do is go to insert and create a slicer. Either you can create from this option, or you can go to pivot table analyze option, and here you have the option to create or insert a slicer. I'll click on this, and since we want to slice the table based on state, that is Rajasthan and Karnataka, I'll choose state name as my slicer field. You can see this is my slicer here. Now you only want the data for Rajasthan and Karnataka, so I'll search for these two. So here we have Karnataka, so let me select Karnataka first, and I also want for Rajasthan, so let me select Rajasthan also. You can see in our pivot table we only have data for Rajasthan and Karnataka. So this pivot table shows you different cities from Karnataka and the total sum of population from each of the cities, and similarly we also have for Rajasthan. Moving ahead, now we will see another very interesting feature of pivot, that is how you can create percentage contribution of a table. For example, we have a question here. What's the percentage contribution of male and female literates from each state? Now we want to see in terms of percentage and not as sum or average. Let's do that. I'll create my pivot table, click on existing, and I'll select an empty cell. Okay. Now here, since we want to find the percentage contribution of male and female literates, so first I'll drag male literates onto values, followed by female literates onto values. By default it has summed up the male literates and female literates value. And also I want to drag state column to rows. So here you can see the sum of male literates and female literates per state. I want to convert this as percentage contribution. So what we can do is, I'll select any cell and I'll right click and I'll go to show value as, and here I have the option to select percentage of grand total. So I'll select this. You can see we have the percentage contribution of male literates to the total. Now if I sort this, you will get to know which state contributed or has the highest percentage contribution. So we have Maharashtra for male literates, then we had Uttar Pradesh in 2011. If I come down, we had Meghalaya, Nagaland and Andaman and Nicobar Islands as those states which had little or minimal contribution to male literates. Similarly, let's do it for female literates. I'll go to show value as and select percentage of grand total. So you can see here also Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, then Gujarat and all had the highest percentage contribution to female literates. So this is another good feature to convert your data and see it in terms of percentage. Now moving ahead, let's say we want to find the bottom 3 cities from each state that had the lowest female graduates. We can do that as well. I'll go to insert, click on pivot, go to existing worksheet, select an empty worksheet and click on OK. Now since I want to see based on states as well as cities, so let me drag the state name first onto rows and let's drag the city column onto rows. Next, we want female graduates, so let me look for female graduates in the field list. I'll drag it onto values. Now we have the list of states and their respective cities, and to the right of the pivot table you can see the sum of female graduates from each city. Now first I'll sort this column. I'll right click, go to sort and click on shortest to largest. Now we have sorted our female graduates from shortest or smallest to largest. Now since I want to find the bottom 3 cities from each state, I'll come to this cell, right click, go to filter and select top 10. Now I'll replace top 10 with bottom and I want the bottom 3 cities from each state. I have my column selected, that is sum of female graduates. If I click on OK, you can see here some of the states don't have 3 cities. So you can see Andaman and Nicobar Islands has only 1 city, that is Port Blair, while the remaining you can find the bottom 3 cities with the lowest number of female graduates. So Andhra Pradesh had these 3, in Assam we had Nagaon, then there was Dibrugarh and Silchar. Similarly, if I come down in Haryana, we have Palwal, Kathal and Zind. If I come further, here you can see for Karnataka there's Gangavati, there's Rani Benur and there's Kolar. Similarly, you can see for Kerala as well. Now moving ahead, now in the next example, I'll tell you how you can create a calculated field or a calculated column in Excel with the help of a pivot table. So in a pivot table, you can create or use custom formulas to create calculated fields or items. Calculated fields are formulas that can refer to other fields in the pivot table. Calculated fields appear with other value fields in the pivot table. Like other value fields, a calculated field's name may precede with sum of followed by the field name. So here we have a sales table that has columns like the items, which has different fruits and vegetables, and those have been categorized as fruits and vegetables. We have the price per kg, and this is in terms of rupees, and we have the quantity that was sold. Now let's see, if you want to find the sales for each item in the table, you can create a calculated field. So your sales column is going to be the product of price per kg and quantity. So let me show you how you can do that with the help of a pivot table. I'll create a pivot table first. Click on an empty cell, hit OK. Now if you see on the top, under pivot table analyze and under calculations we have the option fields, items and sets. If I click on this drop down, I get the option to create a calculated field or insert a calculated field. I click on this. I'll give my field name as sales and I'll select my formula. I'll first click on price per kg and hit insert field. I'll give a space, hit shift 8 to give the product symbol, and then I'll double click on quantity. Now this is my formula for sales, that is price per kg multiplied by quantity. I'll click on add and I click on OK. If you see here, there's a calculated field that is present in the pivot table fields, which is sales, but it did not add it to our original table. Our original table is the same, but here we have added a calculated field which is present only in the pivot table list. Now we can use this. It has already taken it under values. Now let's say I want to find the sum of sales for each item under each category. You can see it here. We have our category fruit and we have our category vegetable, and under that we have different items like apple, apricot, banana. Similarly, in vegetables we have broccoli, the carrots, corn, eggplant, and others. So this is how you can create a calculated field in a pivot table. Now there's one more good feature that Excel offers us in pivot table is to create a pivot chart. So you can use your pivot table and create different charts. So I'll show you how to do that. If I go to insert, here I have the option of recommended charts. If I click on this, Excel gives me some default charts which you can use. Let's say I'll select this. Let me drag it a bit to the right. Here you can see I'll close this pivot field list. This is a nice bar chart that Excel has created. This is called a pivot chart. Now here you can see the category fruits and vegetables and the different fruits and vegetables or the items. In the y-axis you can see the total sales. If you see from the graph, guava made the highest amount of sales. Now if I sort this, let's sort this first. You can see it here, fruit guava made the highest amount of sales. Now since I sorted and changed my pivot table, the pivot chart also automatically gets updated. Similarly, there are other charts also that you can create. Let's go to the insert tab and let's click on recommended charts again. Let's look for a pie chart. So this is a pie chart that you can create. Let me click on OK. So here is our pie chart, and each pie represents a certain item, and the pie that has the highest area represents it had the highest amount of sales. In this case you can see it is guava, and similarly we have other items as well. This is fruit banana, that's corn, and we have spinach and others. Let's explore a few other charts. So first I'll click on my pivot table, go to insert, and under recommended charts let's now select a line chart. If I hit OK, move it to the right. So this is a line chart. You can see it starts from guava, which had the highest amount of sales, then it drops, and in the x-axis you can see the different items. Similarly, when it starts with the vegetables, broccoli made the highest amount of sales with 2,800 rupees, and our lowest was eggplant at 900 rupees. For fruits, papaya sold the least at 700 rupees. Let's take another chart. I'll go to insert. Under recommended charts, let's see, this time we'll see a bar chart. Now this is a horizontal bar chart and not a vertical one. We just saw a vertical column chart like this. This is an horizontal bar chart. Now you can always increase and decrease the size of these charts. Let's explore a last chart. Let's take the area chart for now. So this is an area chart. Again, it looks similar to the line chart. It starts with guava, which had the highest amount of sales. Similarly, papaya under fruits had the lowest amount of sales. Under vegetables it was broccoli, and finally eggplant made the lowest amount of sales under vegetable. Now let's go to our first sheet and summarize what we have done in this demo for pivot tables in Excel. So we had our data. This is 2011 census data from India. We had the different cities, the state names, and we had the total population, total literates, female literates, male literates. We had the sex ratio, total graduates, and other information. So we began by understanding how to create a simple pivot table where we calculated the total population for each state and sorted it in descending order. We found that Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh had the total population in 2011. Then we saw another pivot table where we calculated the total sum of literates in each city belonging to a certain state. So you can see we had the different state names and the cities under each state. Then we saw another feature where you could calculate the average of a certain numerical column. So here we calculated the average sex ratio and the child sex ratio for each state and found out which one had the highest and lowest sex ratio. After that, we saw how you could find or filter tables. We saw how to find the top 3 cities with the highest number of female graduates. We found out that Delhi, Greater Mumbai and Bangalore were the top cities with highest number of female graduates. Next, we saw how to use slicer in a pivot table. So we sliced our table based on Rajasthan and Karnataka state and saw the total population for all the cities in Rajasthan and Karnataka. In the next sheet, we explored another feature that was to find the percentage contribution of male and female literates from each state. Then here we saw how to find out the bottom 3 cities for each state having lowest female graduates. Now, one thing marked that some of the states did not have 3 cities. For example, Andaman had only 1 city, that was Port Blair, but the others we found out the bottom 3 cities that had the lowest female graduates. Finally, we looked at how to create a calculated field in a pivot table. So we saw how to create a calculated field called sales, and then we explored how to create different charts and graphs. So this was an area chart that we saw. There's a column chart. We also saw or looked at a bar chart, that was a horizontal bar chart. Similarly, we saw how to create a pie chart as well.
So how to create a pivot chart, you ask? It is really simple. All you need to do is just follow few steps and you have your pivot chart ready, which is completely interactive. Now all you have to do is select any cell in the dataset you have and rush into the insert toolbar. Then in the group of charts, you have an option called pivot chart. Select on it. Now you'll be asked to select the data range, and you can see Excel has automatically selected all the range that you want to include in your pivot chart. Then you have another option which is asking you to either create the pivot chart in the current worksheet or a new worksheet. For now, let's select a new worksheet. And there you go. Voila, the pivot chart is completely ready. You might ask me, this is completely empty. Yes, the default pivot chart, what you get from Excel, will be completely empty, but you can add the legends and all the data that you want to add onto your pivot chart just by dragging and dropping the data from the right hand side of your Excel sheet, that is from the pivot chart fields. So you can see we have various options: region, category, state, subcategory, sales, quantity, etc. Now I'll add region. I'll add region to access, and comparatively we will see the sales that are happening in those particular regions by dragging sales into values. Now you have all the data in the form of pivot chart, which is completely interactive, which represents the sales happening in those regions. Now you can also select a particular region, right? By default all the regions are selected, but if you want to select only central, then you can do that by deselecting everything and select only central and select OK, and there you go. You have all the data related to the sales happening in the central region. Now if you want to kind of see all the categories of sales happening in all the regions, you can drag the category into values again, and in the region part, okay, I think we have to add category into legends. Yes. Now select regions, that is all regions, and select OK, and you can see the category wise sales in all the regions at one single go. And I hope you did not observe it clearly. The Excel also gives you the completely prepared pivot table as well, right, which is also interactive. You can also get to choose the data from here as well and select OK, and you'll see that being reflected on the pivot chart. So here you can see both pivot table and pivot charts are completely interactive. Now here we have 4 different sheets of the sales. So the first sheet is the West zone, next is South zone, East zone and Central zone. So all this data belongs to one single sheet, that is Superstore dataset. So I have categorized, or I have taken a part of the data which belongs to Central region, South region, West region and East region. Now we are going to use all these 4 sheets and create one single sheet which is the pivot table of all the 4 sheets. Now without further ado, let's start the process. Now for that, we might want to use the shortcut key, that is Alt D. Now press P. Now this starts the pivot chart wizard. Now here we have to choose the option multiple consolidation ranges. Then click on next. And here you can see the pivot table is clicked by default. Now we'll go to next. Now here, click I will create page fields, or the pivot chart wizard will automatically create if you want that to create for you. Now click on next. Now here, let's select the range. Now I'll be selecting the range. Add it. Now next we'll select east. Add it. Followed by that we have south. And finally we have west. Now we will name these according to the regions. So the first one will be west. Next one will be south. Next one will be east. And the last one will be central. Click on next, and here select new worksheet and finish. And there you go. You have the pivot table here. Now you might want to change the summation value. So click anywhere on the pivot table and change it from count to sum, so that you have the summation of the total number of sales, subcategory sales, and grand total of sales, etc. Now here you can see all option. Now let's select central, and you'll get the details of the central region, the grand total and the sales happening, quantity of sales, etc. Now here you can see the furniture, office supplies, technology, and the grand total all in one single sheet. Now let's get back to the original sheet. So as you can see, this is the original sheet, and in the original sheet you can see various more categories, which is the shipment mode, customer segment, country, city, state, and you also have product name, subcategory, etc. So if you had added all these into this sheet, you can also create a separate option of adding minute details to your pivot table. So that is how the pivot table is created using multiple sheets. Mail merge in Excel is a simple yet spectacular method to write similar emails to hundreds and thousands of recipients without a hassle or even a single error. Let us imagine that you are supposed to write an interview call letter to multiple recipients. So what if you had like 5 recipients? You could do 5 different emails and you could send them. But what if you had 50 or even 500, right? That would seem a little troublesome, and you might even feel that you might want a whole team to do that, right? But what if I say that you can do the same with one single mail? Within a matter of minutes, you send all the emails to all the 50 or 500 recipients. Sounds interesting, right? So now in this particular tutorial, we are going to do the same. Now without further ado, let's directly get onto the practical mode and start our Excel and try to do some mail merge in Excel. Now we are on practical mode and we have started our Microsoft Excel. So regarding the example we discussed earlier, that is sending an interview call letter to multiple people, that's what exactly this Excel sheet does. So here we have about 25 members or 25 candidates with their first name, last name, and email and their address written over. Now where is our call letter? Now this happens to be our call letter. So the call letter is being sent from an imaginary company, that is Smart Solutions Private Limited India, and followed by that we are having one recipient here who happens to be Mia, and the subject and everything, all the text related to the interview call. Now we are trying to send this one single interview call letter to all the 25 people. Now the only change that is going to happen is the recipient's name and address is going to change, and the addressing. For example, here you can see Dear Mia. So instead of Dear Mia, we're going to greet the recipient with their particular name. So that's what we're going to try to do now. So to do that, you have to go into the toolbar and select Mailings option. In the Mailings option, you can see the Start Mail Merge, Select Recipients, Edit Recipient, and all other options. So here, you might want to select the second group, and inside the second group, you have an option called Select Recipients. Click on that, and now it will show you some options. The first one is type in new list. So if you are having some list, then you can type in, or if you already have an existing list, like what we did, creating an Excel sheet and storing all the email and address and all the recipients' complete details, you can use that as well. So here, we're going to use the existing list. So click on that. Now, it will show you a new dialog box using which you have to navigate to the existing list. So our existing list is named as Mail Merge. So click on that and select Open. Now press OK. Now the next part is to address all the details. So here you can see that to address, and after that you can see the addressing of the recipient. Now we have to encode this mail in such a way that to all the recipients, automatically Excel will replace the addresses, names, and the greetings. Right? Now let's try that. Now let's try to encode the address part. So highlight the address part, and in the same Mailings option, you can find the address block in Write and Insert Fields ribbon. So let's select that, and now you can see the address of everyone, right? So this is the preview of the recipient's address. Now you can see that the recipient's full name and state is only available here, not the street and house number, etc. Now you can fix that by selecting the Match Fields option, and here you can include the address, so which might be the house or apartment, and the second one would be street, and postal code you can match it with pin code, and that's all. Yeah, remaining we have everything else. Let's look at the preview, and this is how it looks like. Perfect. Now let's select OK. Now that's fine. And similarly, we will also try to match the, just a moment, yeah. Similarly, we'll try to encode the recipient's name. Now for that, let's go into the greetings line. Here you can see you can select the option Dear Sir or Dear Ma'am, or to whomever may concern. And here you have another option, to or just Dear, so we'll go with Dear, and this is how the preview looks like. And if you're happy with that, it's okay. And if you want to parallelly check for other things, other recipients, you can also do that. For example, the next recipient is Santosh Shastri, and followed by him we have Prabhakar Reddy, Rajesh Saho, right? You can also check everything. And here you can also see the address changing on the mail. So you can check for Jagdish Chari, his address and his name, right? So it looks like it's working perfectly. Now select OK, and that's done. Now we are in the final stage, and in the Mailings option, you can see the last two options, that is the preview results and finish. So before merging and finishing the mail merge, we shall go through a quick preview to check if everything is fine or not. So here you can see we have the address block. This is how the encoding looks like, and if you replace the encoding with the actual address and name, this is how the actual address and name look like. And you can check all the letters. You can just click on the arrow key here, and you can check all the recipient's address and their names, right? So if you can find any errors, you can replace them, and if not, if everything is fine, then you can just quickly press on the finish and merge option.
when you finish merge option or finish and merge option, you get 3 different options. That is edit individual documents, print documents, and send all these to the recipients. Now, if you had any queries or if you had any doubts about, or if you find any errors on the emails, then you can go to that particular individual document and edit it with the first option. And in the second option, you can print all the documents. Like if you want to send a hard copy, then you can print it. So you can see here all and select OK. And then you can, kind of save it as a PDF, or you can send the location of your printer and then just press OK. Right, you can just save them in the form of PDF, or you can directly send the emails. Right now I'm not connected to any printer, so I'm not going to print any documents. Now let us try the last one. This should be interesting. Now when you select the mail option, then it automatically selects the email column from your Excel sheet. Remember, we had an email column from Excel sheet, right? This particular column, Word automatically selects that column from Excel, and you can just select OK, and all the mails will be sent to all these imaginary mailing addresses. So that's how it's done.
What is Excel VLOOKUP? VLOOKUP stands for vertical lookup. VLOOKUP lets you search for specific information in your spreadsheet. It allows you to search for a particular value in a column and returns another value from a different column but of the same row. VLOOKUP takes advantage of vertically aligned tables to quickly find data associated with the value the user enters. Now, let's look at the syntax to write a VLOOKUP function. So VLOOKUP takes 4 parameters or arguments. You can see it here. There are 4 arguments in the VLOOKUP function. So the first argument is called the lookup value. The lookup value represents the value that you are searching for. Next is the table array. The table array represents 2 or more columns of information. The third argument is called the column index number. Now this represents the column number in the table from which the value must be returned. The first column is 1, the second column is 2, and so on. And then we have the fourth parameter, which is called the range lookup. Now this parameter is optional. Now range lookup is used to find an exact match. So if you want to find an exact match, you need to enter false or 0. Meanwhile, if you want an approximate match, you need to enter true or 1.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Now, let me give you a brief overview on what's going to be in our demo. So for our demonstration, we'll use a sales dataset. You can see the dataset on the left. Using this dataset, we'll understand how VLOOKUP performs an exact and approximate match. We'll see how VLOOKUP is case insensitive. Then we'll perform a wildcard character search. We'll understand how to handle errors when a match is not found. And finally, you will look at two-way lookups. Now here is a small example of how VLOOKUP works. So we want to find the units sold by Morgan using the dataset on the left. So here you can see I have the dataset. It has some rows and columns. So these are the columns which are order date, region, there's a representative column, item, units, there's unit cost and total. And from this table I want to find the units that were sold by Morgan. Now if you look at the table, at the bottom you can see the representative name Morgan, and Morgan has sold 30 units. Now I want to find this value using the VLOOKUP function. So here on the right you can see I have my lookup value, which is Morgan, and this is my VLOOKUP formula, and using this formula I'm getting the result as 30. Now let's go to our Excel workbook and perform all the demos one by one. So this is my Excel workbook that we are going to use for our demo, and here is the dataset we'll be using. Now this is the same dataset that you saw a while ago. So this dataset has 7 columns. You have the order date, the region, representative's name, item, there's units, unit cost and total, which is basically the total or the amount of sales that was generated. Now we are going to use a chunk of this dataset and perform our VLOOKUP analysis. So let's see our first example and the problem we have at hand. Let me go to the exact match tab. Alright, so here I'm going to use this chunk of data which is actually taken from the original data set. So we have taken the first 11 rows from the data set. You can see from row 2 till row 12 is going to be our data set that we'll use. So we have a question here. We want to find the items sold by Thompson. So here Thompson is my lookup value, which means looking at Thompson, I want to find the item that he sold. So if you consider our table here, you can see we have the representative's name Thompson right here, and from the table you can see Thompson sold pencil, and I want to get this value which is pencil using my VLOOKUP function. So let's go ahead and write our VLOOKUP function. I'll consider this as my lookup value, and here under item I'm going to write my VLOOKUP formula. To write the VLOOKUP formula, I'll write first equal to, and I'll write VLOOKUP. Now if I hit tab, it will auto-complete. Alright, now let's give the parameters. So first is going to be the lookup value, which is nothing but Thompson. So I'll just select this cell, which is J17, comma. Now it's asking to give the table array. So the table array is the table from which you want to retrieve a value. One thing to keep in mind is that the value you are looking for should be the first column of a table, and you can select the table array till the end of the dataset or till the column which has the value you want to find. So here I'll select my table array starting from the representatives column till the end of the item column, which is going to be my table array. Then I'll select the column index number. So the column index number is based on the table array you have selected. In this case, my column index number is going to be 2 because we have selected just 2 columns, and the value which I am going to find is in the second column. So I'll give 2, comma. Now the range lookup I'm going to give is false because I want to find an exact match. So either you can hit tab or you can write 0, which means false. If I close the bracket and hit enter, it will return me the item that Thompson had sold, which is pencil. You can verify from the table that Thompson had sold pencil. Alright. Now let's try to change the table array and see what result are we getting. So this time I'll slightly change the table array. So again we are trying to find the item that Thompson had sold. So I'll write my formula equal to VLOOKUP. I'll hit tab to autocomplete. I'll give my lookup value as Thompson, comma. This time I'm choosing my table array starting from the representatives column till the end of the dataset, which is till P12. Again, my column index number is going to be 2 because if you consider this table array, the item column is the second column in the selected table array. So I'm going to write it as 2, comma. The range lookup I want to give as false because I want to find the exact match. If I close this and hit enter, you can see it has returned me the same result that we saw earlier. Now suppose, let's say this time I want to start my table array from the region column, which is this column. So I want to select my table array starting from the region column. Now this is going to show me an error because your table array should always start from the lookup value column. So if you consider Thompson as the lookup value, my table array should always start from the representatives column. So let's just try this example. So I'll write VLOOKUP. My lookup value I'm going to give it as Thompson, comma. The table array, as I mentioned earlier, I'm going to choose from the region column, and let's say I'll select till the item column, give another comma, and this time my column index number is going to be 3 because since the table array has 3 columns and my item column is the last column, so I'm going to give my column index number as 3, comma. I want to get the exact match, so I'll give 0. If I close the bracket and hit enter, you can see it has given me an error. Okay, now let me just show you another method to use VLOOKUP in Excel. So here on the top you can see there's a formulas tab, and under formulas tab under function library you see we have an option to select lookup and reference. If I click on this, And if I scroll down below, you can see there's an option called VLOOKUP. Let's choose this. Alright, now here you can give your lookup value, your table array, column index number, and the range lookup under this function arguments dialog box. So here I want to select my lookup value as Thompson. My table array is going to be from the representatives column till, let's say, the end of the data set. My column index number is going to be 2. I'll write 2, and range lookup I'll write as false because I want the exact match. Now if I hit OK, you can see it has given us the exact same result. So this is one of the other ways to use VLOOKUP in Excel. Now let's move to the next sheet, which is regarding approximate match. Okay, so sometimes you might have cases where you don't have the lookup value present in the table. In those cases, you can tell VLOOKUP to return an approximate match. Now one thing to keep in mind is that your lookup value column should always be sorted in ascending order while trying to get an approximate match. So here we are going to use this table, and my lookup value column, which is going to be the representatives column, is already sorted in ascending order. And let's see the question we have here. So I want to find the item sold and the unit cost for Matt. So my lookup value is going to be Matt. Now if you see this table, I don't have the representative's name Matt anywhere in the table. Now using an approximate match, I want to find the item and the unit cost. So let's do it. So here under item, I'll write my VLOOKUP formula. So I'll type VLOOKUP, I'll hit tab to complete it. And this time my lookup value is going to be Matt. So I'll select this cell, comma. My table array I'll select from the representatives column till the end of item column because I want to find the item value for Matt. I'll give a comma. My column index number as per the table array is going to be 2, comma. My range lookup this time I'm going to give is true or 1. So I'll write 1, close the bracket, hit enter. Alright, it has returned me binder was the item sold by Matt. Now let's try to figure out why VLOOKUP returned binder as the item. Now let's say you were asked to insert the name Matt to the representative column in alphabetical order. So where would you place it? Ideally, you should place between Kivel and Morgan. Since this column is already sorted, Matt should appear before Morgan and after Kivel. So in an approximate match, VLOOKUP will consider the previous highest value. In this case, the previous highest value before Matt is Kivel, and hence VLOOKUP returned the corresponding item purchased by Kivel, which is binder. Now similarly, if you wanted to find the unit cost for Matt, again VLOOKUP will return the unit cost of Kivel, which is 125. Let's just try it out. So I'll write VLOOKUP. My lookup value is Matt, comma. My table array for this time is going to be from representatives column till the unit cost column I'll consider. I'll give a comma. Now the column index number as per the table array is going to be 4. I'll give another comma, and this time I'll double click true because I want an approximate match. If I close the bracket, hit enter, you can see it has returned me 125, which is actually Kivel's unit cost. Okay, we have another question, and this time I want to find the units sold by Rob. Now Rob is going to be my lookup value. If you see the representatives column, we don't have Rob. Now let's see what VLOOKUP is going to return as the item for Rob. So I'll write VLOOKUP. I'll give my lookup value as Rob, comma. My table array is going to start from the representatives column. I'll select till here. I'll give a comma. My column index number is 2. I'll give another comma. I'll double click on true. I close the bracket, hit enter. You can see VLOOKUP has returned me pen. Now let's understand why VLOOKUP returned pen for Rob. Now if you are asked to insert the representative's name Rob into this column, so ideally Rob would appear somewhere between Morgan and Sorvino, because since this is sorted in ascending order, Rob is actually greater than Morgan and is less than Sorvino. So as you know, VLOOKUP in an approximate match returns the previous highest value, which is Morgan here, and the corresponding item for Morgan is pen, and hence VLOOKUP returned pen for Rob. Alright, now moving to the next sheet, which is another property of VLOOKUP, which tells VLOOKUP always looks to the right. This means that your lookup value must always be on the left, and the value you are going to find out should always be to the right of the table. Now consider this scenario where your lookup value is on the left. In this case, it is the representative's value, and I have taken Sorvino for an example, and we want to find the order date for Sorvino. Now if you consider this table, your lookup value, which is Sorvino, is actually this column, the representatives column, and we are going to find out the order date. So your representative's name is on the right of the table, and the value we are going to find out is on the left of the table. Now as per the property, VLOOKUP only looks to the right. So if I use the VLOOKUP function for this example here, I'll write VLOOKUP. I'll give my lookup value as Sorvino, comma, my table array I'll consider from the order date, because I want the order date, till the representatives column. I'll give a comma, and this time my column index number is actually the first column, if I consider my table array as the first 3 columns selected, and my range lookup is going to be false. If I close the bracket, hit enter, it returns me an error. The reason is VLOOKUP always looks to the right, and this time the value we were trying to find out was to the left of the table. Now if you consider the opposite case, suppose you have the order date and you want to find the representative's name, you can do that easily, because your lookup value, which is the order date, is on the left and your representatives column is on the right. So let's just try this. I'll write VLOOKUP. My lookup value is going to be Sorvino's order date, so I'll select it from the table. I'll give a comma. My table array will start from the J column. Let's say I'll select the entire table, comma, and my column index number will be 3 if you consider these as my table array, comma, my range lookup is 0. If I close this, hit enter, you can see we have got Sorvino corresponding to the order date. Alright, now let's move to the next tab. Now this tab says VLOOKUP returns only the first match. So we have a question at hand. The question is, find the units sold by Jardine. If you see this table, we have the representative's name Jardine twice. You see here, and if you look down, we have Jardine here as well. But the item sold by Jardine at the first instance is pencil, and at the second instance it's desk. Now as per the property, VLOOKUP always returns the first match. Now ideally, when we write the VLOOKUP function and look for the units sold by Jardine, you will see VLOOKUP will return 36 instead of 3. Let's just try it out. I'll write the VLOOKUP function. My lookup value is Jardine, comma, my table array I'll select from the representatives column till the end of units column. I'll give a comma. My column index number based on the table array is 3. I'll give another comma. Now I want the exact match, so I'll select 0, close the bracket and hit enter. Now as you can see, it returns me the first match of Jardine, which is 36. So VLOOKUP did not consider the second match. Now similarly, if you consider this table, we have Jones repeated thrice. So you have Jones here, you have Jones here for the second time, and also we have Jones for the third time. And let's say you want to find the unit cost for Jones. So if I write the VLOOKUP function, I'll consider my lookup value as Jones, comma, my table array I'll select from the representatives column till the end of unit cost column. I'll give a comma. Based on the table array, my unit cost column is at the 4th index, so I'll write 4, comma, the range lookup is 0. If I click on this and hit enter, you can see it here. VLOOKUP has returned the first instance of Jones and it did not consider the second and the third instance. So our unit cost for Jones is 1.99 because VLOOKUP only returns the first match. Okay, moving ahead to the next example we have here is VLOOKUP is case insensitive. If you consider this table, I've added another row in green. So if you see here, I have a representative name called Gil, which is in proper case or popularly known as sentence case. Here I have added Gil's name in capital letters or all in uppercase. So I want to find the total revenue generated by Gil. The total revenue is basically the total column. Let's do it. I'll write VLOOKUP. My lookup value is Gil, which is actually in uppercase. I'll consider my table array from the representatives column till the end of total column or the sales column. Based on this selection, my column index number is 5, comma, the range lookup is false. So I'll just double click on false. If I close the bracket, hit enter, you can see it here. Our VLOOKUP function has returned the total as 539.73, which is actually the value for this row. So clearly VLOOKUP did not consider Gil, which was present at the bottom of the table in uppercase. So this shows that VLOOKUP is clearly case insensitive. Alright, now moving to the next example. The VLOOKUP function supports wildcards, which makes it possible to perform a partial match on a lookup value. For instance, you can use VLOOKUP to retrieve values from a table after typing only part of a lookup value. To use wildcards with VLOOKUP, you must specify the exact match by giving false or 0 for the last argument, that is range lookup. Now we have a question here. I want to know how much sales did the representative whose name starts with KI make. Now here sales represents the total column actually. So I want to find out the person whose name starts with KI. So if you consider the representative column, I have one representative whose name starts with KI, that is Kivel. So using KI as my lookup value, I want to find the total. So let me show you how to use wildcard characters and find the value using VLOOKUP. So I'll write my function VLOOKUP. Okay. Now in lookup value, I'll give KI. After that, I'm going to write ampersand followed by double inverted commas. Then I'm going to write a star and close the inverted comma. This means the value starts with KI, ampersand actually represents concatenation, and star represents anything followed by KI. So this is going to be my lookup value in total. I'll give a comma. Next, I'll select my table array starting from the representatives column till the end of total column because I want to find the sales. I'll give another comma. My column index number based on the table array we have selected is 5, comma, the range lookup is 0 because I want to find an exact match. I'll close the bracket, hit enter. You can see it here. VLOOKUP has returned me 999.5, which is actually Kivel's total. Now there's another way to do it. Instead of selecting the cell in which we have the lookup value, I can directly write it in the VLOOKUP function. So I'll write the VLOOKUP function something like this. So my lookup value, I'll pass KI within double inverted commas because KI is a character value. So within double inverted commas, I'm writing KI followed by ampersand, which is for concatenation, followed by a star within double inverted commas. So this is going to be my lookup values. This in total means anything that appears after ki will be considered as the lookup value. Again, the table array I'll select as these rows and columns, comma, my column index number would be 5, comma, the range lookup is 0. If I close the bracket, hit enter, you see we have the same value. So this is another method or another way of using VLOOKUPs. Okay, now moving ahead, let's explore another feature of VLOOKUP. So if the VLOOKUP function cannot find a match, it returns a #NA error. Now if you want, you can use the if_NA function to replace the #NA error with a friendly message. So suppose you want to find the region in which an order was placed on 10th of May 2018. Now if the order date is not found, I want to return a message that is invalid date. So if you look at the order date column, we don't have any value for 10th of May 2015. You can see these values. We don't have any value corresponding to this date. So if my VLOOKUP function cannot find this lookup value, I'll return invalid date. So let me show you how to write this. I'll type my VLOOKUP function. I'll give my order date as 10th of May 2015 as my lookup value, and then I'll consider my table array starting from the order date column till the end of region column. I'll give another comma. My column index number would be 2 this time based on the table array we have selected, comma. I want an exact match. So I'll give 0, close the bracket and hit enter. There you go. It has returned me an error. Now I want to convert this error to a friendly message saying invalid date. So let me show you how to do it. I'll do it here. So to return a valid message, I'll use the if_NA function. And within if_NA function, I'll give my VLOOKUP function. So let me type if_NA. I'll hit tab. Now for the value parameter, I'll use my VLOOKUP function. So my lookup value is going to be the order date, comma, my table array I'll select from the order date column till the end of region column, comma, my column index number is going to be 2, comma, my range lookup is 0. I'll close the bracket, give another comma. Now if this expression results in an error, I want to display a message that is invalid date. So I'll put invalid date within double quotes since it is a text message. I close the bracket, hit enter. You can see the result, which is invalid date. Now moving on to the final section of the demo, we have two-way lookup. Now in the VLOOKUP function, the column index parameter is normally hard-coded as a static number. However, you can also create a dynamic column index by using the match function to locate the right column. And this technique allows you to create a dynamic two-way lookup matching on both rows and columns. Now let me first show you how a match function works. So suppose I want to find the index where unit cost column is present. So here I'll use the match function. I'll give my lookup value as the unit cost column name, comma, suppose I'll choose my lookup array starting from representatives column till the unit cost column, comma, I'll give my match type as 0 for exact match. If I close the bracket, hit enter, it returns me 4 because my array was selected from the representatives column till the unit cost column, and in this array unit cost is at the 4th index. Alright, now using this idea, let's solve the following problem. I want to find the cost of each item sold by Morgan. So let's write our VLOOKUP formula. I'll write VLOOKUP. My lookup value is J5, which has the representative's name as Morgan, comma, my table array I'll select from C2 till F12. I'll give a comma, and this time I know that my column index number is at 4, but I'll be using the match function to find the same. So I'll write match. My lookup value is unit cost, comma, my lookup array is from C1 till F1, comma, my match type is 0. I close this bracket, give another comma, and I'll give my range lookup as 0. Close the bracket, hit enter. You can see for Morgan the unit cost is 19.99. You can verify from the table. For Morgan the unit cost is 19.99. Alright, now we have another question here. I want to find how much sales did Andrews make in the central region. So here I have two lookup values. One is central, one is Andrews. Now looking at these two values, I want to find the total. To solve such problems, let me first create another table. I'll place the table somewhere here. Okay, so let me just paste the table here. Alright, now I'll create another column where I'll merge the values of region and representatives. So here, let me create another column. Okay, I'll just name this column as region rep. Alright, now this column I'll use the concatenation operator. So I'll select East, use ampersand, and then select Jones. I'll hit enter. Now the same thing, I'll just duplicate it for the other rows as well. So I have my new column created. Now using this table, I can easily solve the problem. Now to find the total, I'll write my VLOOKUP formula. So my lookup value will be a combination of J11 ampersand K11, comma, while table array will start from the region rep, which has the values of region and rep combined, till the last column, and from this table array my column index number is 5 and my range lookup is 0. If I close the bracket, hit enter, you can see for central region, which is this one, and for Andrews representative, the total is 149.25. Alright, now we are done with our demo. Let's have a quick glance at what all we did in this demo. Okay, so first of all, we saw our data set, which was a sales data set that we used. Then we started with our first example to see how VLOOKUP performs an exact match. We also saw how using the formulas tab and lookup and reference you can write VLOOKUP in another way. So you can use the function arguments to give your VLOOKUP parameters. Next, we saw how VLOOKUP performs an approximate match. So we had mat and raw which were not present in the representatives column. After that, we saw an important property of VLOOKUP, that is VLOOKUP only looks to the right, followed by VLOOKUP only returns the first match. Following which we saw that VLOOKUP is case insensitive. So here we had added a new row where GIL was present in uppercase, but still VLOOKUP found the total revenue for GIL which was in sentence case or proper case. Next, we saw how we can use wildcard characters to use VLOOKUPs, and here we saw how to use an if and a function along with VLOOKUP, and finally we saw how to use two-way lookups.
Choose from over 300 in-demand skills and get access to 1,000 plus hours of video content for free. Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Now we are on the sheet of Microsoft Excel, and here you can see some data on my sheet. That is employee name, employee ID, and salary. So here we are going to perform our horizontal lookup, but before that, let me show you that this particular drop-down menu. So this particular drop-down menu has all the names of the employees in this particular table, and we have created this using data validation in Excel. If you want to create the drop-down menus just like these, then feel free to check out our data validation in Excel tutorial, link to which is in the description box below. Now let's try to implement HLOOKUP in Excel. So here we have employee name, but we want to find out the employee ID. So for that, let's create the HLOOKUP. Now for that, equals to HLOOKUP
Now the first one is the lookup value. So this one is the cell which is the employee name. Now after that, the table array, we have to select all the table arrays here. Now the row index number. So the employee ID is in row index number 2 according to the table. So for that, provide 2 and close the bracket. And before closing brackets, you might want to give the exact match. So for exact match, select false and close the bracket. Press enter and there you go. And if you select Jack, then you'll find the employee ID of Jack. And if you select Jerry, you'll find the employee ID of Jerry reflecting here. Now similarly, let's find out the salary of all the employees using HLOOKUP. So equals HLOOKUP and lookup value, that happens to be the name of the employee. Now the table array, and next we have row index number, that is salary happens to be the third row in the table, so 3, and exact match. Close the bracket and enter. So now if you change the values in this particular drop down menu, you'll find the employee ID and their particular salary. So Jack happens to be carrying the employee ID as 1001 and his salary is 10,000. So similarly, let's try to find out Peter's employee ID and salary. So there you go, 1005 and 50,000 as salary. So that's how you use HLOOKUP in Excel. Here you can see the first chart. So this particular data is converted into a table format to avoid confusion while you're fixing the data. So here you can see the name of the employee, employee ID, department, salary and date of joining. And here you can see the salary column and the bonus percentage of each and every employee based on their salaries. Now coming to the new data table, and here on the table 2, which is an updated table, here you can find, we are going to find out the department of the employee and the current department of employee and the bonus percentage based on his or her salary. So why are we finding current department again? So here you can see that we have an intern, Emily, who was joined in the year 2020, but recently she got promoted as a developer. So her department has been changed from department intern to department developer in 2021. So that's what we're going to find out here in the current department using XLOOKUP. Now let's start to implement XLOOKUP. So for that, equals to XLOOKUP. And for lookup, you can see if we need to find out the lookup value, lookup array, return array, and all the other two are not important right now, but you can use them to get some exact matches in the future. We'll also use that in the future. For now, let's try to use the first 3 parameters, that is lookup value, lookup array and return array. So the lookup value is the name of the employee, Mary, and lookup array is right here, which is this one. Now we're going to select the lookup array, then comma, and we're going to look up the department. So this is the department lookup array, and that's all we need. Close the bracket and press enter. Okay, I think we missed out the lookup value. So the employee or the lookup value which we required was missed, so I've added it here. So that is the lookup value, the first one, which is Mary, and there you go. Press enter and you have the department here. Now let's add it to all the rows, and here you have all the rows and all the data related to all the employees. Now we will find out the current department. As you can see, here you have Emily as intern, which is the older data. But what if you needed the latest data, that is the developer in the year 2021, right? For that you might want to work the XLOOKUP formula a little bit. So let's try that. XLOOKUP, lookup value, which is the same, and comma. Now where you have to look for the array, that is lookup array, this one, and the return array, which happens to be this one. And next, you can find the exact match for this one, so that's all right, exact match. And here comes the important part, where you have to search last to first. By default, XLOOKUP searches for first to last, that is like this, in the starting place to the last place. So that's the reason why we had Emily as intern. So now if we give last to first, then it retrieves the latest data where Emily will be shown as developer. Now select that, and now you can close the brackets and press enter.
So let's add that to all the rows. There you go. Now you can see Emily, Clark, Peter and James, all they have got their updated job profiles, as you can see in the original data. Emily is a developer now, so is Clark, who was originally a tester, and he got promoted to development team in 2021. Similarly, Peter became a senior finance executive in 2021 and James the manager of sales. Now let's try to find out the bonus for all these employees based on their salary. So this one is quite simple. So X lookup. Now the lookup value is their existing salary, comma, and the bonus part. So the lookup array is the salary range. Then here is another important point. So here you might want to find the exact match, but finding an exact match will not help you here. You might want to declare another type of value where you can get exact match or next smaller item. So you'll understand it why I'm selecting that. So now let's close the bracket and enter. So now we have the bonus values. Now let's add the bonus value to all the factors, all the rows I mean. So you can see we have different variety of salaries, that is 38,000, 22,000, 39, etc. But here in the ranges we have provided 10, 20, 30, 40 and 50. So what if the value is between 30 and 20? That's when you want the less number, right? That's when you want the number which is equivalent to 30 or less than 30, which happens to be 15%. So that's how it has worked here. That is 0.15% bonus to the actual salary.
Now we are on our Excel sheet. Here you can see the employee names and employee IDs of different employees from different zones. Let us imagine that the blue one is from East, green one is from West, and the black one is from, or the purple one is from South, and the orange one is from North. So this data is a little small, but what if we had a data with hundreds or thousands of rows, including all the employee names, employee IDs, or another relevant data type like sales of an employee and his employee ID. And you were supposed to combine all the data from all the 4 different zones into one single sheet. It would consume a lot of time, right? So recently, Microsoft has released some latest updates based on arrays and datas. So one of those is vstack function in Excel. So how to use it? Since it is a latest function, I recommend you to go to the file menu, and in the file menu you can navigate to account, and in the account you can see the option of update options. Then you can select update now and your Microsoft Office will be updated to the latest version, and you'll get access to the latest functions in Excel and all the other Office related things like PowerPoint presentation, etc. Now we are going to implement the vstack function in Excel. It is completely simple. All you need to do is equals to stack and then select the data. Remember to select the data from column A and cell 2 or the row 2. We are not selecting the employee name and employee ID. We are just selecting the data. Now separate them by comma. Then again this one here, this set, and again this one, and again lastly this particular last set. Now close the bracket and press enter. And there you go. You have all the employee names and their respective employee IDs all together in one data set. So this is how you use vstack function in Excel, and there are also a few more new updates from Microsoft Excel and we will discuss on them sooner. So the name itself conveys that it is something like a reference function, right? So it refers to a cell which is present in a particular sheet or the current sheet, or it refers to a particular range in the current sheet, or it can also refer to an entire workbook in a current window, right? So you can stay here on the sheet number 1 and you can refer something which is present on the sheet number 10 or 11. You can stay in this current workbook and refer to something which is around in a different workbook altogether. So that's exactly how the indirect function in Excel works. Okay, so I guess the definition was a little difficult to get. Let me show you a simple demo here so that it becomes a little easier for you. So currently I'm in the cell number A2, right? Now here I will implement the indirect function. Press tab to select it, and now I'll refer to the cell C2 and let's enter, and there you go. let me properly close the window. It's there. So let me implement the indirect function here. So equals to indirect and press tab to select. Now I'll be selecting the cell C2, and inside C2 we have E2 address. Now the formula is fine. I have implemented the indirect function and selected the cell E2, and now if I press enter, see the magic. There you go. So in the cell E2, we have the text hello world. So when I use the indirect function to refer, which is something in C2, it is indirectly referring to another cell address, that is E2, which has the text hello world. Now this one was a little pretty simpler. Now let's check some complicated ones, and we'll move to sheet number 1. Here we have some student names and their marks on the individual subjects, that is math, science, English, computer science. And here you can see I'm selecting the student names, and accordingly I'm getting their average score and the total marks obtained, right? Seems interesting. How did I do this? So this is done exactly using the indirect function. So let's do it again. So this is how you do it. Now here I will be using, okay, before we get into this, we need to do some fundamentals before we do it, right? So the fundamentals are, you need to name your individual columns. So here I have Brian and his marks. So I'll select entire marks of Brian, ranging from B2 to B4. Right click, and here you can see define name, and I'll be naming it as Brian. It's already named. We might get an error. So it's already named. Okay, let's add another one, maybe Jennifer. Let's cancel this. So let's add Jenny, and her marks will be 96, 87. I'm selecting some random numbers here. So 87. So we have the new column here. Now we need to name this column, define a name, and it's Jenny. So Excel has automatically selected the name for this column. So let's press OK. Now we have our columns ready. Now here if you see the drop down, we have Amy, Banna, Brian, Brock, Emily, Jenny, John, everyone over here, right? So the columns are named, the individual columns are named. So now the student name. So here you can use some simple trick called data validation here. Select the data option in the toolbar, navigate to data tools. Here select data validation, and in this, instead of any value, select list, and here give the source as this particular set. Press OK, so that you get the drop down menu over here. You can also type the individual names again. When you type the individual names, you might go wrong with the case or spelling, right? So it's better always to use this kind of list options, which will make things easier for you. Now getting into the average calculation. So here the average will be equals to average. Press tab to select. Now the indirect function. Indirect of the cell address, and close the bracket. First you might get an error because currently it is empty. So select some name and you'll get your average score. Now same thing applies to total. You can press the sum function, select the sum function, and type in the indirect function, and the cell B11, close the brackets and press enter. So that's how you do it.
Allow me to introduce postgraduate program in data analytics by Simplilearn. Just take a quick look at the features followed by the skills you will gain through this course. Some key features of this comprehensive program includes exclusive hackathons and anything sessions by IBM, 8 times higher live interaction in live online classes by industry experts, capstone from 3 domains and 14 plus data analytics projects with industry datasets from Google Play Store, Lyft, World Bank, etc. Masterclasses delivered by Purdue faculty and IBM experts. Simplilearn's Job Assist helps you to get noticed by top hiring companies, and much more. It is well said, when skills empower, possibilities flourish. To grab the opportunities, gain skills like data analytics, statistical analysis using Excel, data analysis Python and R, data visualization Tableau and Power BI, and much more. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now. Find the course link in the description box.
Now, at times you might be working on a really important spreadsheet on your Excel, or you might have the sales data of your company or some confidential data of your organization. And you might have shared the file with your junior, or you might face some pocket issue and you forgot to save, or you missed to save your data. And what to do if you cannot save your data, and how can you recover it, right? So this might be a really big hassle. Today we are exactly going to discuss the same and see how to do it in multiple ways. So Excel comes up with an option to automatically save the data. Also, it will try to warn you that your data is not being saved. Would you like me to save it or not? Right, so we'll do the first one. So here you have the auto save option. You can either say okay to it, or you can ignore it. In case if you ignore it, if you choose to ignore it, or if you choose to manually save it, and then if you want to close the file, remember we haven't saved the file. If you wish to close it, Excel will automatically come up with a dialog box asking you want to save your changes to your data.xlsx. That means it is asking you if I have to save it or not. Let's try to ignore this and forcefully let's try to close it. You can go to Task Manager option. Here we are trying to simulate the option of pocket issues. So we are forcefully closing Excel without saving any data. So we have closed it. Now here you can see we do not have Excel running in the background. Now, when you directly open or try to start Excel, when you get the power backup again, and if you want to open that same data file, it will ask you the document recovery option. It says you have closed the file without saving the changes, and you can choose to, come back from the same place where we left last time. Okay, now that was the pocket issue, and now let's see another way. Okay, let's imagine that somebody eliminated few important data files from your organization's confidential data, employee ID, employee name, etc. And again, let's simulate the force close of the Excel. Now we are closing it again without saving. No data was being saved. Now it will also ask the same data. It has another version here, the original one, which wasn't saved. So here you can recover the same file again, however it was initially. So you can save it and it will get back to the original place. So this was one way. Also, we have another few multiple ways. Just we have to navigate to File, and here you can open. And in the open menu, you have a button called Recover Unsaved Workbooks. Not just the current workbook, it will also have all the remaining files which are related to Excel that are not saved. So here you have a few workbooks which was not saved. This is one option, and we also have another option. We can just navigate to Info, and there you have another option called Manage Workbook. And in the Manage Workbook, you have another option called Recover Unsaved Workbooks, which will also redirect you to the same file, that is Microsoft Office unsaved files, and you'll have all the unsaved workbooks which are related to Excel. So this is how you can recover the unsaved data in Excel using multiple ways. First thing, Excel will automatically ask you if you have to save the file or not. And in case if you forget to save it, you can directly recover it by default by Excel. It will automatically show that some folder was not saved on the left side of your Excel spreadsheet by default. And in case if you missed out on that one, you can manually go to File, and you can either choose Open option or Info option to recover the unsaved folders from your default file location from your PC, that is Microsoft Office unsaved files, etc., which will have all the list of all unsaved workbooks related to Excel.
Let's see what is a project plan. Project plan is a basic thing that is needed to execute a project. According to Project Management Book of Knowledge, a project can be defined as an approved, elaborative document that guides the team during project execution and project control. When we are making a project plan must answer several questions for us. These questions are like, what are we expecting our project to deliver? How are we expecting to get our deliverables within the desired time? Who all will be a part of our project and what tasks they will have in the project? When will the project start and when it is expected to end? That is, the deadlines of the project. Now, let us learn about project management in Excel. Microsoft Excel is one of the most common applications these days. It is used in both offices and at homes. Microsoft Excel is an easy project management tool that allows the team members to easily see the tasks in a project, develop a plan, and track its progress. Before we learn more about project management in Excel, let's first have a look why do we use Excel. Microsoft Excel is an easy tool to plan a project, so it can be used by people who are beginners in terms of project management. In Excel, one can find several analytical tools like concatenate, len, and counter, so this makes data analysis easy and effective. As the entry of data is easy, same is tracking and controlling of project status. Then, there are several project management templates in Excel that help us to have an effective distribution of project data. We will be checking several project management templates towards the end of this video. Now, let's have a look at the process of making a Gantt chart in Excel. Before we begin this, it's important we know what is a Gantt chart. A Gantt chart is like an horizontal bar chart that is used for project management. With the help of a Gantt chart, we can check the status of the task, the date they start, the date they end, and their dependencies on each other. Gantt chart helps in coordinating and monitoring different tasks in a project. Now, let's have a look at the steps that will help us in making a Gantt chart. First step we have is make a project table. We have several rows and columns. Like here, we have 3 columns. In the first column, we have the tasks. In the second, we have a start date. And in the third column, we have the duration or tenure of the task. The second step is to make a bar chart in Excel. For this, we will select the entire second column. Then we will go on the Insert tab and click on the bar graph chart. There, we can select stacked bar graph in 2D bar charts. As a result, we will have the entitled bar graph on the screen. In the third step, we will add the duration to the bar graph. We will right click on the chart, and in the menu that appears, we will select Select Data option. A window that appears on the screen. In that window, we will select Add option as shown. We can also see the start date is already in the entry section. Then in the dialog box that appears, type tenure in the series name and click on the range selection icon that's shown in the figure. Now select the relevant data from the tenure column and click on OK. Now we can see a bar graph that has 2 colors on the screen. This bar graph now has the duration of the tasks. The fourth step we have is adding description to the Gantt chart. Now we will open the box again, and in that box we will select the edit option as shown in the figure. Then we will select the tasks as we had selected the duration of the tasks before and click on OK. We can now see the tasks have appeared towards the left side of the Gantt chart. The fifth and the remarkable step will help us convert this bar graph into a Gantt chart. We will now click on the bars and select the Format Data Series option from the menu that appears. Then in the Format Data Series dialog box, we will select No Fill option. We can find our Gantt chart on the screen now in accordance with the data that we had entered. Now we can see the tasks on the left side are in the reverse order. So what we will do next is, we will click on the task panel, then go to the Format Access dialog box and select the categories in reverse order option. Now we can find our tasks in the right order. One more thing we can notice is Gantt chart is starting with some other date and not with the dates that we had entered. So for this, we will copy the first date in some other cell, then clicking on the copied cell, we will go to the home menu to select the dialog box as shown in the figure. Then in that drop down menu, we will select the number option. We can now find a value displayed in the copied cell. We will copy that value, click on the dates on the chart, and as the Format Access dialog box opens, we will paste that value in the box that says minimum shown in the figure. As a result, we will have our final Gantt chart on the screen. In the last step, we can give several designs to a Gantt chart, change colors, and make it more presentable for us. Now when we know the basic steps of making a Gantt chart, I will show that practically to you in Microsoft Excel. Our first step is to open Microsoft Excel, and in Microsoft Excel, we will make a project table. In a project table, we will have 3 columns. The first column will be task, the second column will have the start date, the third column will have tenure or the duration of the task. So beginning with tasks, we have task 1. In task 1, we have 1.1, 1.2, 1.3. Then comes task 2. In task 2, we have 2.1, 2.2, 2.3 and 2.4. Then we have task 3. In task 3, we will have 2 subsections, 3.1 and 3.2. Then we will start with the starting dates. In starting dates, we will put 1st January. The task 1.1 will be 1st of January. Then this will be 4th January. Let's say this is 5th January. Then we will put this as 11th of January. And this will be again 11th January only. This will be 15th January. Let's put this as 17th January. Let this be 19th January. Task 3 begins on 23rd January. And the 3.2 section begins at 26th of January. Now let's put the tenure or the duration of the task. We will begin with task 1. It takes 12 days then 1.1 takes 7 days, we say this takes 4 days, and this takes 8 days. Then for task 2, it again takes 12 days, it takes 5 days, and let's say this takes 6 days and this takes 4 days. Then we come to task 3. This takes 8 days and let's say this takes 6 days and the 3.2 section takes 5 days. So this is how our project table is ready. In the second step, we will select the entire second column. After we have selected this column, we will go to the Insert tab. In the Insert tab, we'll go to the bar columns, and in this, we will select 2D stacked bar charts. Now we have the entitled bar chart in accordance to our data on the screen. Then comes the third step. We will add the duration of the tasks to the bar graph. We will click on the chart, and after we click on the chart, we will select Select Data option. In the Select Data Source dialog box, we find the start date is already there. Now we will click on Add, and after we click on Add, in the series name section, we will put tenure. Then in the series value, we will click on this icon and select the entire tenure series and click on OK. So this is the bar graph that we have now. This is now in two colors, the orange color and the blue color. This bar graph now has the duration of all the tasks in our project table. Now in the fourth step, now it's time for us to add description to our Gantt chart. Instead of this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we will put task 1, task 2 and the subtasks. So what we will do is, we will again go to that box, we will left click on the Gantt chart, select the Select Data option, and then we'll go to the start date. Here, we'll select the Edit option. In the Edit option, we will select all the tasks and click on OK. Now we can see all the tasks are aligned towards the left of the bar chart. As we can see, this is a bar chart or a bar graph and not a Gantt chart. The next step we have is converting this bar graph into a Gantt chart. So we will click on the bars and select the Format Data Series option from the menu that appears. Here we have this Format Data Series option. Now we can see the dialog box on the screen. Here we'll go into the color section, fill section, and then we will select no fill. Now we can see the blue lines have disappeared. So this looks like a Gantt chart. So now when we have a Gantt chart on the screen, we can notice that the tasks here are in the reverse order. So what we will do is, we will click on these tasks and select the Format Axis option. Here, we will select Categories in reverse order. We can see our Gantt chart is now in order, like we have our task 1 on the top and task 3 at the bottom. The dates are starting from 11th of December, but the dates we have provided are from 1st of January. Now we will copy this cell, then go on the dates box. Here, we'll go to Format Axis. In the Format Axis, we can see minimum. In this minimum, we will paste this value and press enter. As we press enter, we can see our Gantt chart starting from the date that we wanted to start, and that too in the correct order, starting from task 1 to task 3. Now as a result, we have our final Gantt chart on the screen. In the last step, what we can do is make our Gantt chart more representable. We can change the color of these bars, we can give them shapes, and we can do many other things to make it more presentable. We will first select the bars. Like what we will do is, we will select task 1 and let's say we give it the color blue. Then task 2, we will give it color green, and in task 3, we'll give it the color black. So here the subsections will give different colors to the subsections as well. Then we come to task 2.1. This is how we can change the color of these cells, or apart from changing colors, we can select a bar graph and do the gradient fill. So this is how we can make a Gantt chart more presentable. After changing the colors or changing the shapes, we have our final Gantt chart on the screen. Finally, let's have a look at some Microsoft Excel templates for project management. Microsoft Excel templates help in collecting data, putting them into order, and check their dependencies with each other. With the help of these templates, we can monitor the status of the tasks, and we can also check the progress our project has made. Moving forth, we will check some important Microsoft Excel templates. The first template we have is Excel Project Review template. This template helps us have an overview of the project. We can have a clear understanding of all the tasks that are planned and that are completed. This helps project managers to measure the progress of the project and take further steps accordingly. Second template we will check is Excel Budget template. In this template, we can monitor all the expenditures of our project. It helps us in managing the budget of a project and also helps in comparing the budget of a project at different phases. Let's have a look at the budget template in Excel once. We can download this template from officetimeline.com. The Gantt chart towards the right is in accordance with the dates towards the left. If we fluctuate the date, we can see the template working. The start date for task 1 could be changed to 10th June. If we change this date to 10 June, we can see the fluctuation in the Gantt chart. So this is how we can use this template directly. Let's have a look at the third template now. Third template we will see is Excel Sprint Project Tracker template. This template is used majorly in agile projects, where the project is made in several sprints or sessions. This template includes the start date, the end date, and the duration of each task. We can also see the percentage completed of each task. Let's have a look at the Sprint Project Tracker template as well. We can see the Gantt chart towards the right and the data towards the left. So if we change any data, we can see the Gantt chart changing. For example, we can change the data in Sprint 2 Feature 3. Let's change the start date to July 2nd. We can see the Gantt chart changing. This is how we can use this template directly to track our sessions. Let's have a look at the fourth Excel template. This template is Excel Project Tracker. In this template, we have the data of all the tasks with their status and owners. We can track the percentage of tasks completed and also compare the planned duration of the task to the actual duration of the task. After the critical part tracker, let's check the Excel Project Schedule template. This template helps in effective management of the project as it helps in monitoring the time that each task of the project takes. It provides a clear view of all the work associated with the project. Let's have a look at this template in Excel once. We can see the Gantt chart in accordance to the data. If we change the estimated hours at two places, let's say at the design review, we make it 15 hours instead of 5 hours. And at the create staffing plan, we make it 2 hours instead of 20 hours. We can see the Gantt chart fluctuating. This is how we can use this template to manage the schedule in a project. Moving forward, the next template we will see is Excel Project Status Report template. This template helps us having a list of project deliverables and the risks associated with that project. This template helps the project managers about different crucial activities involved in a project. After this, we have Excel Milestone Tracker. The milestone tracker helps us in tracking or monitoring different tasks in a project. Project managers use this template to monitor the project performance with respect to the timelines. The last template we will see is Excel Project Planner. Excel Project Planner includes a list of tasks with the respected owners along with the start date and the end date of that task. This helps in monitoring each task and comparing the estimated task date with the actual ones. Let's have a look at this template in Excel. We can see the Gantt chart with respect to the data entered. Let's make changes at several places in the data. We can make this 22 to 24. We will make this 23 go to 2. And we can make this 5th September go to 15th September. And when we make the changes, we can realize the Gantt chart is fluctuating. So this is how we can use this template to plan a project effectively and efficiently.
So first, let's understand what exactly is MIS report in Excel. So MIS stands for Management Information System. MIS reports provide data on different categories for accurate decision making. So MIS in Excel is a procedure to create interactive report using Microsoft Excel. So MIS reports help management to access the performance of organization and allow faster decision making. So if you know to create the MIS reports using various business intelligence tools such as Excel, then you might find a very good job opportunity in a well-established company. Now, let us try to learn how to create MIS report using Excel in a practical mode. So let's get back to the Microsoft Excel.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
So here you can see that I've got some sales data of various car manufacturing companies, and I've also got some slices. So using these slices, I can get the real-time information from the dashboard. So I'll select an year from the first slicer, and I'll go into the second slicer and I'll select a company. Now I'll select BMW and SUV type. So we have the data of all the SUV types cars manufactured by BMW Car Manufacturing Company in the year 2018. Now let's start and create something similar to this one. So how did I create this MIS report? Let's go through this in a step-by-step way. So on my screen, you can see that we have created a completely new Excel workbook, and we have some sample data with 5 rows and 20 columns. So this particular data is based on the manufacturer year and the car manufacturing company and the type of the car manufactured and number of cars manufactured in that particular year and also the price of that particular car. Now, to create MIS reports, we need to play around pivot tables. So we also have tutorials on pivot tables and you can go through that in our Simplilearn YouTube channel, and also we will try to link those in the description box below. Now let's select the entire data and go into the insert ribbon, and there you can see the first option, that is pivot table. So after selecting the pivot table option, it will show this particular dialog box where it will ask you for the range of cells you need to select, and the next one is to create the pivot table in the same sheet or a new sheet. So we'll take a new sheet here. Now select OK, and there you go, you have the pivot table here. So first you have an empty pivot table, and on the right side you can see we have pivot table fields. Now you can either drag these options into the rows and columns, or you can also click it. So now let's drag and drop these. First we will select year and car. Followed by that we will take type, quantity and price to columns. So there you go, we have our pivot table now. Let's select all the data in the pivot table, and again let's get back to the insert option, and here you can see an option called pivot chart. Select that and you will have various pivot chart options here. Now you can select any one which you can prefer or which you like, or whichever you think can represent your data in the best way possible. So now let's go with column chart first. Let's select OK, and we have our column chart over here. Now this happens to be our first chart. Now let's create a few more charts. So to create few more charts, we'll go back to the same original data. Select again insert and pivot table. Now again a new worksheet. So here we have another empty pivot table. In the similar way, let's drag the same data into rows and columns. There you go. And again we will select all the data and create a pivot chart. Go to insert option, pivot chart, and now let's try to select pie chart. Select OK, and we have our pie chart over here. Now let's try to create one more. Same procedure, select table, select pivot table, then create new worksheet for the new pivot table, and now drag and drop the data. Now let's go to insert again. Let's select all the data, go to insert option and pivot chart. Now let's try to select the bar chart. Select OK, and there we have our bar chart. Now remember the first chart we created, that is in sheet 2, this one. So we will try to move all the charts to this particular table or this particular worksheet. So let's get back to the sheet number 3, right click, and you can see an option called pivot chart analyze. So from here you can move the chart. Select the option of moving the chart, and don't select the first one, select the object in option and select the sheet number to which you want to move this chart. For now we want to move this chart to sheet number 2. Select that, press OK. Now we have the chart moved to the sheet number 2. And in the same way, let's go to the sheet number 4 and let's move this particular chart to sheet number 2. There you go, the chart got moved to sheet number 2. Now you can insert the slices. So we have selected the third sheet or third chart, and inside the pivot chart analyze option we have an option of inserting the slicer. Now we will insert the slices for year, car, and type. Now select OK, and you will have all the 3 slices onto your sheet. Now let's rearrange them. So I'm just organizing them in a neat way. There you go. And you can also customize your designs for all the charts so that they look a little more better. Now, if you see, if I make some changes, only one chart will be interacting for this, right? So if I select Ferrari and year 2020 and option as sports, you can see only one chart is interacting to these particular slices. Why? Because all these slices are connected to just one chart here. So you need to make sure that all these slices are connected to all the 3 charts what we created. So let's erase all the filters and select one slicer at a time. Right click and you will see an option of report connections. Select that and you see that the connections are only connected to the pivot table 3. So select the remaining pivot tables as well. Select OK. And in the same way, select the second slicer. Select the report connection option. Connect pivot table 1 and 2 and select OK. And in the same way, the third one. So now, all the slices are connected to all the pivot charts. Now if you make some changes here, they will respond automatically in the same way. Now let's select the Ford company, the year 2019 and hatchback option, and you have all the cars which were made in the year 2019 from Ford company in the segment of hatchback. So this was the sample dataset that we worked on. Now you can also work on some complex datasets such as this Superstore dataset. Now, one thing you need to make sure that when you're working with Excel MIS, you need to make sure that all the macros are disabled on your dataset and you convert the entire data into the regular table format of Excel. Right now, Excel is considering this particular data as a database. So for that, you need to select all the data, press Ctrl T, and then convert the entire data in the form of tabular data. And also, don't forget to click this icon which reads my table has headers. So the first row is the headers. Now let's select OK and your entire data will be converted into tabular form. Now let's reset this to the normal type which has the clear color, not all the fancy colors. Now the entire data is converted from the DBMS to the tabular form, and now you can start implementing the MIS reports and pivot tables.
And so why exactly do we need to do time series analysis? Typically, we would like to predict something in the future, and it could be stock prices, it could be the sales, or anything that needs to be predicted into the future. That is when we use time series analysis. So it is, as the name suggests, it is forecasting. And typically when we say predict, it need not be into the future. In machine learning and data analysis, when we talk about predicting, we are not necessarily talking about the future. But in time series analysis, we typically predict the future. So we have some past data and we want to predict the future. That is when we perform time series analysis. So what are some of the examples? It could be daily stock price, the shares as we talk about, or it could be the interest rates, weekly interest rates, or sales figures of a company. So these are some of the examples where we use time series data. We have historical data which is dependent on time, and then based on that we create a model to predict the future. So what exactly is time series? So time series data has time as one of the components, as the name suggests. So in this example, let's say this is the stock price data and one of the components. So there are two columns here. Column B is price and column A is basically the time information. In this case, the time is a day. So that primarily the closing price of a particular stock has been recorded on a daily basis. So this is the time series data, and the time interval is obviously a day. Time series or time intervals can be daily, weekly, hourly, or even sometimes there is something like a sensor data. It could be every few milliseconds or microseconds as well. So the size of the time intervals can vary, but they are fixed. So if I'm saying that it is daily data, then the interval is fixed as daily. If I'm saying this data is an hourly data, then it is the data is captured every hour and so on. So the time intervals are fixed. The interval itself you can decide based on what kind of data we are capturing. So this is a graphical representation. The previous one here we saw the tabular representation, and this is how to plot the data. So on the y-axis is, let's say, the price or the stock price, and the x-axis is the time. So against time, if you plot it, this is how a time series graph would look. So as the name suggests, what is time series data? Time series data is basically a sequence of data that is recorded over a specific intervals of time and based on the past values. So if we want to do an analysis of time series past data, we try to forecast a future, and again, as the name suggests, it is time series data, which means that it is time dependent. So time is one of the components of this data. Time series data consists of primarily 4 components. One is the trend, then we have the seasonality, then cyclicity, and then last but not least, irregularity or the random component. Sometimes it is also referred to as a random component. So let's see what each of these components are. So what is trend? Trend is overall change or the pattern of the data, which means that the data may be, let me just pull up a pen and show you. So let's say you have a data set somewhat like this, a time series data set somewhat like this. All right. So what is the overall trend? There is an overall trend which is upward trend, as we call it here, right? So it is not like it is continuously increasing. There are times when it is dipping, then there are times when it is increasing, then it is decreasing, and so on. But overall, over a period of time, from the time we start recording to the time we end, there is a trend, right? There is an upward trend in this case. So the trend need not always be upwards. There could be a downward trend as well. So for example, here there is a downward trend, right? So this is basically what is a trend. Overall, whether the data is increasing or decreasing. All right, then we have the next component, which is seasonality. What is seasonality? Seasonality, as the name suggests once again, changes over a period of time and periodic changes, right? So there is a certain pattern. Let's take the sales of warm clothes, for example. So if we plot it along the months, so let's say January, February, March, April, May, June, July, and then let's say it goes up to December. Okay, so this is our December, a D. I will just mark it as D. And then you again have Jan, Feb, March, and then you get another December. Okay, and just for simplicity, let's mark these as Decembers as the end of the year, and then one more December. Okay, so what will happen when, if you're talking about warm clothes, what happens? The sales of warm clothes will increase probably around December when it is cold, and then they will come down. And then again around December, again they will increase, and then the sales will come down. And then there will be again an increase, and then they will come down. And then again an increase, and then they will come down. Let's say this is the sales pattern. So you see here there is a trend as well. There is an upward trend, right? The sales are increasing over, let's say these are multiple years. This is for year 1, this is for year 2, this is for year 3, and so on. So for multiple years, overall the trend, there is an upward trend. The sales are increasing, but it is not a continuous increase, right? So there is a certain pattern. So what is happening? What is the pattern? Every December, the sales are increasing or they are peaking for that particular year, right? Then there is a new year. Again, when December approaches, the sales are increasing. Again, when December approaches, the sales are increasing, and so on and so forth. So this is known as seasonality. So there is a certain fluctuation which is periodic in nature. So this is known as seasonality. Then cyclicity. What is cyclicity? Now, cyclicity is somewhat similar to seasonality, but here the duration between two cycles is much longer. So seasonality typically is referred to as an annual kind of a sequence. Like for example, we saw here. So it is pretty much like every year in the month of December, the sales are increasing. However, cyclicity, what happens is, first of all, the duration is pretty much not fixed, and the duration or the gap length of time between two cycles can be much longer. So recession is an example. So we had, let's say, recession in 2001 or 2002 perhaps, and then we had one in 2008, and then we had probably in 2012, and so on and so forth. So it is not like every year this happens probably. So there is usually when we say recession, there is a slump, and then it recovers, and then there is a slump, and then it recovers, and probably there is another bigger slump, and so on, right? So you see here, this is similar to seasonality, but first of all, this length is much more than a year, right? That is number one. And it is not fixed as well. It is not like every 4 years or every 6 years. That duration is not fixed. So the duration can vary. At the same time, the gap between two cycles is much longer compared to seasonality. All right. So then what is irregularity? Irregularity is like the random component of the time series data. So there is like, you have part which is the trend, which tells whether the overall it is increasing or decreasing. Then you have cyclicity and seasonality, which is like kind of a specific pattern, right? Then there is a cyclicity, which is again a pattern, but at much longer intervals. Plus there is a random component, so which cannot be accounted for very easily, right? So there will be a random component which can be really random, as the name suggests, right? So that is the irregularity component. So these are the various components of time series data. Yes, there are conditions where we cannot use time series analysis, right? So can we do time series analysis with any kind of data? No, not really. So what are the situations where we cannot do time series analysis? So there will be some data which is collected over a period of time, but it's really not changing. So it will not make sense to perform any time series analysis over it, right? For example, like this one. So if we take X as the time and Y as the value of whatever the output we are talking about, and if the Y value is constant, there is really no analysis that you can do. Leave alone time series analysis, right? So that is one. Another possibility is, yes, there is a change, but it is changing as per a very fixed function, like a sine wave or a cos wave. Again, time series analysis will not make sense in this kind of a situation, because there is a definite pattern here, there is a definite function that the data is following. So it will not make sense to do a time series analysis. Now, before performing any time series analysis, the data has to be stationary, and typically time series data is not stationary. So in which case you need to make the data stationary before we apply any models like ARIMA model or any of these, right? So what exactly is stationary data, and what is meant by stationary data? Let us take a look. First of all, what is non-stationary data, time series data? If you recall from one of my earlier slides, we said that time series data has the following four components: the trend, seasonality, cyclicity, and random component or irregularity, right? So if these components are present in time series data, it is non-stationary, which means that typically these components will be present. Therefore, most of the time, a time series data that is collected, raw data, is non-stationary data. So it has to be changed to stationary data before we apply any of these algorithms. All right, so a non-stationary time series data would look like this, which means, like for example here, there is an upward trend, the seasonality component is there, and also the random component and so on. So if the data is not stationary, then the time series forecasting will be affected. So you cannot really perform a time series forecasting on a non-stationary data. So how do we differentiate between a stationary and a non-stationary time series data? Typically or technically, one is, of course, you can do it visually. In non-stationary data, the data will be more flattish. The seasonality will of course be there, but the trend will not be there. So the data may, if we plot that, it may appear somewhat like this, right? It's a horizontal line. Along the horizontal line, you will see. Compared to the original data, there was an upward trend, so it was changing somewhat like this, right? So this is non-stationary data, and this is how a stationary data would look visually. What does this mean? Technically, this means that the stationarity of the data depends on a few things, but the mean, the variance, and the covariance. So these are the three components on which the stationarity of the data depends. So let's take a look at what each of these are. For stationary data, the mean should not be a function of time, which means that the mean should pretty much remain constant over a period of time, right? So there shouldn't be any change. So this is how the stationary data would look. And this is how a non-stationary data would look. I've shown in the previous slide as well. So here the mean is increasing. That means there is an upward trend. Okay, so that is one part of it. And then the variance of the series should not be also a function of time. So the variance also should be pretty much common, or should be constant rather. So this is if we visually take a look, this is how time series stationary data would look, where the variance is not changing. Here the variance is changing, therefore this is non-stationary, and we cannot apply time series forecasting on this kind of data. Similarly, the covariance, which is basically of the ith term and the I plus mth term, should not be a function of time as well. So covariance is nothing but not only the variance at the ith term, but the relation between the variance at the ith term and the I plus mth or the I plus nth term. So once again, visually this is how it would look if the covariance is also changing with respect to time. So these are all three components should be pretty much constant, and that is when you have stationary data, and in order to perform time series analysis, the data should be stationary. Okay, so let's take a look at the concept of moving average, or the method of moving average, and let's see how it works. We'll do simple calculations. So let's say this is our sample data. We have the data for 3 months, January, February, March. The sales in thousands rather, not hundreds, thousands of dollars is given here, and now we want to find the moving average. So how do we find the moving average? We call it as moving average 3. So moving average 3 is nothing but you take 3 of the values or the readings, add them up, and divide by 3. Basically the way we take a mean or average of the 3 values. So that is as simple as that. So that's the average first of all. So what is moving average? Moving average is if you now have a series of data, you keep taking the 3 values, the next 3 values, and then you take the average of that, and then the next 3 values, and so on and so forth. So that is how you take the moving average. So let's take a little more detailed example of car sales. So this is how we have the car sales data for the entire year, let's say. So rather for 4 years. So year 1 we have for each quarter 1, 2, 3, 4, and then year 2, quarter 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on and so forth. So this is how we have sales data of a particular car, let's say, or a showroom. And we want to forecast for year 5. So we have the data for 4 years. We now want to forecast for the 5th year. Let's see how it works. First of all, if we plot the data as it is taken, the raw data, this is how it would look. And what do you think? Is it stationary? No, right? Because there is a trend, upward trend. So this is not a stationary data. So we need to, later we will see how to make it stationary. But to start with, just an example. We will not worry about it for now. We will just go ahead and manually do the forecasting using what is known as moving average method. Okay, so we are not applying any algorithm or anything like that. In the next video, we will see how to apply an algorithm, how to make it stationary, and so on. All right, so here we see that all the 3 or 4 components that we talked about are there. There is a trend, there is a seasonality, and then of course there is some random component as well. Cyclicity may not be, it is possible that cyclicity is not applicable in all the situations. For sales especially, there may not be, or unless you're taking a sales for maybe 20-30 years, cyclicity may not come into play. So we will just consider primarily the trend, seasonality, and irregularity, right? So random, it is also known as random irregularity, right? So we were calling the random or irregularity component. So these are the 3 main components typically in this case we will talk about. So this is the trend component, and we will see how to do these calculations. So let's take a look redraw the table, including the time code. We will add another column, which is the time code, and this is the column, and we just number it like 1, 2, 3, 4 up to 16. The rest of the data remains the same. Okay, so we will do the calculations now. Now let us do the moving average calculations, or MA4 as we call it, for each year. So we take all the 4 quarters and we take an average of that. So if we add up these 4 values and divide by 4, you get the moving average of 3.4. So we start by putting the value here. So that will be for the third quarter, let's say 1, 2, 3, the third quarter. Then we will go on to the next one. So we take the next 4 values as you see here and take the average of that, which is the moving average for the next quarter, and so on and so forth. Now, if we just do the moving average, it is not centered. So what we do is we basically add one more column and we calculate the centered moving average as shown here. So here what we do is we take the average of 2 values and then just adding these values here. So for example, the first value for the third quarter is actually the average of the third and the fourth quarter. So we have 3.5. Now it gets centered. So similarly, the next value would be 3.6 plus 3.9 divided by 2, so which is 3.7, and so on and so forth. Okay, so that is the centered moving average. This is done primarily to smoothen the data so that there are not too many rough edges. So that is what we do here. So if we visualize this data now, this is how it looks. Right, so if we take the centered moving average, as you can see, there is a gradual increase. If this was not the case, if we had not centered it, the changes would have been much sharper. So that is basically the smoothing that we are talking about. Now let's go and do the forecast for the 5th year. So in order to do the forecast, what we will do is we will take the centered moving average as our baseline and then start doing a few more calculations that are required in order to come up with the prediction. So what we are going to do is we are going to use this multiplicity or multiplicative model in this case, and this is how it looks. So we take the product of seasonality and the trend and the irregularity components, and we just multiply that. And in order to get that, this product of these two, we have basically the actual value divided by CMA. YT value divided by CMA will give you the predicted value, or YT is equal to the product of all 3 components. Therefore, ST into YT is equal to YT by CMA. So this is equal to YT, right? So therefore, if we want ST into YT, the product of seasonality and irregularity, it is equal to YT by CMA. So that is how we will work it out. I also have an Excel sheet of the actual data. So let me just pull that up. Alright, so this is how the data looks in Excel. As you can see here, year 1, quarter 1, 2, 3, 4, year 2, quarter 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. And this is the sales data. And then this is the moving average. As I mentioned, this is how we calculate. And this is the centered moving average. So this is the primary component that we will start working with. And then we will calculate, since we want the product of ST into YT, that is equal to YT by CMA. So if you see, these values are nothing but the YT value divided by CMA. So in this case, it is 4 by 3.5, which is 1.14. Similarly, 4.5 by 3.7, 1.22, and so on and so forth. So we have the product ST into YT, and then the next step is to calculate the average of respective quarters. So that is what we are doing here, average of respective quarters, and then we need to calculate the deseasonalized values. So in order to get deseasonalized value, we need to divide YT by ST that was calculated. So for example, here it is 2.8 by 0.9. So we got the deseasonalized value here, and then we get the trend, and then we get the predicted values. So in order to get the predicted value, which is basically we predict the values for known values as well. Like for example, year 1, quarter 1, we know the value, but now that we have our model, we predict ourselves and see how close it is. So we predicted as 2.89, whereas the actual value is 2.8. Then we have 2.59, the actual value is 2.1, and so on, just to see how our model works, and then continue that into the 5th year, because for 5th year we don't have a reference value. Okay, and if we plot this, we will come to know how well our calculations are, how well our manual model. In this case, we did not really use a model, but we did on our own manually. So it will tell us the trend. So for example, the predicted value is this gray color here, and you can see that it is actually pretty much following the actual value, which is the blue color. Right? And the gray color is the predicted value. So wherever we know the values up to year 4, we can see that our predicted values are following or pretty much very close to the actual values. And then from here onwards, when the year 5 starts, the blue color line is not there because we don't have the actual values, only the predicted value. So we can see that since it was following the trend pretty much for the last 4 years, we can safely assume that it has understood the pattern and it is predicting correctly for the next 1 year, the next 4 quarters, right? So that is what we are doing here. So these 4 quarters, we did not have actual data, but we have the predicted values. So let's go back and see how this is working in this using the slides. So this is, we already saw this part, and I think it was easier to see in the Excel sheet. So we calculated the ST, IT, the product of ST and IT using the formula like here, YT by CMA, we got that, and then we got ST, which is basically YT. So this is average of the first quarters for all the 4 years. And similarly, this is the average of the second quarter for all the 4 years, and so on. So these values are repeating. They are calculated only once. They get repeated, as you can see here. And then we get the deseasonalized data, and that is basically YT by ST. So we calculated ST here, and we have YT. So YT by ST will give you the deseasonalized data. And we have got rid of the seasonal and the irregular components so far. Now what we are left with is the trend. And before we start the time series forecasting or time series analysis, as I mentioned earlier, we need to completely get rid of the non-stationary components. So we are still left with the trend component. So now let us also remove the trend component. In order to do that, we have to find we have to calculate the intercept and slope of the data, because that is required to calculate the trend. And how are we going to do that? We will actually use what is known as a regression tool or analytics tool that is available in Excel. So you remember we have our data in Excel. So let me take you to the Excel, and here we need to calculate the intercept and the slope. In order to do that, we have to use the regression mechanism, and in order to use the regression mechanism, we have to use the analytics tool that comes with Excel. So how do you activate this tool? So this is how you would need to activate the tool. From Excel, you need to go to options, and in options there will be add-ins, and in add-ins you will have analysis toolpack, and you select this and you just say go. It will open up a box like this. You say analysis toolpack and you say okay. And now when you come back into the regular view of Excel in the data tab, you will see data analysis activated. So you need to go to file, options, and add-ins, and then analysis toolpack. Typically, since I've already added it, it is coming at the top, but it would come under inactive application add-ins. So when you're doing it for the first time. So don't use VBA, you just say analysis toolpack. There are 2 options, one with VBA like this one and one without VBA. So just use the one without VBA. And then instead of just saying okay, just take care that you click on this go and not just okay. So you say go, then it will give you these options. Only then you select just the analysis toolpack and then you say okay. Alright, so and then when you come back to the main view, you click on data. Okay, so this is your normal home view perhaps. So you need to come to data, and here is where you will see data analysis available to you. And then if you click on that, there are a bunch of possibilities of what kind of data analysis you want to do. If there are options are given. Right now we just want to do regression because we want to find the slope and the intercept. So select regression and you say OK. And you will get these options for input Y range and input X range. Input Y range is the value YT. So you just select this and you can select up to here and press enter. And input X range, you can, for now, you start with the baseline, or you can also start with the deseasoned values. So you can just click on these and say OK. I have already calculated it. So these are the intercept and the coefficients that we are getting for these values. And we will actually use that to calculate our trend here, right? So which is in the J column. So our trend is equal to intercept plus slope into the time code. So the intercept is out here, as we can see in our slide as well. So if you see here, this is our intercept, and the lower value is the slope. So we have calculated here and it's shown in the slides as well. So intercept, so the formula is shown here. So our trend is equal to intercept plus slope into time code. Time code is nothing but this one, T, column A, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that's how you calculate the trend, and that's how you use the data analysis tool from Excel. Using these two, we calculate the predicted values. And using this formula, which is basically trend is equal to intercept plus slope into time code. And then we can go and plot it, see how it is looking, and therefore, so we see here that the predicted values are pretty close to the actual values, and therefore we can safely assume that our calculations, which are like our manual model, is working, and hence we go ahead and predict for the 5th year. So till 4 years we know the actual value as well, so we can compare how our model is performing. And for the 5th year we don't have reference values, so we can use our equations to calculate the values or predict the values for the 5th year, and we can go ahead and safely calculate those values. And when we plot for the 5th year as well, the predicted values, we see that they are pretty much, they captured the pattern, and we can safely assume that the predictions are fairly accurate, as we can also see from the graph in the Excel sheet that we have already seen. Okay, so let's go and plot it. So this is how the plot looks. This is the CMA, or the centered moving average, the green color, and then the blue color is the actual data, red color is the predicted value, predicted by our handcrafted model. Okay, so remember, we did not use any regular forecasting model or any tool. We have done this manually, and the actual tool will be used in the next video. This is just to give you an idea about how behind the scenes or under the hood, how forecasting works, or time series analysis, how it is performed. Okay, so it looks like it has captured the trend properly. So up to here is the known reference, we have reference, and from here onwards is purely predicted. And as I mentioned earlier, we can safely assume that the values are accurate and predicted properly for the 5th year. So let's go ahead and implement a time series forecast in R. First of all, we will be using the ARIMA model to do the forecast of this time series data. So let us try to understand what is ARIMA model. So ARIMA is actually an acronym. It stands for Autoregressive Integrated Moving Average. So that is what is ARIMA model. And it is specified by 3 parameters, which is P, D, and Q. P stands for autoregressive. So let me just mark this. So there are 3 components here: autoregressive, integrated, moving average. Okay. So these 3 parameters correspond to those 3 components. So the P stands for autoregressive, D for integrated, and Q for moving average. So let us see what exactly this is. So these 3 factors are: P is the number of autoregressive terms, or AR. We will see that in a little bit. And D is how many levels of differences that we need to do, or differentiation we need to do. And Q is the number of lagged forecast errors. So we'll see what exactly each of these are. So AR is the number of autoregressive terms, and which is basically denoted by the P, and then we have D, which is for the number of times it has to be differentiated, and then we have Q, which is for the moving average. So what exactly AR terms? So in terms of the regression model, autoregressive components refer to the prior values of the current value. Well, what we mean by that is, here when we talk about time series data, focus on the fact that there is regression. So what exactly happens in regression? We try to do something like, if it is simple linear regression, we do some equation like y is equal to mx plus c, where there are two variables. One is the dependent variable, and then there is an independent variable. Let me just complete this equation as well, mx plus c. Right? So this is a normal regression curve or a simple regression curve. Now here we are talking about autoregression or autoregressive. So autoregressive, as the name suggests, is regression of itself. So which means that here you have only one variable, which is your maybe the cost of the flights or whatever it is, right? And the other variable is basically time dependent, and therefore the value at any given time, and that we will denote as yt, for example. So there is no x here, there is only one variable, and which is y, and we say yt, which is basically the predicted value at a time interval t, for example, is dependent on the previous value. So for example, there may be a1 and then yt minus 1, and then there will be like plus a2 and plus a2 and yt minus 2 and all right, and then plus a3 into yt minus 3. Correct. So basically here what we are saying is there's only one variable here, but there is a regression component. So we are doing a regression on itself. So that's how the term autoregression comes into play. So only thing is that it is dependent on the previous time values. So there is a lag, let's say this is the first lag, second lag, third lag, and so on. So the current value, which is yt, is dependent on the previous time lag values. So that is what is autoregression component. So this is what is shown here. For example, in this case, instead of y, we are calling it as x. So that's the same. And this is represented by some equation of that sort, depending on how many lags we take. So that is the AR component. And the term P is basically determines how many lags we are considering. So that's the term P for. Now, what is D? D is the degree of differencing. So here differencing is like for the non-seasonal differences, right? So for example, if you take the values like this, which are given for 5, 4, 6, and so on and so forth, if you take the differencing of one after another, like for example 5 minus 4 or 4 minus 5, the next value with the previous value, so 4 minus 5. So this is known as the first order differencing. So the result is minus 1. Similarly, 6 minus 4 is 2, 7 minus 6 is 1. So this is first order differencing, and here we call it as D is equal to 1. Okay, and same way we can have second order, third order, and so on. Then the last one is Q. Q is the actually we call it moving average, but in reality it is actually the error of the model. So we also sometimes represent as ET. Alright, so now ARIMA model works on the assumption that the data is stationary, which means that the trend and seasonality of the data has been removed. That is correct. Okay, so this we have discussed in the first part, what exactly is stationary data and how do we remove the non-stationary part of it. Now, in order to test whether the data is stationary or not, there are two important components that are considered. One is the autocorrelation function and the other is the partial autocorrelation function. So this is referred to as ACF and PACF. Right? So what is autocorrelation and what is the definition? Autocorrelation is basically the similarity between values of a same variable across observations, as the name suggests. Now, how do we actually find the autocorrelation function? the value, right? So this is basically done by plotting, and autocorrelation function also tells you how correlated points are with each other based on how many time steps they are separated by and so on. That is basically the time lag that we were talking about, and it is also used to determine how past and future data points are related. And the value of the autocorrelation function can vary from -1 to 1. So if we plot, this is how it would look. Autocorrelation function would look somewhat like this, and there is actually a readily available function in R, so we will see that, and you can use that to plot your autocorrelation function. Okay, so that is ACF, and we will see that in our RStudio in a little bit. And similarly, you have partial autocorrelation function. So partial autocorrelation function is the degree of association between two variables while adjusting the effect of one or more additional variables. So this again can be measured, and it can also be plotted, and its value once again can go from -1 to 1, and it gives the partial correlation of time series with its own lagged values. So lag again we have discussed in the previous couple of slides. This is how a PSEF plot would look in RStudio. We will see that as well, and once we get into the RStudio. And with that, let's get into RStudio and take a look at our use case. Before we go into the code, let's just quickly understand what exactly is the objective of this use case. So we are going to predict some values or forecast some values, and we have the data of the airline ticket sales of the previous years, and now we will try to find or predict or forecast the values for the future years. All right, so we will basically identify the time series components like trend, seasonality, and random behavior. We will actually visualize this in RStudio, and then we will actually forecast the values based on the past values or history data, historical data. So these are the steps that we follow. We will see in RStudio in a little bit. Just quickly, let's go through what are the steps. We load the data, and it is a time series data. We try to find out what class it belongs to. The data is actually air passengers data that is already comes preloaded with RStudio. So we will be using that, and we can take a look at the data, and then what is the starting point, what is the end point. So these are all functions that are readily available we'll be using, and then what is the frequency. It's basically frequency is 12, which is like yearly data, right? So every month the data has been collected. So for each year it is 12. And then we can check for any missing values if there are any. And then we can take a look at summary of the data. This is what we do in exploratory data analysis. And then we can plot the data, visualize the data, how it is looking, and we will see how the data has some trend, seasonality, and so on and so forth. All right, then we can take a look at the cycle of the data using the cycle function, and we can see that it is every month. That's the cycle. End of every 12 months a new cycle begins. So each month of the year is the data is available. Then we can do box plots to see for each month how the data is varying over the various 10 or 12 years that we will be looking at this data. And from exploratory data analysis, we can identify that there is a trend, there is a seasonality component, and how the seasonality component varies also we can see from the box plots. And we can decompose the data. We can use the decompose function rather to see the various components like the seasonality, trend, and the irregularity part. Okay, so we will see all of this in RStudio. This is how they will look. This is the once you decompose, and this is how you will you can visualize the data. This is the actual data, and this is the trend. As you can see, it's going upwards. This is the seasonal component, and this is your random or irregularity, right? So we call it irregularity, or we can also call it random, as you can see here. Yes, so the data must have a constant variance and mean, which means that it is stationary before we start any analysis, time series analysis. And so basically, yeah, if it is stationary, only then it is easy to model the data, perform time series analysis. So we can then go ahead and fit the model. As we discussed earlier, we'll be using ARIMA model. There are some techniques to find out what should be the parameters. So we will see that when we go into RStudio. So the auto ARIMA function basically tells us what should be the parameters, right? So these parameters are the P, D, and Q that we talked about. That's what is being shown here. So if we use auto ARIMA, it will basically take all possible values of this P, D, Q, these parameters, and it will find out what is the best value, and then it will recommend So that is the advantage of using auto ARIMA. Alright, so like in this case, it will tell us if we use this parameter trace, we set the parameter trace is equal to true, then it will basically tell us what is the value of this AIC, which has to be minimum. So the lower the value, the better. So for each of these combinations of P, D and Q, it will give us the values here, and then it will recommend to us which is the best model. Okay, because whichever has the lowest value of this AIC, it will recommend that as our best PDQ values. So once we have that, we can see that we can potentially get a model or the equation. Model is nothing but the equation, and based on the parameters that we get. And we can do some diagnostics. We can do some plotting to see whether there is a plot for the residuals, so which shows the stationarity. And then we can also take a look at the ACF and PACF. We can plot the ACF and PACF, and then we can do some forecasting for the future years. So in this case, we have up to 1960, and then we can see how we can forecast for the next 10 years, which is 1970, up to 1970. And once we have done this, can we validate this model? Yes, definitely we can validate this model. And to validate the findings, we use junk box test, and this is how you just call box.test, and then you pass these parameters, and you will get the values that will be returned, which will tell us whether how accurate this model is, how accurate the predictions are. So the values of P are quite insignificant in this case. We will see that, and that also indicates that our model is free of autocorrelation, and that will basically be it. So let's go back and into our RStudio and go through these steps in real time. So we have to import this library. Forecast package is not installed. You have to go here and install the forecast package. Okay, so that's the easy way to install rather than, so click on this install. I will not do it now because I've already installed. So the first time, that's only one time. Then after that, you just have to load it into memory and then keep going. So we will load this data called air passengers. So by calling this data method, and if you see the data air passengers is loaded here, and if we check for the class, it is a time series data, TS data. So we can check for the dates. We can also view the data in a little bit, and the start date is 1949 and January, and our end date is 1960 December, and the frequency is 12, which is like collected monthly. So that is the frequency, which is 12 here, and then we check if there are any missing values. There are no missing values, and then we take a look at the summary of the data. This is all exploratory data analysis, and then if you just display the data, this is how it looks. And then we need to decompose this data, so we will kind of store this in an object TS data, and then use that to decompose and store the new values. Let me just clear this for now. And if we decompose, basically, as we have seen in the slides, decomposing is breaking it into the trend, seasonality, and the irregular or random components. Then you can go ahead and plot it. So when you plot it, you can see here, let me zoom this. This is our original plot, or observed value as it is known as. Then we have decomposed the three parts, which is basically the trend. As you can see, there is an upward trend. Then the seasonal component. So this is some regularly occurring pattern. And then there is a random value, which is basically you cannot really give any equation or function or anything like that. So that's what this plotting has done. And then you can actually plot them individually as well. So these are the individual plots for the trend, for the seasonal component, and the random component. All right. So now let's take a look at the original data and see how the trend is in a way. So if we do this linear regression line, it will show that it is going upwards. And we can also take a look at the cycle that are there, which is nothing but we have a frequency of 12, right? So the cycles will display that it is January, February to December, and then back to January, February, and so on and so forth. And if we do box plots for the monthly data, you will see that for each of the months, right? And over the 10 years that the data that we have, we will see that there is a certain pattern, right? This is also in a way to find the seasonality component. So while January, February sales are relatively low, around July, August, the sales pick up. So especially in July, I think the sales are the highest. And this seems to be happening pretty much every year, right? So this is every year in July, there seems to be a peak in the sales, and then it goes down and slightly higher in December and so on. So that is again part of our exploratory data analysis. And once again, let's just plot the data. Now, as I said, in order to fit into an ARIMA model, we need the values of P, D, and Q. Now, one way of doing it is, there are multiple ways actually of doing it. The earlier method of doing it was you draw the autocorrelation function plot and then partial autocorrelation function plot and then observe that and where does this change and then identify what should be the values of P and Q and so on. Now, R really has a very beautiful method which we can use to avoid all that manual process that we used to do earlier. So what R will do is, there is a method called auto ARIMA, and if we just call this auto ARIMA method, and it will basically go and test the ARIMA model for all possible values of these parameters P, D, Q, and then it will suggest to you what should be the best model, and it will return that best model with the right values of P, D, and Q. So we as data scientists don't have to do any manual, trial and error kind of stuff. Okay, so we got the model now, and this is the model. It has PDQ values are 211 PDQ, and this is the seasonal part of it, so we can ignore it for now. And so if we want to actually understand how this has returned these values 211 as the best one, there is another functionality or feature where we can use this trace function or trace parameter. So if you pass to auto ARIMA the trace parameter, what it will do is it will show you how it is doing this calculation. What is the value of the AIC? Basically, AIC is what defines the accuracy of the model. The lower, the better. Okay. So for each combination of PDQ, it will show us the value of AIC. So let's run it instead of me talking so much. Let's run this. If we run auto ARIMA with trace, you see here there is a red mark here. That means it is performing, it's executing this, and here we see the display, right? So it starts with certain values of PDQ, and then it finds that value is too high. So it starts with again with some 0, 1, 1, 0, and so on and so forth. And ultimately it tells us, okay, this is our best model. You see here, so it says this is our best model 211. Let's go back and see, did we get the same one? Yes, we got the same one when we ran without trace as well, right? Now, why is 211? Let us see, where is 211? Here is our 211. And if you compare the values, you see that 1017 is pretty much the lowest value, and therefore it is saying this is our best model. All other values are higher. So that's how you kind of get your model. And now that you have your model, what you have to do, you need to predict the values, right? So before that, let us just do some test of these values. So for that, you install T-Series. Again, if you are doing it for the first time, you would rather use this package and install and say T-Series and install it. And then you just use this library function to load it into your memory. Alright, so now that we got our model using auto ARIMA, let us go ahead and forecast and also test the model and also plot the ACF and PSCF. Remember, we talked about this, but we did not really use it. We don't have to use that, but at least we will visualize it. And for some of the stuff, we may need this T-Series library. So if you are doing this for the first time, you may have to install it. And my recommendation is, don't use it in the code. You go here and install T-Series. And I will not do it now because I have already installed it, but this is a preferred method. And once you install it, you just load it using this libraries function, and then you can plot your residuals, and this is how the residuals look, and you can plot your ACF and PSCF. Okay, so this is how your PSCF looks, and this is how your ACF looks. For now, there is really nothing else we need to do with ACF and PSCF. This is just to visualize how it looks. But as I mentioned earlier, we were actually using these visualizations or these graphs to identify the values of P, D, and Q. And how that was done, it's out of scope of this video, so we will leave it at that. And then we will forecast for the next 10 years. How do we forecast that? So we call forecast and we pass the model and we pass what is the level of accuracy that you need, which is 95%, and for how many periods, right? So basically we want for 10 years, which is like 10 into 12 time periods. So that's what we are doing here. And now we can plot the forecast value. So you see this is the original value up to I think 62 or whatever, and then it goes up to 72. This blue color is the predicted value. Let's go and zoom it up so that we can see it better. So from here onwards we are forecasting, and you can see that it looks like our model has kind of learned the pattern, and this pattern looks very similar to what we see in the actual data. Now, how do we test our model? So we can do what is known as a box test, and we pass our model here, residuals basically, with different lags, and from those values here, the p values here, we find that they are reasonably low, the p values, which means our model is fairly accurate.
We'll be creating two dashboards using a sample sales dataset. So if you want to get the data and the dashboard file that we'll be creating in this demo, then please put your email IDs in the comment section of the video. Our team will share the files via email. Now, let's begin by understanding what is a dashboard in Excel. A dashboard is a visual interface that provides an overview of key measures relevant to a particular objective with the help of charts and graphs. Dashboard reports allow managers to get a high-level overview of the business and help them make quick decisions. There are different types of dashboards such as strategic dashboards, analytical dashboards, and operational dashboards. An advantage of dashboards is the quick detection of outliers and correlations. With comprehensive data visualization, it is time-saving as compared to running multiple reports. With this understanding, let's jump into our demo. For creating our dashboards, we'll be using a sample sales dataset. Let me show you the dataset first. So here is the sales dataset that we'll be using for our demo. So this dataset was actually generated using a simulator and is completely random. It was not validated, though we have applied certain transformations to the data using Power Query features. So this data, as you can see, has 1000 rows. So using the simulator we had generated 1000 rows of data. Similarly, if I go on top, you can see this dataset has 17 columns. Now let me give you a brief about each of the columns. So first we have the region column. So we have Middle East and North Africa, there's North America, Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, and others. Similarly, we have the country names from which the item was ordered. The third column is the item type. So we have different items: cosmetics, vegetables, there's baby food, cereal, fruits, etc. Then we have the representative's name, or you can say this as the customer name who ordered the product. Then we have a sales channel column. So there are basically two channels, whether the item was sold offline or online. Next we have the order priority column. Now here C stands for critical. Then we have H, which is for high priority orders. Then we have M for medium priority orders, and finally we have L, which is for low priority orders. You can see the order date column. Then we have the order ID, the ship date. Next we have units sold, which is basically the total number of units sold for each item. Then we have the unit price column. This is the price at which each product was sold. Then we have the unit cost column, which is basically the production cost for each of the items. Next we have the total revenue. The total revenue is actually the product of units sold and unit price. Then we have the total cost column. Now the total cost column is actually the product of units sold and the unit cost. Similarly, we have the total profit column. So total profit is the difference between total revenue and the total cost. And finally, we have created two more columns, that is order year and then we have order month. Now these two columns were actually generated using the Power Query features. So we used the order date column, which is this column, and extracted order year and order month. So first, we are going to create a revenue dashboard where we'll focus on generating reports for revenue by order year, revenue by year and region, revenue by order priority, and much more. We'll create separate pivot tables and pivot charts and format them to make them look more interesting and presentable. We'll add slices and timeline to our dashboards in order to filter it based on specific fields. Now let's create our first report to see the total revenue generated each year. So we need to create a pivot table for this. I'll click on a cell in my dataset and then I'll go to the Insert tab. Here we have the option to select the pivot table. I click on this. You can see my table range is selected. Next, I want to place my pivot table in a new worksheet and let's just click on OK. There you go. So we have a new sheet where I can place my pivot table. So first, I need to find the total revenue generated by each year. So what I'll do is, I'll drag my order year column under rows and then I'll select the total revenue column under values. You can see I have my pivot chart ready. Now if you want, you can sort this. So from the data, you can see we have order year from 2010 to 2017. Now based on this data, let's create our pivot chart. So I'll click on any cell, go to Insert, and here you have the option to select recommended charts. I click on this. Now actually I want a line chart, so I'll click on line here and select OK. There you go. So we have successfully created our first pivot chart. Now let me show you how you can format this chart to make it more readable. So first, let me delete these. So I'll right click and select hide all field buttons on the chart. So this will delete the buttons present on the chart. Now let me go ahead and edit the chart title. So the title I want is total revenue. I'll type it down by year. Alright. Next, let's do a few more transformations. So if I click on this plus sign, which is actually for chart elements, we have some options like to add axis, axis titles, chart title, data labels, this grid lines, legend and others. Okay, so let's remove the legend now. You can see the total legend is gone. Now let me add axis titles. So we'll label our x-axis and y-axis. So here under x-axis I can write it as year. Similarly on the y-axis I'll put revenue. Okay, now you can move a bit. Alright, now let me select this chart style option and go to colors first. Here I'll select yellow color. Okay, and then let me go back to style. Let's select a new style from this list. I want this style. Okay, now you can also add data labels. So I'll just click on data labels. You can see we have the revenue for each of the years. Now this is not readable at all, so we'll format this a bit. If I click on this arrow, here I have more options. If I scroll down, you can see we have something called as number here. I'll expand this and under category I'll select custom. Now here we'll give a format code which is a bit different. So this is actually a kind of a formula. So I'll write if my revenue value is greater than, let's say, 9,99,000, Let me make sure there are 6 9s here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Okay, we are good to go. I'll close the bracket. I'll give a hash, give 2 commas. So if the revenue is greater than 9,99,000, I'll put it in the format of millions. So within double quotes, I'll write M. I'll give a semicolon followed by another hash, and if the value is less than the desired number, it should be 0 million. Let me click on add. Alright, you can see how nicely we have formatted our data, and you see here we have added the new format which is in millions. Alright, now if you want, you can go ahead and adjust the boxes. Let me move this a bit up. I'll delete this. Now if you notice this line chart, you can make a few conclusions. For example, if you see here in 2010, the total revenue generated was nearly 175 million. Now this came down to 150 million in 2011. Then the revenue constantly grew from 2011 till 2014. It reached 195 million. And after 2014, it again came down to 180 million, and the revenue dropped significantly between 2016 and 2017. In 2017, the revenue was just 96 million. Now before moving ahead to my next chart, let me just rename this sheet. So I'll write it as revenue by year. Alright. Now let's analyze the revenue generated each year in different regions. So for this, we'll create another pivot table. Let me close this. I'll click on any cell, go to insert and select pivot table. I'll just click OK so that my pivot table is placed on a new sheet. Alright. Now this time we want the revenue by each year and region. So first of all, let's drag region to columns. Then let's drag the order year column under rows, and then I'll select total revenue onto values. So here you can see we have the pivot table ready. So for 2010, you can see in Asia, this was the revenue generated. Similarly, if you see for 2013, this was the total revenue generated in Europe, and we have for other years as well. Now let's create a line chart based on this pivot table. So I'll select any cell in the pivot table. I'll go to insert and I'll click on recommended charts. From this list, I'll select my line chart and click on OK. There you go. So we have our next pivot chart ready. So on the right, you see the different regions that are present in different colors. Let me just expand it so that you can see all the regions we have. So in total, we have 7 regions, and each of the regions have been represented in different colors. So if you notice this graph, for the Sub-Saharan African region, in 2012, Sub-Saharan Africa made the highest amount of sales. Now from the sample data, you can also tell that the revenue for North America has been significantly low compared to other regions. Similarly, if you see for Europe, this was the revenue trend between 2010 and 2017. So if you see here in 2011, the sales were at this level, then it significantly dropped in 2012. Then in 2013, there was a huge spike, and then again came down in 2015 and so on. So you can make your own conclusions by looking at these line charts. Now let's format this chart. So first of all, let's delete the field buttons present on the chart, and we'll also delete the legend. Alright, now Let me just reduce the size of the chart. Next, we'll add a chart title. So we'll give the title as revenue by year and region. Okay. You can also format the y-axis in terms of millions. So I'll right click on this axis and I'll select format axis. I'll scroll down and here we have the number drop down. Let me scroll again. Under category I'll select custom and we'll use this format that we created for our previous chart. There you go. You can see our axis labels have been changed in terms of millions now. So let's close this and let me save it. Now you can reduce the font size or increase the font size. Let me just show you. Suppose you want to increase the font size of the chart title, so you just select it and from here you can either reduce or you can increase. You can see now it's 12. If you want, you can make it 16. Similarly, you can also edit the axis labels also. By selecting the chart title, you can also move it to left or right, or you can place it in the center as well. For the time being, let me just keep it to the left. Alright. Now we'll see the revenue and total cost by each region and we'll create a combo chart for this. So let me show you how to do it. I'll go to my data sheet. I have my cell selected. I'll go to insert and click on pivot table. Let me just click on OK. Alright. So for this, I'll select my region onto rows and then I'll have two columns under values. The first one is going to be total revenue and the next column will be the total cost column. Alright. So here we have the pivot table ready. Now based on this pivot table, let's create our pivot chart. So I'll go to recommended charts and if you see below at the bottom we have combo chart. So this is the preview of the combo chart. Alright. Now let me just click on OK. There you go. So we have a nice combo chart ready here. Now the way to look at it is the bars represent the total revenue, which is this column. Now the line represents the total cost. So let me go ahead and edit this chart a bit. So first of all, let's delete the field buttons. Alright. And let's also remove the legend from here. Next, we'll add data labels. So I'll click on data labels here. Okay. So these are the data labels for the bars or the revenue column. Now let's format the data labels in terms of millions. So I'll click on this arrow, go to more options. If I scroll down, I have number. From here I'll select custom and I'll choose my type, that is in millions. Alright, so you can see we have formatted our data. Next thing, we'll add a chart title. So here I'll write as revenue by region. It's actually revenue and total cost by region. Before moving ahead, let me rename the sheets as well. I'll write revenue and total cost. Similarly, sheet 3 also I'm going to rename it as revenue by year and region. So this makes your sheet more readable. Alright, now moving ahead. Next, we are interested to get the revenue generated by order priority, and for this we are going to create a pie chart. So let's go to the data sheet and create our pivot table first. I click on OK. Now I'll select order priority under rows, and under values I'll select total revenue. So this is a very simple pivot table. So you have your order priority. So C is for critical, H is for high, L is for low, and M is for medium. Now based on this, let's create a pie chart. So I'll go to recommended charts, and here you have pie chart. I want to select this 3D type of pie chart, and I'll click on OK. Alright, so we have our pie chart ready. Let me just resize it, and from here I'll remove the field buttons, and I also don't need the legend, so I'll delete this as well. Alright, now let's give a chart title. So this is going to be revenue by order priority. Now let's add our data labels. I'll check this option. Okay, now let's again format this in terms of millions. So here I'll click on the last option, I'll go to numbers. Under category I'll select custom, and my type is going to be in terms of millions. There you go. Let me close this. I'll just move this to the center. Alright. Now if you want, you can change the color of the text as well. So let's have it in white color and see how it looks. Okay, so this looks pretty decent. Cool. Now moving to our next report. So this time we are going to find the total revenue by countries. So we have multiple countries present in our data set. We want to visualize the revenue generated in each country. So for this we are going to create a horizontal bar chart. So let me show you how to do it. But before moving ahead, let me just rename this sheet. So I'll write revenue by, I'll just put OP, which stands for order priority. Alright, now let's create our horizontal bar chart. I'll go to insert, click on pivot table and select OK. So I want my revenue based on different countries, so I'll select country and put it under rows, and then I'll choose total revenue and place it under values. So here you have the different country names. We have Afghanistan, there's Albania. Let me scroll down. You have Bangladesh. There are a number of countries. You have Czech Republic, there's Estonia, France, Gabon. Similarly, if you scroll down, we have India, there's Jamaica, Italy, and all the way to the bottom if you go, we have New Zealand, there's Netherlands, Philippines, Portugal. We also have Singapore, lots and lots of countries. We have the UAE, United States of America, Zimbabwe, and others. Alright, let me go up. So based on this pivot table, let's create our pivot chart. So I'll go to insert and select recommended charts. From here I'm going to select the column chart. You can see the preview here, and let me click on OK. Alright, so here you can see the different country names at the bottom and the revenue for each of the countries. Let's go ahead and edit this chart. So first of all, I'll delete the field buttons. Okay, and let me also remove the legend. Here I'll write revenue by countries. This is going to be my chart title. Okay, let's format this chart a little more. So I'll click on this option and we'll select a new style. Let's say I'll select style 6. Okay, and let me now go under colors and we'll select the color of the bars. So let's choose this color. Okay, so you have a horizontal column chart ready, and at the bottom you can see the different country names, and we have the revenue. Cool. Now let me go ahead and rename this sheet. So I'll write revenue by countries and hit enter. Okay. And finally, we'll create another report which is going to be part of our revenue dashboard, and this is revenue by items. So we'll visualize our revenue for different items present in the table. So if you see this, we have cosmetics, vegetables, cereal, fruits, there's clothes, snacks, households, and other products as well. So let's check the revenue for each of these items. So we'll continue the same drill. I'll create my pivot table on a new worksheet, and this time I'm going to drag item type under rows, and we'll have the total revenue under values. So here on the left of the table you can see we have the different item names, and then we have the total revenue. So let me just sort this total revenue from largest to smallest. So you can see here office supplies made the highest amount of revenue, followed by household, then cosmetics, and fruits made the lowest amount of revenue. I'll click on this, go to insert and select recommended charts. This time I'm going to create a bar chart. So this is how my bar chart is going to look like. I'll select OK. Alright, now let's format this chart a bit. I'll delete the field buttons and I'll delete the legend as well. And let's edit the chart title. So this is going to be revenue by items. Cool. We also want to change the color of the bars. So I've selected all the bars. I'll go to my home tab, and here let's say I want to select green color. Alright, I've edited my chart a bit. Now let's make it 14 and I'll remove the bold. Okay, here if you want you can change the font also. Let's keep it in blue color. Alright, finally let's rename this sheet. So I'll write revenue by items. Cool. Finally, now it's time for us to merge all the charts that we have created to our dashboard. So let me show you how you can create the dashboard. I'll create a new sheet, and first thing I'm going to do is I'll click on the view tab and uncheck grid lines. So this will remove the grid lines present in the worksheet. Next, I'm going to insert an image. So we'll have a background image on our dashboard. So the way to do is I'll go to the insert tab, and under illustrations I have the option to select pictures or insert pictures. So I'm going to insert picture present on the device, that is my computer. I'll go to desktop, and here I have a folder called Excel dashboard files, and I'll select this dashboard background and hit insert. So this is going to insert an image. Now let me just drag this image so it covers a fair enough portion. So I'll hit shift and I'll drag it. Alright, so you can see I have successfully added a background image. If you want you can still expand this background image a bit to the right. Cool. Now the next thing is going to be the title of the dashboard. So I'll click on insert, and here I have the option to select a text box. So I'll click on a text box, and I'm going to place a text box in the middle, and I'm going to name this text box as Excel Revenue Dashboard. On sales. I'll centerline it. Let's do some more formatting. So I'll select this text box. On the top you can see shape format. Here I'm going to expand this shape fill and I'll select no fill. So my text box is transparent now, and I'll also remove the outline. Alright. Now let me just double click on the title of my dashboard and I'm going to select a font. You can select whichever font you want. Let me stick to Britannica Bold and I'll increase the size to, let's say, 30. Alright, I'll just drag the text box. I'll make the text as white instead of black. Alright, so we have our title of the dashboard ready. Now if you want, you can also insert some icons to this dashboard. So I'll go to insert and I'll click on illustrations again and select pictures. I'm going to add these two pictures, which is of a store and a cart, to make it look visually appealing. So I'll place the icons here, and similarly let me just copy it and I'll place the cart and the store to the right as well. Alright, next the idea is to bring in all the charts that we have created and place it on the dashboard. So let me copy each of the charts and place it on the dashboard. So I'll hit Ctrl V to paste it and we'll resize this as well. Alright. Similarly, let me bring in all the other charts as well. Alright, so now you can see I have added all my charts and graphs to this dashboard. So you can see here we have our line charts, our column charts, the combo charts, the pie chart and others. Now let me go ahead and format these charts a little more. So you can see this looks a bit cluttered. So let's adjust the labels. Let me bring this down. Similarly, I'll bring 190 million a little below. Alright, this looks fine now. One more thing we are going to do is we'll remove the white background from each of the charts and make it transparent. So let me show you how to do it. So I'll select this chart, then I'll right click and go to Format Chart area. Here on the right you see we have an option called No Fill. So if I select No Fill, you can see the white background is gone now. Similarly, let me also remove the grid lines. So I'll select the grid lines and hit delete. So I've also removed the grid lines from here. Now let's also remove the white outline that we have. So I'll select this chart, go to Format, and here I'll go to Shape Outline and I'll select No Outline. You see this? So we have our total revenue by year, which is a line chart, and this is completely transparent now. Now what I'm going to do is I'll place this chart over a box. So I'll go to Insert, and in Insert we have the option to create a shape. So I'll click on Illustrations and here I'll choose a shape and let me select a rectangle. So I'll just create a rectangle here. Alright, and now what I'll do is I'll select this and bring this to front. I'll right click and choose bring to front, and I'll place this shape below it. Alright, now the next thing is to edit the shape. So first I'll change the color of this box. So let me select this blue color and let me increase the transparency. So I'll right click and go to format shape. Here I'll increase the transparency. Let's keep it to 25%, or let's say 20%. Alright, next thing, we'll just convert all the font to white color, including the axis labels, the chart title. We'll also convert all the axis labels to white color so it looks better. Now we'll just adjust our chart over here. Next thing, let's just remove the outline. So I'll go to shape outline and I'll select no outline. You see, we have now formatted our chart. Let's just pull this a little up. Alright, now we'll add this blue background to all the other charts. So we'll first add the background, make it transparent, and then we'll convert the font text to white color to make it more readable and visible. So for the time being, I'll just pause the video and come back again. Alright, so now you can see on your screens we have nicely formatted our dashboard. So I've added a few logos for each of the charts. You can see the logos here. So for revenue by countries, we have a globe. Then if you see here, this is kind of a map or a location. Similarly, we have all formatted the color of the bars. Then we have also formatted the labels in terms of millions. If you look on the y-axis, even the revenue for year and region are all formatted in terms of millions. If you want this, you can also format the total year by revenue in terms of millions. So the way to do is, you can select this graph, right click and go to format axis. Here if I scroll down, you have numbers, and under category I'll select custom. Then I'll select my type as this format, which is in millions, and you see here we have successfully formatted our y-axis labels. Alright, so the next thing is to add slicers and timelines to our dashboard. Now slicers are used to format your data based on a particular column. Suppose if you want to see revenue by certain items, you can add item as a slicer and you can view the entire dashboard. Similarly, for timelines, you can add date columns. So if you want to see what was the amount of sales or revenue generated on a particular year or a particular month, you can do that using a timeline. So I'll select one of the charts, and then either you can go to the insert tab, and here you can see under filters we have slices and timeline, or if you go to the pivot chart analyze tab, here also you have insert slicer and timeline option. So I'll select insert slicer here first. Now it's giving me the list of fields present in the dataset. So I'll select country, region, and let's say we want to know by item type and sales channel. So these are going to be my 4 slicers. I'll click on OK. You can see it here. We have our 4 slicers here, and these are the list of values. So under region we have Asia, this Europe, North America, and others. Similarly, we have the different country names for country slicers, and then for item type also we have all the items that were present in our dataset. Now moving ahead, we need to connect all the slicers to a dashboard. So what I'll do is, I'll right click on this option and I'll go to report connections. Okay, so under report connections, you have all the pivot tables that we created. You currently see only one of the pivot table is selected, so we need to select all the pivot tables. So let me check all the pivot tables present in this workbook and click on OK. Alright, now that we have connected one of our slicers, we'll now connect the other remaining slicers. So I'll right click on this, go to report connections, and I'll check all the pivot tables present in this worksheet. Click on OK. Similarly, let's do it for the country slicer. I'll go to report connections and let me select all the pivot tables. And finally, we have the item type. So I'll right click, go to report connections, and then I'll select all my pivot tables. And let's hit OK. Alright, now let me just organize this a bit. So I'll place my pivot tables to the right. I'll just reduce the size. Let me scroll down. Now I'll add my region slicer here. Similarly, I'll add my final slicer, that is sales channel. Now in our next dashboard, which is going to be the profit dashboard, I'll show you how to add a timeline. Alright, now I have arranged all my slicers. So let's say you want to find the revenue that was generated for an item type, let's say beverages. So you can just select beverages here, and all your charts show the respective revenues. So you have the total revenue by year for beverages only. Similarly, here you can see the revenue by year and region only for beverages item type. If I scroll down, now this chart represents the revenue that was generated in each of the countries only for item type beverages. Let me just uncheck it. Alright, let's say you want to see the revenue generated for a country like India. So I have selected India here, and now you can see my graph has changed only for country India. You can see here it is showing only for India now. Now similarly, you can also filter your revenues based on the different regions. Let's say you want to know the revenue generated based on sales channel. So we have two sales channel, that is offline and online. Suppose you want to know the revenue generated offline. So I'll just select offline. You can see the values have changed. So these were the revenues generated for each of the items only for offline. If you see here, now these were all the offline sales for the different regions. So this is our entire Excel revenue dashboard on sales. We created multiple charts and graphs. Then we applied different formatting. We added different icons. Then we formatted the labels also. Next, we added slicers, and finally we saw how we could filter our data based on these slicers. Likewise, now we are going to create a profit dashboard based on the same data. So before moving ahead, let me rename this sheet as revenue dashboard. I'll write REV dashboard. Okay. Now we'll move to our data sheet and start creating our pivot tables and pivot charts for the profit dashboard. Alright, so let me go ahead and create my first pivot table. So I'll create a new worksheet. This time I'm going to create a line chart to visualize the profit for each year. So I'll drag my total profit column to values and my order year to rows. So here you can see we have our pivot table ready. Now you can sort this data to get an idea as to which year had the highest profit and which year had the lowest profit. So from this pivot table you can see, since I've sorted this data in descending order, so 2014 had the maximum amount of profit and 2017 had the least amount of profit. I'll just do Control Z to undo it. Alright, now based on this pivot table, let me go ahead and create my pivot chart. So I'll go to recommended charts and click on a line chart. So this is the preview of the chart. I'll click on OK. Let me close this. Similarly, we are going to edit this chart now. So first I'll hide all the field buttons present on the chart, and I'll rename the chart title as Total Profit by Year. Next, I'm going to remove the legend, so I'll delete this. Let's do some more formatting. So I'll go to Style, and this time I'm going to select my style type. Okay, and if you want, you can choose the colors as well. For the time being, let's have this yellow color. Next, let me add the data labels. So again, if you see here, this is not formatted properly. So let's go ahead and format the data labels. So I'll click on number and I'll select custom here, and the type I'm going to select is in millions, and I'll click on close. So here you can see we have our line chart ready, which shows total profit by year. Let's rename this sheet as profit by year. Alright, now let's move back to our data sheet again. Next, we are going to show the total profit by countries. For this, I'm going to create a map. So let me first create my pivot table. So I'll go to insert and I'll click on pivot table. Let me click on OK. Since I want the country names, so I'll select country under rows, and then I have my total profit under values. The next thing I'm going to do is I'll just rename the row labels as countries, and then I'm going to delete the grand total, which you can see at the bottom. So here we have the grand total. Let me just delete the grand total. So I'm going to select this pivot table, go to the design tab. Here we have subtotals and grand totals. I'll switch off the grand total. Let me just verify it again. I'll scroll down. You see the grand total has gone now. Alright, now we want to create a map out of this. The way to do is I'm going to select my data, copy it, I'll go on top and I'll paste it here. Using this data, I can create my field map now. So I'll go to insert. Here we have the option to create a field map. There you go. You can see we have our map ready. I can expand this. Now as you can see, our map has a color scale which comes from light gray color to dark blue color. So the countries that are in gray, or you can say light blue, have the lowest amount of profit, while the regions or the countries that have been shaded in dark color or dark blue color have highest amount of profit. I will go ahead and delete this scale. Okay. Next, we need to connect this map to the original data source. So what I'll do is I'll right click on this map and I'll go to select data. Here, instead of the previous range, I'll give my new range now. So my new range will be my original pivot table that I had created. I'll go on top and click on OK. So we have our map ready now. Now if you want, you can change the color of the shade. So I'll just go to colors and let's say we'll keep green color. So the countries that are shaded in dark green have the highest amount of profit, while those which are highlighted in light green color are the countries that made least amount of profit. Okay, now moving on. Next, we want to create a pivot table that will show us the profit by year and sales channel. So for this we are going to create another line chart. So I'll go to insert and click on pivot table. So I'll select new worksheet. Here, since I want to know the profit by year, first of all I'll drag my order year column to rows, and then I'll choose my total profit column under values. Next, I'm going to select my sales channel under columns. There you go. So we have our pivot table here. Based on this pivot table, let me create my pivot chart. So I'll go to recommended charts and I'm going to create a line chart. I close this. You see here, based on this chart, you can tell the profit generated with online sales were actually lower than that of offline. So here the blue line represents offline profit and the orange line represents online profit. If you mark clearly, in year 2012 the online profit was actually higher than the offline profit. So let me go ahead and edit this chart a bit. So we'll delete the field buttons. I'll also delete the legend for now. Let me go ahead and add a chart title. So I'll write profit by year and sales channel. Okay, so this is my second report. Before moving ahead, let me just rename this sheet. So I'll write profit by countries. Similarly, let me rename this sheet as profit by year and let's say SC for sales channel. Okay, moving ahead, now I want to create a pie chart based on a pivot table that will show the profit by sales channel only. So this is going to be a simple pie chart. So I'll first go to insert, click on pivot table and click on OK. So I'll drag my sales channel under rows and then we'll have the total profit column under values. So this is my simple pivot table. Now let's create our pivot chart, which is going to be a pie chart. Let me explore the other types of pie charts we have. Okay, so I'm going to select a donut chart here. I click on OK. Let's edit this chart. I'll remove the field buttons. Let me now remove the legend as well. I'll just resize it, and this is going to be profit by sales channel. Okay, let's also add data labels, and here again I'm going to format this label. I'll select the category as custom and my type will be in millions. Okay, let me just move this to the left and this to the right. Okay, let's also delete the lines. Cool. Now let me just rename this sheet. So I'll write profit by, let's say SC, which stands for sales channel. Cool. Finally, I'm going to create a report that will show the revenue and profit by items. So I'll go ahead and create my pivot table first. This time I'll choose my total profit under values and we'll also have the revenue column. So I'll put my revenue at the top. Then I'm going to select item type under rows. So here is my pivot table. Based on this pivot table, let me now create a combo chart. So you can see the preview of the chart. The blue bars represent the total revenue and the orange line represents the total profit. I'll click on OK. Let me close this. First, let's remove the field buttons. Let's also remove the legend here. Then we'll add a chart title. I'll name it as revenue and profit by items. Okay. If you want, you can also go ahead and change the color of the bars. So let me just select one of these colors. Okay. All right. So we have our 5 reports ready that we are going to use for our profit dashboard. Next, let's create a new sheet and we'll get started with building our dashboard. So I'll click on a new sheet. Let me just rename this as profit dashboard. All right. We'll continue with the previous drill. So first of all, let's go to the View tab and remove the grid lines. Now we'll insert a background image like we did for our revenue dashboard. So I'll go to Insert. Under Illustrations, I'll click on Pictures and select this device. I'm going to have the same background. I'll click on Insert. Alright, so you can see we have a picture of a company, or you can say an organization. Let's just drag this a bit to the right. We'll adjust the size also. Alright. Now let's copy the title of my profit dashboard. So here you can see I have brought my revenue dashboard, and I'll copy the title and the logos that we used for the revenue dashboard. I'll paste it on my new dashboard. Let's just align it in the center. Alright, the next step, let me now go ahead and edit the title. So this is actually going to be Excel profit dashboard instead of revenue. Now we'll copy each of the charts that we just created. For example, the revenue and profit by items, then we had profit by sales channel. All this we are going to copy one by one and put it on the profit dashboard. So let me just copy a few now. I'll paste it here, and later on we can make the adjustment. I'll copy this as well. Similarly, I'll bring the other 3 charts onto my sales dashboard. Okay, so here on my profit dashboard I have added all the charts and have aligned and reshaped it so that it looks good. I have also made some formatting. For example, I have reduced the size of the chart title. Now let me go ahead and show you a few more formatting that we also did for the revenue dashboard. First, let's remove the white background from all the charts. So I'll select the first chart, I'll right click and I'll click on Format Chart Area. Here under Fill, I'll select No Fill. Next, I'm going to remove the grid lines, so I'll just delete it. Let me close this. Now we also have a outline, so I'll go to Design, actually Format, and I'll remove the outline. Next, I'm going to add a blue box at the back like how we did for the revenue dashboard. So let me select a blue box from here and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, now let me just select the chart and I'll bring this to front and I'll move this to the back. Next, I'm going to change the font color all to white so that it's clearly visible and it's more readable. I'll do it for the x-axis as well. Okay, so here I have my first chart ready. The same I'm going to do for the rest of the charts. Okay, so now you can see here I have formatted all my charts. I have also added a blue background. You see here I have also formatted the Y labels in terms of millions, which is actually the profit. Similarly, here I have added the data labels. This is for revenue. Some of the charts also have the data legends. So here you can see the blue color represents offline and the red represents online. Similarly, here you have the legends. I've also formatted the map as well. Okay, now the next thing is to make this dashboard more interactive. So we'll add our slicers as well as timeline. First, let me show you how to add a timeline. So I'll select one of the charts and I'll go to insert. Under insert, I have the option to create a timeline. So I'll just click on timelines. So timeline is actually based on date columns. So since in our dataset we only have two date columns, one is order date and one is ship date. So Excel has only shown us two columns. So I'm going to create my timeline based on order date. So I'll select my order date column and I'll click on OK. You can see here this is called a timeline. I can expand this. Now this timeline is based on months now. If I scroll this timeline, you can see here I have my order year 2010 and I have all the 12 months. Similarly, we have for 2011, then we have for 2012, all the way till 2017. Now you can filter this in terms of years, quarters, months or days. Let me just select year now. So I have years from 2010 till 2017. Let me just squeeze this and I'll place it somewhere here on the right. Now let me go ahead and create a few slicers for my profit dashboard. So I have selected one of the charts. Under insert, I'll click on slicer. You can see it gives me the list of columns from which I want to create slicers. So I'll create a region. Let me also select country. Let's say I want the representative's name or the customer's name, and I'll click on OK. So here I have created three slicers. Let me first resize it and I'll place it on the right. Similarly, I'll place the country column also. Then we have the region slicer. I'll resize this and I'll bring it here. Okay. The next thing we need to do is I have to connect all the slicers and the timeline to the pivot tables for the profit dashboard. So I'm going to click on the multiple select option and go to report connections. Here I'm going to select all the pivot tables that are related to profit. So here I have selected 4 and I need one more, which is pivot table number 10. I click on OK. Similarly, let's create or connect my region filter to all the pivot tables. So I right click, go to report connections. Here I'll choose all my pivot tables which are based on profit. I'll click on OK. Let's do it for the country slicer as well. I click on OK, and similarly I'll connect my timeline as well. I'll go to report connections and I'll select all the pivot tables related to profit. Then I'll click on OK. Let me now go ahead and create another slicer based on sales channel. So I'm selecting one of the pivot charts. I'll go to insert, click on slicer, and I'll select sales channel and hit OK. So I have my sales channel slicer. Now let me connect it to all the respective pivot tables that are based on profit. Click on OK. Now let me just bring it here. Alright. The next thing I want to show is how are we going to use the timeline first. So you see we have all the years here from 2010 till 2017. Now suppose you want to know the profit that was generated in the year 2012. So I'll just click on this range, and now you can see our charts only show information for 2012. So this dot represents there was 51 million profit in the year 2012. Similarly, you can see here the profit by sales channel for 2012. From the map you can see the different countries and the profit each of these countries made in 2012. If I scroll down, you can see the revenue and profit by items. Now if I select another year, let's say 2013, I can just drag this to the right, and now you can see our profit by year and sales channel for offline and online. You can see the map or the line chart for total profit by year. So in 2012 it was 51 million, and then it went up to 54 million in 2013. Similarly, our map has also changed. Now this is a sort of an information that we have. You can click on this and check the information that Excel has prompted. Alright, so this is how you can use a timeline. Now as I said, we checked by years. You can also see it for months and quarters as well. Let me just uncheck it. I'll send it back to the place where it was, and I'll reduce the size. Okay. Now suppose you want to check the profit made by different representatives. You can select them one by one. Let's say Adam Churchill. This is the profit generated by Adam Churchill. Similarly, you can select multiple persons as well. Now suppose you want to see the profit by different countries, so you can use the country slicer. Let me just bring this to the middle, and let's expand our chart a bit. Okay, so here you have the profit by different countries chart. I'll just bring this to the front so that you can see it clearly. Okay, now here suppose you want to see the profit generated in, let's say, United Kingdom. You can select United Kingdom. So this is the map of United Kingdom, and it tells you the total profit that was generated in United Kingdom, and below you can see the revenue and profit for all the items that was sold in United Kingdom. So you had beverages, clothes, household, office supplies. So you can see clearly office supplies item made the highest amount of profit in United Kingdom. Now you can also select multiple countries. Let's say I want to know for France as well. So my map will change accordingly. So now I have United Kingdom and France selected, and the other charts present in my dashboard change accordingly. Now I have my country selected as India. You can see the map of India here, and these were the respective profit values. Now one thing to note here is this is actually not millions. That should be in K, that is thousands. So please mark this as 1000 and not in millions. Even for this is actually K and not million. Alright, so we have successfully created our second dashboard, that is on profit. Let me just resize this a bit, and we'll place it where it was earlier. Cool. So we saw how to create different pivot tables and pivot charts, and then we formatted our pivot charts based on our requirement. We saw how to edit the colors. Now let me show you one more thing. You can also change the look and feel of the dashboard by going to the page layout tab. Under page layout you have themes. So here you can select different themes. Currently we are with the office theme. Now let me just select another theme, let's say Facet. You see the colors have changed and it looks really beautiful. Similarly, let me try out another theme, let's say organic. You see our chart has changed. Let me just delete this. Okay, so now once you change the theme, the text also change a bit. You can see the slicers are in a different font. Let me explore one more theme. Let's say this time I'm going to choose depth, and this is more of a green type of color. You can play around and select whatever theme suits the best. Alright. Now let me just move back to my revenue dashboard and see how it looks. There you go. So since we changed our theme, even our revenue dashboard is also impacted. So this is how it looks now. You can always go ahead and play with different themes, colors, fonts and effects. Alright, so in this demo we saw how to create a revenue dashboard. So we created line charts, this combo chart, pie chart, horizontal and vertical bar charts, and then we learned how to add slicers and connect it to different pivot tables, and we filtered our data to see revenue as well as profit by items, by countries, by different regions, sales channel. We learned how to create a map and lots more.
Allow me to introduce postgraduate program in data analytics by Simplilearn. Just take a quick look at the features followed by the skills you will gain through this course. Some key features of this comprehensive program includes exclusive hackathons and anything sessions by IBM, 8 times higher live interaction in live online classes by industry experts, capstone from 3 domains and 14 plus data analytics projects with industry datasets from Google Play Store, Lyft, World Bank, etc. Masterclasses delivered by Purdue faculty and IBM experts. Simplilearn's Job Assist helps you to get noticed by top hiring companies and much more. It is well said, when skills empower, possibilities flourish. To grab the opportunities, gain skills like data analytics, statistical analysis using Excel, data analysis Python and R, data visualization Tableau and Power BI, and much more. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enroll now. Find the course link in the description box.
Lookup function tutorial in Excel.
What is Excel VLOOKUP? VLOOKUP stands for vertical lookup. VLOOKUP lets you search for specific information in your spreadsheet. It allows you to search for a particular value in a column and returns another value from a different column but of the same row. VLOOKUP takes advantage of vertically aligned tables to quickly find data associated with the value the user enters. Now, let's look at the syntax to write a VLOOKUP function. So VLOOKUP takes 4 parameters or arguments. You can see it here. There are 4 arguments in the VLOOKUP function. So the first argument is called the lookup value. The lookup value represents the value that you are searching for. Next is the table array. The table array represents 2 or more columns of information. The third argument is called the column index number. Now this represents the column number in the table from which the value must be returned. The first column is 1, the second column is 2, and so on. And then we have the fourth parameter, which is called the range lookup. Now this parameter is optional. Now range lookup is used to find an exact match. So if you want to find an exact match, you need to enter false or 0. Meanwhile, if you want an approximate match, you need to enter true or 1.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Now, let me give you a brief overview on what's going to be in our demo. So for our demonstration, we'll use a sales dataset. You can see the dataset on the left. Using this dataset, we'll understand how VLOOKUP performs an exact and approximate match. We'll see how VLOOKUP is case insensitive. Then we'll perform a wildcard character search. We'll understand how to handle errors when a match is not found. And finally, you will look at two-way lookups. Now here is a small example of how VLOOKUP works. So we want to find the units sold by Morgan using the dataset on the left. So here you can see I have the dataset. It has some rows and columns. So these are the columns which are order date, region, there's a representative column, item, units, there's unit cost and total. And from this table I want to find the units that were sold by Morgan. Now if you look at the table, at the bottom you can see the representative name Morgan, and Morgan has sold 30 units. Now I want to find this value using the VLOOKUP function. So here on the right you can see I have my lookup value, which is Morgan, and this is my VLOOKUP formula, and using this formula I'm getting the result as 30. Now let's go to our Excel workbook and perform all the demos one by one. So this is my Excel workbook that we are going to use for our demo, and here is the data set we'll be using. Now this is the same data set that you saw a while ago. So this data set has 7 columns. You have the order date, the region, representative's name, item, there's units, unit cost and total, which is basically the total or the amount of sales that was generated. Now we are going to use a chunk of this data set and perform our VLOOKUP analysis. So let's see our first example and the problem we have at hand. Let me go to the exact match tab. Alright, so here I'm going to use this chunk of data which is actually taken from the original data set. So we have taken the first 11 rows from the data set. You can see from row 2 till row 12 is going to be our data set that we'll use. So we have a question here. We want to find the items sold by Thompson. So here Thompson is my lookup value, which means looking at Thompson I want to find the item that he sold. So if you consider our table here, you can see we have the representative's name Thompson right here, and from the table you can see Thompson sold pencil, and I want to get this value which is pencil using my VLOOKUP function. So let's go ahead and write our VLOOKUP function. I'll consider this as my lookup value, and here under item I'm going to write my VLOOKUP formula. To write the VLOOKUP formula, I'll write first equal to, and I'll write VLOOKUP. Now if I hit tab, it will auto-complete. Alright, now let's give the parameters. So first is going to be the lookup value, which is nothing but Thompson. So I'll just select this cell, which is J17, comma. Now it's asking to give the table array. So the table array is the table from which you want to retrieve a value. One thing to keep in mind is that the value you are looking for should be the first column of a table, and you can select the table array till the end of the dataset or till the column which has the value you want to find. So here I'll select my table array starting from the representatives column till the end of the item column, which is going to be my table array. Then I'll select the column index number. So the column index number is based on the table array you have selected. In this case, my column index number is going to be 2 because we have selected just 2 columns, and the value which I am going to find is in the second column. So I'll give 2, comma. Now the range lookup I am going to give is false because I want to find an exact match. So either you can hit tab or you can write 0, which means false. If I close the bracket and hit enter, it will return me the item that Thompson had sold, which is pencil. You can verify from the table that Thompson had sold pencil. Alright. Now let's try to change the table array and see what result are we getting. So this time I'll slightly change the table array. So again we are trying to find the item that Thompson had sold. So I'll write my formula equal to VLOOKUP. I'll hit tab to autocomplete. I'll give my lookup value as Thompson, comma. This time I'm choosing my table array starting from the representatives column till the end of the dataset, which is till P12. Again, my column index number is going to be 2 because if you consider this table array, the item column is the second column in the selected table array. So I'm going to write it as 2, comma. The range lookup I want to give as false because I want to find the exact match. If I close this and hit enter, you can see it has returned me the same result that we saw earlier. Now suppose, let's say this time I want to start my table array from the region column, which is this column. So I want to select my table array starting from the region column. Now this is going to show me an error because your table array should always start from the lookup value column. So if you consider Thompson as the lookup value, my table array should always start from the representatives column. So let's just try this example. So I'll write VLOOKUP. My lookup value I'm going to give it as Thompson, comma. The table array, as I mentioned earlier, I'm going to choose from the region column. And let's say I'll select till the item column, give another comma, and this time my column index number is going to be 3 because since the table array has 3 columns and my item column is the last column, so I'm going to give my column index number as 3, comma. I want to get the exact match, so I'll give 0. If I close the bracket and hit enter, you can see it has given me an error. Okay, now let me just show you another method to use VLOOKUP in Excel. So here on the top you can see there's a formulas tab, and under formulas tab under function library you see we have an option to select lookup and reference. If I click on this and if I scroll down below, you can see there's an option called VLOOKUP. Let's choose this. Alright, now here you can give your lookup value, your table array, column index number, and the range lookup under this function arguments dialog box. So here I want to select my lookup value as Thompson. My table array is going to be from the representatives column till, let's say, the end of the data set. My column index number is going to be 2. I'll write 2, and range lookup I'll write as false because I want the exact match. Now if I hit OK, you can see it has given us the exact same result. So this is one of the other ways to use VLOOKUP in Excel. Now let's move to the next sheet, which is regarding approximate match. Okay, so sometimes you might have cases where you don't have the lookup value present in the table. In those cases, you can tell VLOOKUP to return an approximate match. Now one thing to keep in mind is that your lookup value column should always be sorted in ascending order while trying to get an approximate match. So here we are going to use this table, and my lookup value column, which is going to be the representatives column, is already sorted in ascending order. And let's see the question we have here. So I want to find the item sold and the unit cost for Matt. So my lookup value is going to be Matt. Now if you see this table, I don't have the representative's name Matt anywhere in the table. Now using an approximate match, I want to find the item and the unit cost. So let's do it. So here under item, I'll write my VLOOKUP formula. So I'll type VLOOKUP. I'll hit tab to complete it, and this time my lookup value is going to be Matt, so I'll select this cell, comma. My table array I'll select from the representatives column till the end of item column because I want to find the item value for Matt. I'll give a comma. My column index number as per the table array is going to be 2, comma. My range lookup this time I'm going to give is true or 1. So I'll write 1, close the bracket, hit enter. Alright, it has returned me binder was the item sold by Matt. Now let's try to figure out why VLOOKUP returned binder as the item. Now let's say you were asked to insert the name Matt to the representative column in alphabetical order. So where would you place it? Ideally, you should place between Kivel and Morgan. Since this column is already sorted, Matt should appear before Morgan and after Kivel. So in an approximate match, VLOOKUP will consider the previous highest value. In this case, the previous highest value before Matt is Kivel, and hence VLOOKUP returned the corresponding item purchased by Kivel, which is binder. Now similarly, if you wanted to find the unit cost for Matt, again VLOOKUP will return the unit cost of Kivel, which is 125. Let's just try it out. So I'll write VLOOKUP. My lookup value is mat, comma. My table array for this time is going to be from representatives column till the unit cost column I'll consider. I'll give a comma. Now the column index number as per the table array is going to be 4. I'll give another comma, and this time I'll double click true because I want an approximate match. If I close the bracket, hit enter, you can see it has returned me 125, which is actually Kivel's unit cost. Okay, we have another question, and this time I want to find the units sold by Rob. Now Rob is going to be my lookup value. If you see the representatives column, we don't have Rob. Now let's see what VLOOKUP is going to return as the item for Rob. So I'll write VLOOKUP. I'll give my lookup value as Rob, comma. My table array is going to start from the representatives column. I'll select till here. I'll give a comma. My column index number is 2. I'll give another comma. I'll double click on true. So I close the bracket, hit enter. You can see VLOOKUP has returned me pen. Now let's understand why VLOOKUP returned pen for Rob. Now if you are asked to insert the representative's name Rob into this column, so ideally Rob would appear somewhere between Morgan and Sorvino, because since this is sorted in ascending order, Rob is actually greater than Morgan and is less than Sorvino. So as you know, VLOOKUP in an approximate match returns the previous highest value, which is Morgan here, and the corresponding item for Morgan is pen, and hence VLOOKUP returned pen for Rob. Alright, now moving to the next sheet, which is another property of VLOOKUP, which tells VLOOKUP always looks to the right. This means that your lookup value must always be on the left, and the value you are going to find out should always be to the right of the table. Now consider this scenario where your lookup value is on the left. In this case, it is the representative's value, and I have taken Sorvino for an example, and we want to find the order date for Sorvino. Now if you consider this table, your lookup value, which is Sorvino, is actually this column, the representatives column, and we are going to find out the order date. So your representative's name is on the right of the table, and the value we are going to find out is on the left of the table. Now as per the property, VLOOKUP only looks to the right. So if I use the VLOOKUP function for this example here, I'll write VLOOKUP. I'll give my lookup value as Sorvino, comma. My table array I'll consider from the order date, because I want the order date, till the representatives column. I'll give a comma, and this time my column index number is actually the first column, if I consider my table array as the first 3 columns selected, and my range lookup is going to be false. If I close the bracket, hit enter, it returns me an error. The reason is VLOOKUP always looks to the right, and this time the value we were trying to find out was to the left of the table. Now if you consider the opposite case, suppose you have the order date and you want to find the representative's name, you can do that easily, because your lookup value, which is the order date, is on the left and your representatives column is on the right. So let's just try this. I'll write VLOOKUP. My lookup value is going to be Sorvino's order date, so I'll select it from the table. I'll give a comma. My table array will start from the J column. Let's say I'll select the entire table, comma, and my column index number will be 3 if you consider these as my table array, comma, my range lookup is 0. If I close this, hit enter, you can see we have got Sorvino corresponding to the order date. Alright, now let's move to the next tab. Now this tab says VLOOKUP returns only the first match. So we have a question at hand. The question is, find the units sold by Jardine. If you see this table, we have the representative's name Jardine twice. You see here, and if you look down, we have Jardine here as well. But the item sold by Jardine at the first instance is pencil, and At the second instance, it's desk. Now, as per the property, VLOOKUP always returns the first match. Now, ideally, when we write the VLOOKUP function and look for the units sold by Jardine, you will see VLOOKUP will return 36 instead of 3. Let's just try it out. I'll write the VLOOKUP function. My lookup value is Jardine, comma. My table array, I'll select from the representatives column till the end of units column. I'll give a comma. My column index number based on the table array is 3. I'll give another comma. Now I want the exact match, so I'll select 0, close the bracket and hit enter. Now as you can see, it returns me the first match of Jardine, which is 36. So VLOOKUP did not consider the second match. Now similarly, if you consider this table, we have Jones repeated thrice. So you have Jones here, you have Jones here for the second time, and also we have Jones for the third time. And let's say you want to find the unit cost for Jones. So if I write the VLOOKUP function, I'll consider my lookup value as Jones, comma. My table array, I'll select from the representatives column till the end of unit cost column. I'll give a comma. Based on the table array, my unit cost column is at the 4th index, so I'll write 4, comma, the range lookup is 0. If I click on this and hit enter, you can see it here. VLOOKUP has returned the first instance of Jones and it did not consider the second and the third instance. So our unit cost for Jones is 1.99 because VLOOKUP only returns the first match. Okay, moving ahead to the next example we have here is VLOOKUP is case insensitive. If you consider this table, I've added another row in green. So if you see here, I have a representative name called Gil, which is in proper case or popularly known as sentence case. Here I have added Gil's name in capital letters or all in uppercase. So I want to find the total revenue generated by Gil. The total revenue is basically the total column. Let's do it. I'll write VLOOKUP. My lookup value is Gil, which is actually in uppercase. I'll consider my table array from the representatives column till the end of total column or the sales column. Based on this selection, my column index number is 5, comma, the range lookup is false. So I'll just double click on false. If I close the bracket, hit enter, you can see it here. Our VLOOKUP function has returned the total as 539.73, which is actually the value for this row. So clearly VLOOKUP did not consider Gil, which was present at the bottom of the table in uppercase. So this shows that VLOOKUP is clearly case insensitive. Alright, now moving to the next example. The VLOOKUP function supports wildcards, which makes it possible to perform a partial match on a lookup value. For instance, you can use VLOOKUP to retrieve values from a table after typing only part of a lookup value. To use wildcards with VLOOKUP, you must specify the exact match by giving false or 0 for the last argument, that is range lookup. Now we have a question here. I want to know how much sales did the representative whose name starts with KI make. Now here sales represents the total column actually. So I want to find out the person whose name starts with KI. So if you consider the representative column, I have one representative whose name starts with KI, that is Kivel. So using KI as my lookup value, I want to find the total. So let me show you how to use wildcard characters and find the value using VLOOKUP. So I'll write my function VLOOKUP. Okay. Now in lookup value, I'll give KI. After that, I'm going to write ampersand followed by double inverted commas. Then I'm going to write a star and close the inverted comma. This means the value starts with KI, ampersand actually represents concatenation and star represents anything followed by ki. So this is going to be my lookup value in total. I'll give a comma. Next, I'll select my table array starting from the representatives column till the end of total column because I want to find the sales. I'll give another comma. My column index number based on the table array we have selected is 5, comma. The range lookup is 0 because I want to find an exact match. I'll close the bracket, hit enter. You can see it here. VLOOKUP has returned me 999.5, which is actually Kivel's total. Now there's another way to do it. Instead of selecting the cell in which we have the lookup value, I can directly write it in the VLOOKUP function. So I'll write the VLOOKUP function something like this. So my lookup value, I'll pass ki within double inverted commas because ki is a character value. So within double inverted commas, I'm writing ki followed by ampersand, which is for concatenation, followed by a star within double inverted commas. So this is going to be my lookup values. This in total means anything that appears after ki will be considered as the lookup value. Again, the table array I'll select as these rows and columns, comma, my column index number would be 5, comma, the range lookup is 0. If I close the bracket, hit enter, you see we have the same value. So this is another method or another way of using VLOOKUPs. Okay, now moving ahead, let's explore another feature of VLOOKUP. So if the VLOOKUP function cannot find a match, it returns a #NA error. Now if you want, you can use the if_NA function to replace the #NA error with a friendly message. So suppose you want to find the region in which an order was placed on 10th of May 2018. Now if the order date is not found, I want to return a message that is invalid date. So if you look at the order date column, we don't have any value for 10th of May 2015. You can see these values. We don't have any value corresponding to this date. So if my VLOOKUP function cannot find this lookup value, I'll return invalid date. So let me show you how to write this. I'll type my VLOOKUP function. I'll give my order date as 10th of May 2015 as my lookup value, and then I'll consider my table array starting from the order date column till the end of region column. I'll give another comma. My column index number would be 2 this time based on the table array we have selected, comma. I want an exact match. So I'll give 0, close the bracket and hit enter. There you go. It has returned me an error. Now I want to convert this error to a friendly message saying invalid date. So let me show you how to do it. I'll do it here. So to return a valid message, I'll use the if_NA function. And within if_NA function, I'll give my VLOOKUP function. So let me type if_NA. I'll hit tab. Now for the value parameter, I'll use my VLOOKUP function. So my lookup value is going to be the order date, comma. My table array I'll select from the order date column till the end of region column, comma. My column index number is going to be 2, comma. My range lookup is 0. I'll close the bracket, give another comma. Now if this expression results in an error, I want to display a message that is invalid date. So I'll put invalid date within double quotes since it is a text message. I close the bracket, hit enter. You can see the result, which is invalid date. Now moving on to the final section of the demo, we have two-way lookup. Now in the VLOOKUP function, the column index parameter is normally hard-coded as a static number. However, you can also create a dynamic column index by using the match function to locate the right column. And this technique allows you to create a dynamic two-way lookup matching on both rows and columns. Now let me first show you how a match function works. So suppose I want to find the index where unit cost column is present. So here I'll use the match function. I'll give my lookup value as the unit cost column name, comma, suppose I'll choose my lookup array starting from representatives column till the unit cost column, comma, I'll give my match type as 0 for exact match. If I close the bracket, hit enter, it returns me 4 because my array was selected from the representatives column till the unit cost column, and in this array unit cost is at the 4th index. Alright, now using this idea, let's solve the following problem. I want to find the cost of each item sold by Morgan. So let's write our VLOOKUP formula. I'll write VLOOKUP. My lookup value is J5, which has the representative's name as Morgan, comma, my table array I'll select from C2 till F12. I'll give a comma, and this time I know that my column index number is at 4, but I'll be using the match function to find the same. So I'll write match. My lookup value is unit cost, comma, my lookup array is from C1 till F1, comma, my match type is 0. I close this bracket, give another comma, and I'll give my range lookup as 0. Close the bracket, hit enter. You can see for Morgan the unit cost is 19.99. You can verify from the table. For Morgan the unit cost is 19.99. Alright, now we have another question here. I want to find how much sales did Andrews make in the central region. So here I have two lookup values. One is central, one is Andrews. Now looking at these two values, I want to find the total. To solve such problems, let me first create another table. I'll place the table somewhere here. Okay, so let me just paste the table here. Alright, now I'll create another column where I'll merge the values of region and representatives. So here, let me create another column. Okay, I'll just name this column as region rep. Alright, now this column I'll use the concatenation operator. So I'll select East, use ampersand, and then select Jones. I'll hit enter. Now the same thing, I'll just duplicate it for the other rows as well. So I have my new column created. Now using this table, I can easily solve the problem. Now to find the total, I'll write my VLOOKUP formula. So my lookup value will be a combination of J11 ampersand K11, comma, while table array will start from the region rep, which has the values of region and rep combined, till the last column, and from this table array my column index number is 5 and my range lookup is 0. If I close the bracket, hit enter, you can see for central region, which is this one, and for Andrews representative, the total is 149.25. Alright, now we are done with our demo. Let's have a quick glance at what all we did in this demo. Okay, so first of all, we saw our data set, which was a sales data set that we used. Then we started with our first example to see how VLOOKUP performs an exact match. We also saw how using the formulas tab and lookup and reference you can write VLOOKUP in another way. So you can use the function arguments to give your VLOOKUP parameters. Next, we saw how VLOOKUP performs an approximate match. So we had mat and raw which were not present in the representatives column. After that, we saw an important property of VLOOKUP, that is VLOOKUP only looks to the right, followed by VLOOKUP only returns the first match, following which we saw that VLOOKUP is case insensitive. So here we had added a new row where GIL was present in uppercase, but still VLOOKUP found the total revenue for GIL which was in sentence case or proper case. Next, we saw how we can use wildcard characters to use VLOOKUPs. And here we saw how to use an if-any function along with VLOOKUP. And finally, we saw how to use two-way lookups.
Choose from over 300 in-demand skills and get access to 1,000 plus hours of video content for free. Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Now we are on the sheet of Microsoft Excel, and here you can see some data on my sheet. That is employee name, employee ID, and salary. So here we are going to perform our horizontal lookup, but before that, let me show you that this particular drop-down menu. So this particular drop-down menu has all the names of the employees in this particular table, and we have created this using data validation in Excel. If you want to create the drop-down menus just like these, then feel free to check out our data validation in Excel tutorial, link to which is in the description box below. Now let's try to implement HLOOKUP in Excel. So here we have employee name, but we want to find out the employee ID. So for that, let's create the HLOOKUP. Now for that, equals to HLOOKUP. Now the first one is the lookup value. So this one is the cell which is the employee name. Now after that, the table array. We have to select all the table arrays here. Now the row index number. So the employee ID is in row index number 2 according to the table. So for that, provide 2 and close the bracket. And before closing brackets, you might want to give the exact match. So for exact match, select false and close the bracket. Press enter and there you go. And if you select Jack, then you'll find the employee ID of Jack. And if you select Jerry, you'll find the employee ID of Jerry reflecting here. Now similarly, let's find out the salary of all the employees using HLOOKUP. So equals HLOOKUP and lookup value, that happens to be the name of the employee. Now the table array, and next we have row index number, that is salary happens to be the third row in the table, so 3, and exact match. Close the bracket and enter. So now if you change the values in this particular drop down menu, you'll find the employee ID and their particular salary. So Jack happens to be carrying the employee ID as 1001 and his salary is 10,000. So similarly, let's try to find out Peter's employee ID and salary. So there you go, 1005 and 50,000 as salary. So that's how you use HLOOKUP in Excel. Here you can see the first chart. So this particular data is converted into a table format to avoid confusion while you're fixing the data. So here you can see the name of the employee, employee ID, department, salary, and date of joining. And here you can see the salary column and the bonus percentage of each and every employee based on their salaries. Now coming to the new data table, and here on the table 2, which is an updated table, here you can find we are going to find out the department of the employee and the current department of employee and the bonus percentage based on his or her salary. So why are we finding current department again? So here you can see that we have an intern, Emily, who was joined in the year 2020, but recently she got promoted as a developer. So her department has been changed from department intern to department developer in 2021. So that's what we're going to find out here in the current department using XLOOKUP. Now let's start to implement XLOOKUP. So for that, equals to XLOOKUP. And for lookup, you can see we need to find out the lookup value, lookup array, return array, and all the other two are not important right now, but you can use them to get some exact matches in the future. We'll also use that in the future. For now, let's try to use the first three parameters, that is lookup value, lookup array, and return array. So the lookup value is the name of the employee, Mary, and lookup array is right here, which is this one. Now we're going to select the lookup array, then comma, and we're going to look up the department. So this is the department lookup array, and that's all we need. Close the bracket and press enter. Okay, I think we missed out the lookup value.
So the employee or the lookup value which we required was missed, so I've added it here. So that is the lookup value, the first one, which is Mary, and there you go. Press enter and you have the department here. Now let's add it to all the rows, and here you have all the rows and all the data related to all the employees. Now we will find out the current department. As you can see, here you have Emily as intern, which is the older data. But what if you needed the latest data, that is the developer in the year 2021, right? For that you might want to work the XLOOKUP formula a little bit. So let's try that. XLOOKUP, lookup value, which is the same, and comma. Now where you have to look for the array, that is lookup array, this one, and the return array, which happens to be this one. And next, you can find the exact match for this one, so that's alright, exact match. And here comes the important part, where you have to search last to first. By default, XLOOKUP searches for first to last, that is like this, in the starting place to the last place. So that's the reason why we had Emily as intern. So now if we give last to first, then it retrieves the latest data, where Emily will be shown as developer. Now select that, and now you can close the brackets and press enter. So let's add that to all the rows. There you go. Now you can see Emily, Clark, Peter and James, all they have got their updated job profiles. As you can see in the original data, Emily is a developer now, so is Clark, who was originally a tester, and he got promoted to development team in 2021. Similarly, Peter became a senior finance executive in 2021, and James the manager of sales. Now let's try to find out the bonus for all these employees based on their salary. So this one is quite simple. So XLOOKUP. Now the lookup value is their existing salary, comma, and the bonus part. So the lookup array is the salary range. Then here is another important point. So here you might want to find the exact match, but finding an exact match will not help you here. You might want to declare another type of value where you can get exact match or next smaller item. So you'll understand it why I'm selecting that. So now let's close the bracket and enter. So now we have the bonus values. Now let's add the bonus value to all the factors, all the rows, I mean. So you can see we have different variety of salaries, that is 38,000, 22,000, 39, etc. But here in the ranges we have provided 10, 20, 30, 40 and 50. So what if the value is between 30 and 20? That's when you want the less number, right? That's when you want the number which is equivalent to 30 or less than 30, which happens to be 15%. So that's how it has worked here. That is 0.15% bonus to the actual salary. So on my screen you can see an example Excel budget template theme. So on my screen you can see a column where you have the debit amount. So in the I column we have all the debit amount what we are spending for a month, and on the right column will be the balance amount or the running balance of that. For example, you can see that there is a row number 5 where the debit amount is 8,000 for a jeans, Levi's, and it is done through UPI payment. Now if I change this value of 8,000 to 4,000 something, then you can see that the running balance will automatically change. You can see that currently the running balance is 73,000, and if I change this value from 8,000 to 4,000, then all the running balances will change. Let's do that. So for that, let's press enter. There you go. You can see that the number has been changed successfully, and all the values from the running balance are also changed until the last date, which is the March 30th. Now how is this working? And not just that, you can see that we have also included what is the total debit amount in January and what is the running balance, that is the total available balance after 1 lakh has been debited into the account in the month of February as February income. Now the current available balance is 1,13,200, and the total expense in February is 1,04,500, right? How am I doing all this? Looks so much interesting, right? Now let's do this practically. So for that I have already created a new sheet and I have included all the data that we have used previously.
the income of that particular month and all the expenses of that particular month. Now without further ado, let's begin to implement the Excel budget template. Now our first step happens to be converting all the data into a natural table. So you know that in Excel, all the data values are stored in the form of a database by default. So it happens to be our duty to convert the database type table into the pure table type table. So for that, select all your data and press Ctrl T, and there you go. You have an option to convert this data into a table. And remember to check this particular checkbox and tell your Excel that your table has headers. So we do have headers here. So now press OK and your table will be converted into a natural table. Now let's type in the formulas. So now let's select the cell J2 and type in the formula. So what are we doing here is we are trying to add the sum of J2 plus H3, so which is this particular cell, and removing I3, that is this particular debit amount. So this formula is used for checking the running balance. Let's press enter and there you go. So it means that you received 1 lakh rupees in the month of January, and out of that 1 lakh you spent 15,000 rupees for something, maybe your educational loan or something, and then the remaining running balance out of 1 lakh rupees is 85,000 rupees. Now let's copy the same formula to all the cells. And there you go. Now the running balance has been calculated for all the cells here. Now remember the monthly income, available balance, and debit for January and final balance. Now let's try to calculate that for all the 3 months. So here we have 3 months, that is January, February and March. Now let's do a simple calculation to find out the available balance of that month and the total debit made by that person in that particular month. The formula is really simple. All you have to do is use a sum function and calculate the sum of all these values. And done, right? There you go. So the total expense of the month January is 93,800 rupees. Now let's calculate the total debit of February month. Same formula, that is calculating the sum of all the expenses made in the month of February. There. Now let's also calculate the sum of all the expenses in the month of March. Done. So we have the final values of all the total expenses made in those particular months. Now let's calculate the final balance. Now I think I forgot one important thing. So before we calculate the final balance, we need to find out the available balance. That is the available balance after 1 lakh rupees is credited into our account and along with the savings that you have from your previous month, right? For that we have a simple formula now, which all we are doing is just adding the income cell with the balance cell. That's all. So there you go. Now after crediting 1 lakh rupees and adding up the balance of that particular month, that is we have 13,200 remaining from the month of January, and the month of February we have income of 1 lakh. So the total amount is 11,300 and it is 1,13,200. Yeah. Now we have the final balance, that is the difference between the available balance and the debit made in that particular month. So in the month of February we had a total balance of 1,13,200 and the total debit of 1,04,500. So the final remaining balance is 8,700. Similarly, the same formula has been applied for the month of March, and the final balance we have is 37,300. So that's how you implement budget template in Excel. All simple formulas, and you have all the numbers at your fingertips.
So here I'll be discussing some important questions that you will come across when you face interview for Excel, and we will start with the basics, the beginner level, and most of them will be discussed here will be the beginner level at the beginning, and then we'll discuss it at the further level. Okay, so the first question that you might get asked is, what is a cell address in Excel? So a cell address is a combination of column, letter, and a row number that identifies a cell on a worksheet. Basically, each cell will have an associated column number, column letter, and a row number. So you have to keep in mind it will always be a column letter and a row number. Each Excel sheet will have, suppose for instance, if you take row 5, rows will be in numbers and the columns will be in letters, column A, column B, column C, column D, and so on. And the numbers will be for the rows. So for instance, if you take this particular cell, the cell address is D5, column D and row 5. So this is the cell address. Now let's move on to the next one. Now you will be asked, what is relative cell referencing and absolute cell referencing in Excel? So relative cell referencing is usually the relative references change when a formula is copied to another cell depending on the destination's row and column. Okay, so this is called relative cell referencing. Absolute cell referencing, irrespective of the cell, you don't have to depend on the value of the cell destination. There is no change when a formula is copied. So this I'll explain it in the next slide. The basic difference is this type of referencing is there by default in Excel. Relative cell referencing, you just insert the formula. You don't need to put a dollar sign in the formula. Whereas absolute cell referencing, if you don't want to change in the formula when it's copied across cell, then absolute cell referencing requires you to add a dollar sign before and after the column and row address. So see, for instance, this is relative referencing. If you see this particular cell is having we put the value as A3 into B3. So what it will do is it will multiply A3 and B3 and it will give the product. This is relative cell referencing. Whereas absolute cell referencing is again the same thing, but you have to put a dollar sign before the column and the row number. So here you are specifying this as A3 into B2. Okay, A3 into B2, and it will give you this particular answer. Irrespective of that, it will calculate what is there in this and it will give you the answer. Okay, now we need to move on to the next point, is basic question. When you scroll across an Excel sheet, sometimes you have a header on the first row, and if you scroll down you will not be able to see the first row. So there is a process there is a trick to freeze the panes in the Excel. So you just need to have the rows locked. So how do you freeze panes? This is the question. So what you need to do is you need to select the view tab, go to the view tab and go to freeze panes. It's a basic thing and you will see this. If you see here, select the third row and click freeze panes. So you just select this and click freeze panes. Okay, so you're going here and you're going to the third row and you are going to view tab and you're selecting freeze pane. So what happens is first two rows will be locked. Okay, these two rows will be locked. Similarly, for if you want to freeze the columns, okay, it's the same thing. I am going to select this particular column and then click on view and then click freeze pane. So what happens is the first two columns are locked. A and B will be locked. And if I scroll right, you will always see the customer name and category column. So these two we have locked, and the next will be scrolled. So this is the function of freezing panes. Okay. Now coming on to the next one, and you will be asked, and you have an Excel sheet or a spreadsheet, and you want to restrict, you want to protect the data from anyone or from someone from copying the cell for your worksheet. So how do you do that? You need to select that particular data that you want to protect, and then click Ctrl Shift F, and then you will see the protection tab. Okay, you just need to go to the protection tab and select lock. Okay, and you will be asked to put a password, wherein you will be getting the review tab, where you need to select the sheet, put a password, and just save it. So I will show you across in one of the examples here. So this is particular data that you have and you need to protect. You select it. So here, as I said, I selected it, and then I just press Ctrl Shift F. So here you see the protection tab. Click the protection tab and then click select, and then lock, and then click OK. And then you need to go to the review tab and then click on the protect sheet, and you need to select this protect worksheet and contents of locked cells. So you are selecting these and you are protecting the content, and you just need to put some password. Okay, and then click OK. Okay, so this is how you protect the data on a worksheet, and you are selecting this area, Ctrl Shift F, and just put up a password and select locked sheet. So this is how you protect the sheet from anyone to copy it, the content. Now the next question that you might be asked is, what is the difference between a function and a formula in Excel? So you will be asked this question, and you need to remember this. Formula is like an equation which is typed in by the user. You are typing it. Suppose A1 plus B2. You are typing this formula in one particular cell. Okay. Whereas functions are predefined calculations. It is like a formula which is already there in Excel and you can use it. So as it says here, it consumes more time and it has to be typed in manually. This is as per the need basis, and this is particularly, it's very quick and very efficient. You have inbuilt formulas in Excel, the sum and multiplication, product, and various other things that you will come across. So this is the basic difference between a formula and a function in Excel. Okay. Now the next question that you might be asked is, or you need to know basically, is the order of operations used in Excel while evaluating the formulas. So what is the order? You need to remember this acronym, PEDMAS, PEDMAS, or in other simple terms, you can use this also. Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. So these are the acronyms, PEDMAS. Now let's see what happens first. And you in math, when you do some calculations, you have order of operations. Okay, BODMAS is the one of the order of operations. Now in Excel, similarly in Excel, when you put up a formula, Excel will calculate it in a particular order, and this is called the order of operations. And the order of operations is, first it will calculate what is there in the parenthesis. It will perform this function, and then it will see if there are any exponents in it, and if it is there, it will do that calculation the next, and after that it will see if there is any multiplication or division. So PED, and then it will see if there is any addition. Okay, and then the last one will be the subtraction. So Excel knows this, and you have to know this, so that when you put up a formula, you will know what is going to happen first, and you will not mess up with your formula. Okay, this is the order of operations. It is one of the important questions in the interview for a beginner Excel level. Now the next one is how will you write the formula for following? Multiply the value in a cell A1 by 10 and add the result by 5 and divide it by 2. It is quite simple. Okay, so I'm just giving an example in this slide, and you might be asked something else. So you will be given a task to calculate or put up a formula for this. So when you are asked, multiply the value in a cell of A1 by 10. So this is particularly thing. Okay, A1 is the particular cell that is being given, and you are multiplying it. Okay, you put it in parenthesis and then add the result by 5. So it will calculate the parenthesis first. Okay, and if it sees if there are any exponents, you have to think in that way, if there are any exponents in it or not. And then first it will see the parenthesis and then exponent. There are no exponents here, and then it will do the multiplication and then the addition and the division. Okay, so you will get this particular answer. And if you put it simply in this way, your answer is wrong, because it will multiply it into 10, add 5 and divide by 2. So you have to check which one is right, and you have to make sure that you are putting the right parenthesis. Okay, so this is the formula for it. Okay, the next question is there is a difference. What is the difference between count, counter and count blank? These are three particular important things that you need to. These are similar, but they are quite different when you actually see it. Okay, so first we will see what is count. Count is basically, it counts the number of cells which have numeric values. As the name suggests, it is count. It will count the number of cells which has numeric values. Okay, if you see this column, and we are at A11, we are putting it as count equals to A10 to A2 to A10. So you're taking this range and you're finding out what are the number of cells which have numeric value. If you see this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 cells have numeric values. It counts the cells which has numeric value. And the next thing is the counter. Okay, what counter does? It counts the number of cells which has any form of content. It can be anything. It can be a number, it can be a alphabet, it can be anything. It will see what are the number of cells which has any form of content. Okay, for example, this is the same example we here taken here, and we have put the function as counter A2 to A10. Now see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it sees that there are 7 cells have some content in it. It is numbers and letters. It can be anything, but it has some content. So counter is the function for this. Now the next one is count blank. Okay, as the name suggests, it will count the number of blank cells only. So again, the same examples, count blank A2 to A10. Okay, it will see what are the number of blanks. Okay, if you see, this is blank and this is blank, so 2 cells are blank, so it will count the number of blank cells only. Okay, now the next one is what is the shortcut to add a filter to a table? Why do we use filter? And it is one of the basics function in the Excel where you need to do some sorting, and it can be done by using a filter. What is the shortcut key? It's very simple, Control Shift and L. This is the key that is used to put up a filter. You just press this Control Shift L all together and you will find the filter, and you can sort it. Now the next question that you will come across is how do you create a hyperlink in Excel? So it's quite simple. There is a simple shortcut, Control K. You press these two together and you will get the option. You will select it will select the cell where you have to insert the hyperlink. Hyperlink basically it redirects to any other document. It can be a web page, it can be a Word document, it can be another Excel sheet, or so on. Okay, so these are the things. Okay, now another important question, that is how to merge multiple cells text strings in a cell. So how do we merge the text strings in multiple cells into one cell? There is one particular simple function that you can use, which is called as concatenate. concatenate function is used to merge text strings present in multiple cells. Okay, and it's a very simple thing. You just need to put this equals to concatenate, and then if for example, this is the formula: concatenate text1, text2, text3, or this is concatenate a1 comma b1 comma c1. This is the data in our 3 cells. Excel is found in a1, b1 and c1. So now if you want to put them all in one, and you can merge it in one cell using the concatenate function, and it's very simple: concatenate and parenthesis a1 comma b1 comma c1. Okay, and you will get it all merged in one particular cell. Okay, so this is how you use the concatenate function. And you can also use the AND operator to combine cell values. It is the same thing. You can use the AND operator instead of commas. Okay, and I will show it to you in the example here. Okay, now we have this. I'll just copy this thing to here. Okay, and let's make it simple. And now I want to put this here: equals concatenate and a1 comma b1 comma c. I just close it and I put enter. So you see this all the different text is merged in one particular cell, and you can perform various merge functions using the concatenate function. It's a very simple thing, and it is a frequently asked questions in the interview. Okay, the next question, it is a very important one again, and a very basic as well. So how can you split a column into 2 or more columns? You have some particular text or a sentence written or data written in your cell or a column, and you want to put them across in 2 or more or many number of columns. So how do you perform this function? It's very simple again. You need to select that particular cell. So for instance, we have it here is India is a democratic country. India space is space a space democratic space country. So it's a different text here, and you want to split this particular sentence into different columns. Okay, you need to select that cell and then go to the data tab and then choose text to columns. There will be an option wherein you need to select text to columns. Okay, and you will see this screen. Okay, and you need to choose the delimiter here, and what we are specifying here is first it is delimiter, and then we are selecting a delimiter as space, because we see that it is space here which is very common, and we want to split it. So you will see a preview here which shows what your output will be like. India in one column is a democratic country. So the delimiter is space here, and you need to select this and then click next. Okay, so you will see the options. Select the columns data format and choose the destination. Now you see the data preview, and you need to select the destination where you want to put this output as, and you select that and then click finish. And this one, what it does, it splits the text into multiple columns. Okay, so you see this, you have selected this as the output, and it starts here: India is a democratic country. So you will come across some data which is huge, and there are spaces or obliques or anything that is differentiated it with, and you need to put them in different rows or different columns. So this is the function that you need to use to split the text into different or multiple columns. Okay, the next question can be a very simple one, or most widely used in fact. And what is the use of VLOOKUP and how do we use it? So what is this particular thing in Excel? VLOOKUP function is used for looking up a piece of information in a table and extracting some corresponding data or information. So you have some set of values in one particular column, and you want to retrieve or extract the data corresponding to that particular column or a cell. in the whole sheet. Okay, so the syntax is something like this. It is, you need to go to one particular cell where you want the output as, and you type the function VLOOKUP, and you are selecting the value where it is the cell exactly where you want the output to be, and you are selecting the table here, and you are specifying the column index and range lookup. So value, this indicates the value that you have to look for in the first column of a table. Okay, and then the table basically this refers to the table from which you have to retrieve a value. We will show this in the example in the next slide. And the column index, it provides the column in the table from which we are to retrieve a value. Okay, you will specify the column index, which one you are looking for. The next thing is range lookup, which is optional. True with if you put true, it is approximate match, which is default, and false if it is exact match, if you're looking for the exact match. So what is the use of VLOOKUP and how do we do it? Okay, so find the product related to a customer name Richard. Okay, you have this sheet, and in this one you want to see what Richard has bought. Okay, what is the product that he has bought, and you can do this with the VLOOKUP function. Okay, so you just go here and you type in the function VLOOKUP. You are naming it as Richard, and first thing is the value, it is H4. Okay, and then the next thing is the table. Okay, table is A2 because this is the table. Okay, and you're looking for customer name Richard. Okay, and then you're selecting this, the whole column index, which is E15. I mean, you're selecting this whole table till 15. Okay, E15, you're selecting this, and then the next thing is optional, which is giving you the range lookup. Okay, what it does is it's optional. It is, you're looking for an exact value or an approximate. By default it is approximate match. So how it performs the function? Okay, so it gives you the answer as camera. It goes and lookups for Richard in this particular, it will give you the output here, and the A2 is the table that it will look for, the customer name, and it will search for Richard, and then it will give you the output as camera. Now the next thing will be VLOOKUP, different from lookup function. How different they are. VLOOKUP lets the user look for a value in the leftmost column of a table. So as we've seen in the example, it allows you to look for a data in the leftmost column of the table and returns the value in a left to right way. Okay, it sorts in left to right way. Whereas lookup function lets the user look for data in a row column and returns the value in the another row or column. It will give you the lookup function in the next row or column. Okay, not very easy to use as compared to the lookup function. Okay, as we see, it's a bit complicated when you compare it to the lookup function. It's quite simple and it is used to replace the VLOOKUP function. Okay, so this is the different lookup and VLOOKUP function. Now Excel is basically used for reporting, mainly used for reporting to management. You have to extract different kinds of reports, and what are the report formats that are available in Excel? This is one of the important questions again for a beginner level, and there are three formats basically: compact form, outline form, tabular form. Okay, these are the three formats that are available, report formats that are available in Excel. Okay, the next question is about a function, which is how does if function work in Excel? Okay, the if function in Excel, it actually performs a logical test, and you will give a condition, it performs the test and returns a value if the test evaluates to true, and another value which you again will specify if the test result is false. Okay, for instance, we have here a simple example which is shown in the slide, and what we are doing here is return record is valid if age is greater than 20. We have age here specified, and salary is greater than 40,000, else return the record is invalid. So we are giving two conditions, and it actually checks and evaluates whether these conditions are met, and it will give you then output whether record is valid or invalid based on the two conditions that are specified. Okay, and F2 to axis, which is these column, we are specifying it should be greater than 20, and G2 to G6, which is the salary column, and we are specifying the condition to be greater than 40,000. So based on this two things, it will check and perform. If these conditions are met, then it will give the desired result. Okay, so this is the function that is used in Excel, if function. Okay, the next thing is SUMIF function. Okay, again, the SUMIF function adds the cell value specified by a given condition or a criteria. So you are giving a condition and you are actually doing another function which is performing the addition. Okay, it will add the cell values based on a condition. Again, it is shown here the total sum of salary where salary is greater than 75,000. Again, for example, the salary column is G2 to G6, and we are doing a SUMIF function. What the result will be, it will perform the addition of salaries which are greater than 75,000. So it will see which values are greater than 75,000, and then the output will be, it will be adding these salaries which are greater than 75,000. Okay, now coming to the next slide, we will discuss another important function, COUNTIF, and we'll find the data result based on the data that we have and the COUNTIF function. So we have a slide, the data here, and using the COVID data, find the number of days in which the number of deaths in Italy has been greater than 200. Okay, it's not shown here for some reason, but I will show you in the Excel sheet. Okay, so this is the data that we have, and we will try to find the function. So we'll use the COUNTIF function, and COUNTIF function is again simple. COUNTIF, you are specifying the column, that is the source that you are looking for, that is G2, the column G, and it is 2. It starts from 2, row 2, G2 till G35777, which is the end of the column. And what you're looking for is Italy. You are specifying it in quotes, Italy, and then the next column that it will look for is the E column, the number of cases. Okay, here we have the number of cases, E22. Again, we are specifying the range, and what we're looking for is number of cases which are more than 20. So we'll perform this function and it will show you the output. Okay, I'll show you to you in the Excel. So here is the sheet, and I will try to get the answer here, and so we are performing count F. Okay, count F, and you are giving the brackets, parenthesis, G2, which is the countries column. Okay, countries column, you are specifying the whole range, 3, 5, 777. It is basically a long list of data, and you're specifying the range. And what you're looking for is particularly any country. You can pick up like Algeria. Okay, Algeria, and you specify it in quotes. Okay, comma. Then what is the next target that you are looking for is the column E, where it is mentioning the number of cases. Okay, so you specify the column range for the number of cases, which is again E, and then the 3, 5, 777. I mean, it's a basically a long list of data that you're looking for, and then you are, what is the condition that you want to know, and you have to specify it in quotes. And what you're looking for is number of cases which are more than, and you hit enter. Okay, so it gives you the output as 143. So there are 143 days in which the number of cases were more than 20. So let's refine our search further. Let's see 30. and it gives 140. So another example that you can take is, let's pick Afghanistan. And hit. So there are 119 days that you will see the number of cases were more than 30, and this can be done with the COUNTIF function. So the next question is about the pivot table. So what is a pivot table? It's basically is a summary of table of the data set. I mean the data that is there, that can be multiple number of rows and columns which has different data that has to be that is there in the reports, and you need to analyze those trends and you need to create a report and basically present it to the management or in a presentation. So pivot table is a summary of table. Whatever data is there, you can put it in a summarized format. They are useful if you have long rows or columns that hold values you need to track. Okay, so you have long list of data and you need to summarize it and put it in a presentation, or you need to track the values. So it's very simple. You have to select the data and then go to the insert tab and select pivot table. Okay, and then it will show up like this, and you need to select the table, which is table or range, and then you need to specify where you want to put up this pivot table. Okay, and it's quite simple, and I can show it to you in one of the examples. Okay, so what you need to do is you need to select this, and once you generate, or as we have seen in the previous slide, you need to select this and you need to select the output where you want to put the pivot table. And then once you do that, you will see something like this, and you need to select these particular fields and put it in values. So it will, for example, you need to select the deaths, number of deaths. You can just simply click this, select this, drag and drop it in the values. Okay, so these are the different fields that can be put up in the table. Okay, we can show it to you in the example here. So this is our data and we need to show it in a pivot table. Okay, select this and then go to the insert tab and click pivot table. Okay, select that and it will show you the table or the range, and now where you want to put it. Okay, I will put it in the existing worksheet. Okay, and I'll just select which column. I'll put it here, for example, and it will show you this, and click OK. So this is the table, and now you need to select the fields that you want to show in the table. For example, we need to see the continents, the number of cases as per the continents. Okay, I selected and put it in the row, and we see immediately we see it in a table where you see the names of the continents. And now I want to see the number of cases, and I simply select it and put it across in the values. So this is quite simple and very informative, very short and crisp form of presenting the data in a pivot table. Okay, so this is how it is being used and it is being presented. You just need to go to the insert tab, pivot table, and it will generate the table, and then you can select the fields. All right, so the next question here is how do we create a drop down list in Excel? This is particularly useful when you need to sort particular data with the drop down list, where a number of different variables are there and you need to select one particular field and sort the data. So you can do this by creating a drop down list using the data validation option present in the data tab. It's quite simple. You select the data and you go to the data validation tab in the data and click select data validation. So once you select that, it will ask you to specify a range. So you need to select what data you need to sort and put a drop down. So you need to select this and click data validation, and you select the list option, which shows you that there is a different option. Okay, I'll show it across in the Excel. For example, what we have here is some particular data, and we have different variables. We need to sort or put a drop down list. So just go to data as said in the slides, and go to data validation and click data validation. Now as you click it, it will ask you to data validation settings. Okay, and in the drop down, go and select list option. So it will ask you to specify the source. So when you ask to specify the source, just click this particular column and click OK. So here we're mentioning the source is column B. Okay, B3 to B14. Okay, click OK, and then it will give you the option. So here you can put this in anywhere across the Excel and click the option. Okay, so this is the way to drop down using the data validation option. So in the next example, we will see how do we apply advanced filters in Excel. We use the advanced filter option present in the data tab. So this is the scenario wherein you have multiple set of data and you need to sort it, and it's actually huge data, and you need to sort a particular column or a field with this criteria, and you can select it and specify the criteria and specify a range what you want to select, or based on what criteria the range can be specified, and you can just get it in a single click. So this is the option. You have to go to data tab, advanced, and you have to apply the advanced filter, and then you need to specify the list range, that is basically the source, and then the criteria wherein you specify the criteria present here. I mean, you are specifying, in this case we will take an example wherein we are trying to sort the data or the number of cases based on number of deaths and in a particular country, and we are specifying the output. The copy to field is the output where you will see the output. So I'll show it to you in the Excel. So here we have a spreadsheet wherein you will see all the data, COVID data that we have, and based on the countries and the continents and the number of deaths, number of cases, and so on. Okay, and it also has different fields like the date, year, and month and all. So here I am going to sort the data which is particularly for Europe and which has deaths of more than 200 in a day. So how do we do it? Go to data, advanced, and you need to select copy to another location. Okay, and this is the list range, so it's basically given in this countries. Okay, and the criteria range you have to specify this. So I am going to select this as my criteria. Okay, and then I have to put the output in one particular cell, so I need to select it again, let's say here. Okay, and then I just click OK. See, it's quite simple. Instead of running through the whole thing, we can just do it with a simple function. Okay, so it shows me the deaths which are more than 200 and for which particular country and for which particular continents. Alright, so this is basically made very simple with this option. The next question is you need to highlight some particular cells using a particular criteria. In this case we are trying to analyze or highlight those cells where the total sales is more than $5,000. So what we do is we use conditional formatting to highlight the cells based on the criteria. It's a very useful tool in analyzing data, and visually it helps. You can have a look at the data in quick flash. You will see the data and it's quite visible using the conditional formatting. So how we do that is I will show it to you now. So as said in the slide, we have the data of the sales that is provided to us, and we need to see who has done more sales which is greater than the $5,000. So just go to home and you need to say go to conditional formatting. So for that you need to highlight or select this, go home, conditional formatting, highlight. Okay, and you have different options here. You select greater than and you specify the value. Here my criteria is $5,000. Okay, we can select which color, so let's go for green. Okay, see this, you will immediately see the option. You don't have to dig or look in deep into the data and find out which one is more than 5,000 or any particular value. Okay, so conditional formatting. Now moving on to the next question, the index and match function. You must be familiar with the index and match function and why it is used. Basically, index function is a very powerful tool wherein you, for example, you have a table of planets in our solar system and you want to get the name of the fourth planet, Mars. So you can do it with a formula using the index function, and at the same time you can use the match function. Okay, with the match function together you can play wonders with it. Okay, match function is another function that is designed to find the position of an item in a range. For example, we can use the match function to get the position of a word, or or in this case we have a name, and we can use the index and match function to find the city. How we do that is shown here. Okay, it looks quite complicated here when you see the formula, but I can show it to you in the Excel and explain it further. Okay, so here I have, and I want to know where these people are and where they belong to. Okay, so let's see how it goes. We have seen it, and we use the index function. Okay, index. Okay, now when I have to specify the range. Okay, so the range is A2, and it selects the name, and I want to select it from A2 to A7. Okay, E7, sorry, E7. Okay, so as you see, it highlights the whole table. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I want to match it. Okay, match it with a condition. I am specifying a condition A10. Why? Because I have to specify a name here, and it will show me the city where he belongs to. Okay, where it shows is A2. Okay, if you see A2, it shows the name. Through A7, I have to specify the range here. Okay, not just one name, we are specifying the whole range. As you see, if you put the values, it will show you the selection. Okay, A7, and what it should be the exact match. So 0 denotes the exact match, parenthesis close, and I am putting another match condition. Okay, what is this? And this will give me the output. What output is? Okay, B9. Okay, this is my city. B9 is the city where I'm trying to find from. Okay, and what it should look for is A, column A1 through E1. Okay, it should select this particular row, and what it should be the exact match again. Okay, let's see how it goes. It will give you an error because you haven't put the value here. Okay, so let's see. Andrew. Okay, hit enter, and you will see the city where he belongs to. Okay, now let's see where Anna belongs to. Enter, and it shows Dallas. Okay, so this is the one other function, index and match function, being used, and it can be asked frequently in the interview questions. Okay, the next question will be how to find duplicate values in a column. Okay, there are two ways that you can actually do this, and one is basically the very simple one, which is the conditional formatting, and the other one is, we have seen this before, COUNTIF function. Okay, how we do that? You need to simply select the data and go to conditional formatting and select duplicate values, and it's quite simple. And there is another way which give you the color coded conditional formatting. Okay, there is another way, which is the COUNTIF function. How we do that is, again, you have to put another column and put up a COUNTIF criteria, COUNTIF function, wherein you see that you are specifying the range and the value which is being twice or enter duplicate, and you have to put up a condition. I'll show it to you in the Excel. So here we have the data and I need to find the duplicate values here. So I just select this, and as I said, it's quite simple. Go to conditional formatting, home, and then go to conditional formatting and select highlight cell rules and simply go down and select the duplicate values. Okay, it will give you which color you want. You can simply select red or anything. As you see, the moment you select, you will see the duplicate values highlighted. Okay, so I just cancel this, and there is another way in COUNTIF function. So I'll put another column where it says duplicate names, and I will put up a COUNTIF function here. Okay, so let's see how a COUNTIF function works here to check the or find the duplicate names. So as I said, I will put up a formula function here for the COUNTIF, and we'll drag it to other cells. Okay, COUNTIF, and since it's an absolute reference, I have to put up a dollar symbol. Okay, my reference here, it will be H, the column here, H2, okay, and again dollar, because I'm using it as an absolute reference, colon, through, dollar symbol again, 9. Okay, so it drags till at the whole, it drags till the all the names. Okay, the H9. All right, and then what I'll do is I'll put a comma. In why I want to do is I have to select H2. Okay, this is my criteria. I mean, it is repeating twice. All right, and I have to close the parenthesis, and if it is more than 1. Okay, so this is my formula. I just put enter, and it should say true. So this is the condition, and it is true. Okay, I simply drag it, the whole thing, and whether events is repeated, yes, it's true. Andrew, it's a duplicate entry, false. Emmy is a duplicate entry, and it says true. And as you see, Emmy and Evans are duplicate entries. So this is how we use the COUNTIF function and the conditional formatting to sort duplicate entries in the data. Now let's move on to the last question for the beginner level. And since we have duplicate entries, there is also a problem to remove duplicate entries. So how can you remove duplicate values in a range of cells? Okay, to simply do that, you can delete the duplicate values in a column by simply selecting the highlighted cells and press the delete button. So you go in each column and you see the duplicate values, select it and delete it. Okay, and this is one tedious way of doing it. And you can also, after deleting the values, you can go to the conditional formatting, choose clear rules to remove the rules from the sheet. So this is one way. Okay, the next thing is again a simple button that is there in the data tab. That is one of the tools present in the data tab, which is simply called as remove duplicates. It's quite simple, and it's there in the data tools. Let me show you in the Excel. So here we are, and we have this data, and we need to check and remove the duplicate. So as I said, go to the data tab and simply click on remove duplicates, and when you click on it, it will ask you want to continue or expand this selection. I just say continue with the current selection and remove duplicates. Okay, select all, click OK. 2 duplicate entries that were removed. Previously we saw that Evans and Anna were there, Emmy were there, so that has been removed. Okay, so that's it for the beginner level, and we'll go to the intermediate level in the next slides.
Choose from over 300 in-demand skills and get access to 1,000 plus hours of video content for free. Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
So here we are at the intermediate level questions, and these are like higher level or intermediate level compared to the previous things that we have discussed with the basic level questions for the Excel interview. So let's move on to the next thing. And so there are some scenarios where you enter the date or some dates in particular data sheet, and you need to find out what is the day of the week. Okay, so you might be asking a question, how do you find out the day of a week for a particular date? So that is the function. We have a specific function, and that is the weekday function to find out the day of the week for a particular date. Okay, so as we know, these are the 7 days of the week, and we just put the function as it says equals to weekday, and we need to enter the column or the area or the cell address here. So weekday is the function, and it will give you the which day it is of the week. Okay, week as it says 1, it denotes Sunday. Okay, and 3 is again Tuesday. Okay, so this is the function that is used to find the day of the week. So now we move on to the next one, and there might be a question, what are the wildcards available in Excel? So basically Excel supports 3 types of wildcard, which are asterisk, the star, it represents any number of characters. It can be used in different formulas and all, like multiplication and all. So it represents any number of characters. Okay, the next wildcard is the question mark. It represents one single character. Okay, you just need to memorize this in the back of your mind that it represents one single character. Okay, whereas asterisk is it represents any number of characters. And the third one, which is rarely used in Excel, it is the tilde. It is used to identify a wildcard character, that is tilde, asterisk, question marks in the text. Okay, and it is very rarely used. So you need to memorize these 3 things, that there are 3 types of wildcards. We can see the functions of these in the later sessions. Okay, the next one is we have a question here, what is the data validation? Illustrate with an example. You might be asked this question, and you have to know what is data validation, what is it used for, and you should know how to set up in an example. Okay, data validation is a feature in Excel that is used to control what a user can enter into a cell. Okay, so you have, with the data validation, you are not allowing a kind of data that should be input in the cell. Okay, for example, you have the authority by setting up the data validation that you can enter either a number or a text or just a number and so on. Okay, using the data validation. And where is it available? It is in the data tab. Okay, select data validation option present under data tools. Okay, and you just need to select the particular cells where you want to set up the data validation. I'll show it to you in an example. So this is how it looks like. You just need to go to data tools and click on data validation, and it will show you. And you have the options here, allow, and if you click on the drop down, you will see different options. Like I will show it to you in the example here. Okay, for this particular thing, if I want, this column should have only names, and it should have, if you insert a number, you will be thrown with an error. Okay, you will get an error message saying that this is not a valid option. Okay, so there are some columns where you have to put only names or you have to put only numbers. So you can set this up with the data validation technique. Okay, you just allow it or customize it as per your requirement. So this is how it looks like when you set up an error. So here we have set up a data validation saying that it should not allow you to put any text. Okay, so you will get an error when you put a number here. The value does not match data validation restrictions defined for this cell. Okay, so here as an example, I have some data where I am putting the names here and I'll put the salary here. I want to make sure that we cannot enter any numbers here. Okay, it should be only text. It should have only name. So how do I perform that? How do I restrict any user to that they should not be able to enter any number and they should only enter the text? Okay, so there is a function. Okay, you just need to go to data validation, click data validation, and here in the settings I'll go to custom. There are different options here. You can choose whole numbers, decimal, list, date, time. So these are the options, and I go to custom and I'm giving a particular formula here. Okay, what is that? It should be only text. Okay, so it's a simple thing. It should be text, and I need to define the range. Okay, so how I'll define the range? I just select this. Okay, and I select the range. Okay, so I have selected the range here, and if you go to input message and error alert, you can customize it, and here we are taking the default one, and this is the input message if you want to set or customize something. Okay, so let's see how it works. Okay, I have set this, and then I try to put a number here, and it throws me an error. The value you entered is not valid because we have set a restriction. A user has restricted values that can be entered into the cell. So this is how the data validation works. Okay, the next thing is you will be given a situation wherein you have to you will be given data and you have to perform a function. Like in this example we are taking a condition wherein you will have data and you have to specify the result based on the data. You have to formulate it. Okay, so given below is a student table. Write a function to add pass or fail to the results column based on the following criteria. You will be given a criteria. So this is the student table. You are giving the student names, marks, and attendance, and then based on that you will have to specify a formula wherein you will see the result. Okay, based on the past student data, you have to put a pass fail results in the column based on the following criteria. What is the criteria? And for example, here in this example what they're saying is you have to say that the student is passed if his marks is more than 60 and the attendance is more than 75%. Okay, so how we perform this function? As it says, you have to use the if function and check with the and condition to fill the results column. Okay, so let's see this in the example here. So here is the example, and we will perform the if function and check with the and function. So how we do that is here. Okay, so I have to put the if function here. Okay, and check with the and function. Okay, and I have to specify the conditions. I have to specify where it should see the or check the conditions. Okay, so we are checking the conditions here, and the marks should be in row in the column U, and it starts with U5. So let's see U5. Okay, it will immediately go to column U and 5, row 5. Okay, and then what is the condition we are specifying here? It should be greater than 60. Okay, and the other condition is the column V, that is the attendance column. Okay, and what is the condition we are specifying? V5 should be greater than 75. Okay, and we just close this conditions with the parenthesis, and now we have to specify the result, whether it is pass or fail. Pass, comma, in quotes again, fail. Okay, so let's see how this works. Okay, okay, see this works. Okay, the marks is 50 and attendance is greater than 80. So he is failed because his marks are 50. His attendance must be more than 75, but yes, he has not scored marks more than 60. So we drag the same formula to the whole thing and you will see the result. Okay, this is quite simple, and you will see this formula and using the if and check with and condition. Okay, now moving on to the next question. You might be asked to, this is a simple function wherein you will be asked to calculate your age in years from the current date. Okay, so how we do that? There is a particular function and it's very simple. Use the year frac or dated if function to return the number of whole days between start date and the end date. So you specify a start date which will be today's date and the birthday, and then the end day will be today's date, for example. Okay, and you will get to know the age using the year frac function and dated if function. Okay, so here is a small example, and this is how we use the year frac function. Okay, you specify this function and then specify the input dates, that is the today's date and the date of birth and the today's date. Okay, and this is one of the ways to get it, and there is also dated if. Okay, this again, it is dated if function and you specify the input cells. Okay, so let me show you an example for the same. So here we are, and we have today's date, that is 4th of May, and date of birth for anything it could be. So I will specify the year frac function. Okay, equals year frac. Okay, and then I should, as soon as you enter, you specify the start date and the end date. Okay, and I will specify the start date as today's date. That picks the column, and then I put the comma, and then the end date should be this thing. Okay, and just close it, and it will give you the age. Okay, so this is the age. For example, if you want to find out my age, I don't want to reveal my birthday, but it's okay. Okay, let's see if it calculates. I'm 32 years old. Okay, alright, so this is one of the ways, and similarly you can use the dated if function shown in the example. Alright, now moving on to the next question. You have nested if statements. This is very important, and you will definitely be coming across this question. How are nested if statements used in Excel? What are nested if statements? The if function can be nested. It can be loop. When we have multiple conditions to meet, okay, it can be nested. The false value is replaced by another if function. Okay, you have specified some condition and you are putting up a condition, and if that condition is not there or not met, then if it will be replaced with another if function. So the syntax will be like this. Below is an example. So we use two if statements in conjunction. Okay, so here is an example. Here we are specifying a condition wherein the result is excellent if it is more than 80, and if it is less than 60, it is bad or average. So this is very simple. You perform one if condition, and if that is not met, it will go for the next if condition. So we are nesting two if conditions. We are joining two if statements. Okay, I'll show the same example here in the Excel. So here we are. We have some data and the students and their marks. Okay, and we are specifying a condition wherein if the result or marks are more than 80, the result is excellent, and if it is less than 60, it is bad or average. Okay, so how we get this is we use two if conditions, if statements. So as we have seen it, if now the first condition is our source, or the source is B2. Okay, so B2, and what I'm specifying is should be greater than 80. Alright, I just close this, and the result should be excellent. Okay, excellent if it is more than 80, and if this condition is not met, it will go to the next if statement. Okay, we are nesting another if statement. What is the condition here for the next statement? It will check B2 is less than or equal to 60. You can specify any marks. All right, so if it is less than 60, it should give the result as bad or average. Okay, specify anything and you okay, and just close the double parenthesis. So let's see how it works. Okay, see, it works like this. Now let's pull up the same formula for the other results. Okay, see, if it is more than 90, it is 90, it is excellent. So it is checking the first thing. If it is greater than 80, it is excellent. Okay, and now in this case for mark, it is bad. Why? Because it will first see whether it's excellent or not. If it is not excellent, then it will check the other condition. If it is less than 60, it will give you the bad result. All right, and similarly so on for the other marks. All right, so this is how we use the nested if statements. You are adding two if statements, the first condition and the second condition with another if statement. Okay, when it comes to Excel, it is basically involves a lot of data and a lot of data to be analyzed, and we have some powerful tools which are used in Excel to analyze the data. One such important tool is descriptive statistics that is used to analyze the data. So we might come across a question and you will be given a data or a table, and you need to find the descriptive statistics of the columns using data analysis tool. Okay, so you will be given maybe for example anything, and you will have a lot of data. You have to use the descriptive statistics option in Excel for the data analysis. Okay, how you do that is you have to add a pack. Okay, you should be knowing that you need to add a pack which is called the analysis tool pack, which you go to file options and then just click on the add-in and select the analysis tool pack, click Excel add-in and just click go. Then it will add the option, and then when you select the data, you have to go to the click on the data analysis option, which will show up when you select the add-in or when you add the add-in. Okay, and then you need to select the descriptive statistics. What we need to do is we need to analyze this data, and it will show you the values like mean, and you can also customize. You have these data, and for you to check each and every row and find the mean, the smallest, the maximum number, and things like that. So this can be easily done using the descriptive statistics for the data analysis. I'll show the same thing in the Excel, how it can be performed. So here we are, and I'll show you first how to add the option to it. Okay, go to add-in, select analysis tool pack as shown in the slide, and you need to click go. If you just click OK, it will not add, so just click go, and then you need to select analysis tool pack. Okay, it will give you these are the different options. For now we are selecting analysis tool pack, and then click OK. As soon as you do that, you will see the data analysis. This option gets enabled when you add that pack. So this is the data that you have. You need to find or analyze using the descriptive statistics. So as you see it, click data analysis and click select descriptive statistics. Okay, and it will show up the option like this, and you need to select the input range. Okay, for some reason it's already there, and if you want me to show, I will show it to you across. You have to select the whole data. Okay, this is my input range. You need to select this labels in the first row so that it doesn't take the first row. Okay, I'll show you. Okay, and now I'm putting the output in another worksheet. Okay, you can specify or you can specify a new worksheet, and these are the options that you can select. So you are getting a summary statistics, which is the default, and you can select the confidence level, that is the mean value, and you can set it up by whatever value percentage you want, and you are selecting the largest one and the smallest number. So all these data will get analyzed and it will open up in a new sheet, and just click OK and you will see this. So these are the, if you see, this is our data: paid, organic, social, and revenue. So this is okay, make it more precise. Okay, so with a single click, all our data is analyzed. Okay, this is the mean value, and this is the minimum is 0, maximum is certain set. This is the total, and the number of count is 1000. So you don't need to scroll down and check what is the largest amount that is paid. So this is the largest amount for the paid. Okay, and so on. So the largest revenue generated, all these things are generated with a descriptive analysis. Okay, descriptive statistics with a data analysis tool. So the next question is about a pivot table, and this is more refined or more advanced compared to the last one that we discussed in the beginner level. So here you are asked to create a pivot table to find the total cases in each country belonging to their respective continents. You are being asked to put up a pivot table with two variables, basically each country and their respective continent. So again, we have the same data, and we need to set up a pivot table which shows the continents and the countries with the respective continents, the number of cases. Okay, so let's see how we get this in the example. So here we have the same data. It shows the days, months, year, cases, countries, and their continents. Okay, continents here and so on. Okay, so I'll go to the insert tab and select the pivot table. Okay, again the same thing, I will be asked to enter a input range. Okay, so I select this, and since it's huge, I'll just put the number to be 7777. Okay, let's assume. Now this is our input data, and where you want the output to be, it's already selected. You can put it anywhere. I'm putting it here. Okay, just click OK, and it will give you the option to select the fields. Now what we want is number of cases, okay, which will show you the value, and the countries and territories, their respective continents. So okay, so this is how it looks like, and we have to check. Now it is asking us to find the countries. Okay, so with their respective continents. You see this, you see Africa as a continent, and you will see, okay, you will see Africa. If you just remove this, you will see the number of the cases with the respective continents. And if you want to include these countries, territories with their respective continents, you will see as such. If you just expand this, you will see the countries that are having the cases in the continent Africa. Okay, so country wise sorted with the continents. Okay, this is another advanced step to get the data or show the data in the pivot table. Okay, another question that you might be asked, this is a basic, and we have already seen this in the previous example that I have shown. How do you provide the dynamic range in data source of a pivot table? You have to select a particular data source in your input table to show up in the pivot table. So you have to select the input range. But how do you create, or how do you create or provide a dynamic range in this data source? So just need to create a name table to provide a dynamic range. So where is the data of your table. So as we have seen in the previous example, you will be able to select the input range, and you just need to put this value, any number, so that it will pick up the dynamic range for your input source for the table. Okay, so now we move on to the next one, and this is about the pivot table again. Is it possible to create pivot table using multiple sources of data? Yes, you can create a pivot table from multiple worksheets. Sometimes you will have different data in different sheets. Can you create a pivot table for all the worksheet in a single pivot table? Yes, you can, but there is a condition. There should be a common row in both the tables. So you cannot have different types of data. There should be a common row. Okay, so then only it will act as a primary key for the first table and the foreign key for the second table. Okay, so this is something that you have to remember, and you need to create a relationship between the tables and then build the pivot table. So you have to analyze what kind of data it is. It should have a common row in both the tables on both the sheets, and then you have to establish a relationship between this table and then build the table. Okay, there is a wizard for that. We'll see that later. Now let's move on to the next question. So the next question is again, with the pivot table, wherein you will be asked to further refine or refine your search and show it in the data. So here we are with the COVID data example again. You will be asked to create a pivot table to find the top 3 countries from each continent based on the total cases using the COVID data. Again, as we have done this before, we have created a pivot table for this, and we need to further refine it, showing the top 3 countries with the number of cases. And I will show that same thing in the Excel, and we already have created a table, and we'll refine it further to show the top 3 countries which are having the highest number of counts in the respective continents. So here we have the table already with us, and I just click on the show field list. It will show me the countries and territories. What we are asked is to show the countries with the top 3, that is number of cases. So you just need to go here and you need to select the value filter. There is a filter which you can select with the value, and now I select top 10, and what I need is top 3. It's very simple, and you just need to know these things. Okay, and based on the number of cases. Okay, this is our field already. Then just click OK, and it will show you the top 3 countries. So it's quite simple, and it is very important to know this field and how you play with the value of the filters for each particular field in the pivot table. So it shows you these things. All right, and now you can refine it further with the continents and all. Okay, so different continents, and you can see this. So you go there, and there is a value filter you can set up. All right, we have set up a value filter. Okay, now there is another one. How do you create a column in a pivot table? Okay, like you will be given a situation where you need to add one more column and show it in the pivot table with a particular calculation or with a particular value, and you don't have that actual value in your data, but you have to calculate it and show it across in the table. So there is another option which is called pivot table analyze, and you need to create a calculated field from pivot table analyze option. So when you go to your table and then go to pivot table analyze, you will see the option to add a calculated field. Okay, just go there and click select calculated field, and you need to define. So in this example, we are going to define another column where we calculate the bonus of the sales, and there is a particular formula. The formula is you put an if and statement, and then you calculate the formula. You specify what is the bonus and what is the way that you're calculating the bonus, and it will particularly add it another column to your table. So let's see how we do that in the table act. So here we have this table, and I have inserted a pivot table, and I am putting it in output here. Okay, and then you will get the table. Okay, now you need to select the customer name and the unit sold, unit price, sales. Okay, so we'll add another column to it. How we do that is this: go to pivot table tools and then you go to analyze. Okay, click on field, items and set. Okay, we need to select calculated field here. Select that, and we are defining a new field here, which is the bonus. Bonus, and as I said, we will put up a formula for this and we will define it how we calculate the bonus. Okay, with an if and statement, which we have seen before, how we put up an if and statement. Okay, now I'm going to say it as like this: sales, my sales should be, I'll specify a condition how they will calculate the bonus. If sales is greater than 4,000 and the unit sold, okay, I am trying to put it as the unit sold. It also depends on the units sold is greater than 1,000. Okay, for example, let's say 1,000. A person who is able to do sales of 4,000 and the unit sold should be more than 1,000, then the sales, what is this? The bonus will be sales into, that is the amount of sales he has done, into 5%. Okay, let's say 5% bonus, and sales is, if it is 2%. Okay, okay, we are adding this field bonus and click add. Okay, so we have added this and we have put up a calculation for the formula, and you will see this in the, so this is a simple way of adding the column to your existing data, and we are doing the calculations and showing it up. Okay, so this is one way. Go to pivot table, analyze, and field, items and sets. You can select this option and add it. Okay, you can customize this, as I said, with adding different fields. This is pretty handy in analyzing the data which does not exist in the table, and you add some value to your pivot table. Okay, the next question will be about slicer. You must be familiar with what a slicer is in a pivot table and how do you use it, what are the purpose of using it, and how do you put up a slider in the pivot table. So how does a slicer work? Basically, slicers are used to further filter data in the pivot table. Suppose you already have some data and it's for ease that you can do it by just adding a slicer. You can select particular data in or a field, and you can see the output for that particular field that you have chosen in the slicer. Okay, so it's very simple. Go to the insert tab and select slicer under filters. Okay, and then it will be like this. Okay, and here, if for example you see this is our pivot table, we have added two slicers to filter our table, that is month and countries and territory. So this will be the general pivot table that looks like, and we have added another two slices, that is month and country. So if you go for example, if you want to see what is the number of cases and some of deaths for a particular month and for a particular country, you can just do it by a single click and it will show that particular data only in the table. Let's see and do this in our Excel. Okay, so there is a table pivot table already created for this, and I want to add a slicer. So how do I go ahead and do this? Is I go to the options and insert slicer. Okay, at the moment you click on it, you will see what are the options that you want to add. You can select different fields and select the slicer for it. For this example, we are choosing month, Okay, this is one of our sliders. You can just put it here adjacent to the, and again this will be our slider. Okay, let's add another slicer here. Okay, and this will be the countries and territories. Okay, click on that and you will see two simple badges here that you can choose from. So if I want to know in the month of Feb how many number of cases were there for particular, let's see, the moment I choose the month, it will show that particular number of the corresponding table for the whole. And now I want to further refine it to a particular country. So for example, Australia. Okay, so there were a total number of 18 cases and 0 deaths. At the same time, if I go for Algeria, it is like this. So as you see, it goes like this. Okay, so this is one of the very important tool that you can use to show the data in a much simplified manner and ease. Okay, so the next question is about the pivot table again. What is the percentage of contribution of each country and continents to the total cases? Again, the same example for our code, the COVID one. In this time, we want to show the output as the percentage of contribution for each country and continents to the total cases. So we have the same data and we generate a pivot table, and we should show it as the sum of the cases to be percentage. Okay, and this is how we do it. This is our data, and I'm going to create a pivot table for this. Okay, so it shows the table, and here I have to show what is the fields that we need to select. Okay, for ease, we are just selecting the cases and the countries and territories. Okay, so cases to be the values. Okay, okay, so this is how it looks like. Now when I see, okay, let me show it to you. See, it shows the number of cases. Now if I just want to refine it further and see it as number of percentage as the number of cases. Okay, so how I do it, show field list, I go here and I go to value field settings. Okay, then again number format, show the value as, okay, sorry, show the value as, you need to select this thing, percentage of grand total, and then just click OK, and you will see this to be the percentage. So it shows the data in the form of percentage. Okay, this is very simple, and you just need to remember, as we have seen before, show field and then value field settings. Okay, this is the thing that you need to check. Okay, grand percentage. There are other options also, and you can select from whatever you want to, but in this case we are showing it to be the percentage. Okay, guys, now the next question is about a very important aspect of presentation when we come to pivot charts. How do you create a pivot chart in pivot tables? This is very basic or very important aspect of pivot tables, that you can represent data in a form of a chart, and there are different types of charts which I'll show it to you in the example. Okay, so we have a data here and we want to show it right now it is in a tabular form. Okay, we have put up a pivot table for this, and now the same thing can be put up in a pivot chart. Okay, so what you need to do is go to the insert tab and select the pivot chart. It depends on different versions of Excel that you have different forms or different buttons, so I will show it across to you, and this is how it looks like. Okay, it's very simple. It can be a pie chart, it can be a bar chart, it can be different forms, and we can see that in the example here. Okay, so let's go to the example. And so we have the pivot table generated here already. What you need to do is you need to select the table and go to insert and see the options. There is a column chart, there is a line chart, there is pie, bar, area, scattered, and other parts. Okay, there are different forms. Okay, so right now what we do is we will select the column chart here. Okay, you need to select the pivot table and click on the column chart. Again, there are different forms which can be seen in some time now. So this is the basic form. Okay, and it will show you the countries. And it will show it as a form of a chart. Okay, again, you can change the chart type. You can change it to pie. Okay, this personally is very good in presenting or doing presentation. And you can select different forms, different styles. Okay, it will also show you the percentage. So this is one form of presenting your table into a chart. Okay, again, bar type is also there. So this won't suit here in our example. There are different ones. I'm just showing it to you as how it looks like. So depending on your the aesthetic, you can see and select what kind of chart is best suitable. Okay, so this is how you put up a pivot chart in pivot tables. Okay, so this is one last for the intermediate level. And what are macros in Excel? Create a macro to automate a task. Basically, you have some daily tasks that you perform in Excel. Okay, and you can do this with quite ease using the macros. Okay, it basically is a program that resides within the Excel file, and it is used to automate tasks in Excel. Some daily tasks that you run, like when you come across any data and you have to scrub that data, and you do some daily routines, and by removing some columns or adding some formulas, and adding some colors and changing the fonts, or be it anything that you perform, and you have to do a repetitive task. So all that can be done by recording a macro, and this is what macro is used for in Excel. So how you capture those steps in Excel is through a macro. To record a macro, you can either go to the developer tab in the Excel and click on record macro, or you can use or access it from the view tab. Okay, so these are the ways to access macros. Okay, just go to the developer tab and click record macro, wherein when you click record macro, it will record the steps that you are performing in each step, and it will capture that, and you can save that. It is like a daily routine that you run, and you can do all these multiple steps, maybe n number of steps, within a single click by running that macro later on. Okay, so you record a macro and run that. Okay, you do it through the developer tab. Go to developer tab and click record macro, and it records all the steps that you are performing. Okay, you need to name it, and you just need to perform the actions, and it will record the macro, and you just save it later on. Whenever you come across the same daily task that you run, you can just click it by running that macro. Okay, wow. So in a single click, it will perform all the actions that you have done or steps that you have performed on that particular Excel sheet or any other Excel sheet. Okay, this is very handy when you have similar data and you do the similar task each day. Okay, so this ends the intermediate level, and in the next slides we will see the advanced level. So now we discuss the advanced level interview questions for Excel. And when it comes to the advanced level, you will come across, definitely you will be asked about what if analysis. How does it work? How does what if analysis work in Excel? So what if analysis, as the name suggests, you have to have an analysis done, okay, with the help of different complex mathematical calculations like formulas, and using different formulas and calculations you can experiment with the data and you can analyze if this particular input changes, what will be the scenario, how will your output turn out to be. So as you can see, it is about different variables to see how your changes would affect the outcome of a situation. So this is what if analysis is, and the same thing can be done with Excel. And how it is done is, you need to go to the data tab and click on the what if analysis under forecast. Okay, so there are three options, and one is the scenario manager, goal seek, and the data table. So these are the three situations or three tools which are available in the what if analysis in the data tab. Okay, so goal seek is basically for reverse calculations. Okay, and you have some idea, you have some set goal in mind, and you have certain variables and what you need to do and what you need to achieve to have certain set goals. Okay, you will set a value for the goal, and with the goal seek option you can get to know what value you have to achieve to come to that level. Okay, so this is what goal seek is. It is one of the simplest sensitivity analysis tool. And so for example, you know that a single outcome you would like to achieve, like you have a set goal that you have to achieve this particular grade. Okay, and the goal seek feature in Excel allows you to arrive to that goal by mathematically adjusting a single variable within that equation. So you set the goal and you will do the what if analysis goal seek option to know what you have to do or what you have to achieve for the set goal. The next option is the data table, and it is basically used for sensitivity analysis. Okay, so in this scenario, the data tables allow the adjustment of only one or two variables within a data set, but each variable can have unlimited number of possible values. Okay, so basically they are used for side-by-side comparisons. It makes it very easy to read the scenarios. Okay, but you need to set up the data table correctly. Okay, and what you do is you give the input in the table and then you set up the formula. And for instance, you need to calculate the monthly payments for a loan. Okay, you provide the principal amount, like whatever amount you're taking, 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs, and you set the interest rate in a formula. Okay, and you set the term in, and then you need to provide different input options, like what loan amount that you're taking, and you set the formula and go to data table, and go to what if analysis and select the data table, stretches across, and then you will see the monthly payment options or the monthly EMI that you can calculate. There are different things that you can calculate. You can calculate the target or the sales bonus or things like that. Okay, giving different scenarios in the variables. Okay, but you need to set up a data table. It might be a little challenging, but yes, it is a very powerful tool. Okay, so the next one is the scenario manager. It is a bit more complicated compared to the other two, but then it is more advanced than goal seek, as it allows you to adjust the multiple variables at the same time. Okay, and this is very complicated compared to the other two, and it is even it gives more better output when it compares to the other two what if analysis tools. So here, when you go to what if analysis and the scenario manager, you have to select the data and provide different scenarios, that is different values for each scenario, and then it will analyze, calculate, and create different scenarios. Okay, so it becomes very easy for you to analyze what if you are changing the value of your interest amount or the term of loan or your targets like monthly targets or an yearly targets and things like that, and you just have to see what the scenario will be when you set this particular value for a table or for data, whatever targets that you need to set. You can use this what if analysis in Excel for the different scenarios and different calculations. Okay, these are very powerful tools and you need to know this. Now as we move on to the next one, you might be asked what is the difference between a function and a subroutine in a VBA. Okay, even though these two are used quite frequently, there is a pretty much different from each other. Okay, so a function always returns a value of the task it is performing. Okay, so when you're writing a module, you will have a function. When you have a function, it will always give you a value. Okay, for example, you are performing an addition, using the function, it will give you a value for sure, whereas subroutine, it does not return a value of the task it is performing. Functions are called by a variable. Okay, you can set up a variable and you can call the function. Okay, whereas subroutines can be recalled from anywhere in the program in multiple types. Okay, in many different ways you can recall a subroutine, like we have seen. We write a subroutine and we put up a button, and we can, when you click the button, it will recall the subroutine. Functions are called by variable. Okay, you have to set up a variable, and when you enter it, it will come up. Okay, functions are used directly in spreadsheets as formulas, whereas subs cannot be used directly in spreadsheets as formula. Okay, this is very important difference. And the next thing is the functions can be used to perform repetitive tasks and return a value, whereas users must insert a value in the desired cell before getting the result of the sub. So this is particularly limited. Okay, whereas functions can be used to perform different repetitive tasks and return a value. User input is not required, whereas if you see the subroutines, user must insert a value, okay, in the desired cell, that too in a particular cell which is defined in the subroutine to getting the desired result. Okay, so these are the differences between functions and subroutines. Now the next one is what is the difference between this workbook and active workbook in VBA? So when you work on modules and different Excel spreadsheets and workbooks, you will have these different workbooks open, and there is a particular difference, and you might be asked what is the difference between this workbook and active workbook. So as the name suggests, this workbook refers to the name of the workbook where the code is actually running from. Okay, you are running a code, VBA code, and it is the actual workbook where you are running the code from, and that is this workbook. Okay, and you have multiple spreadsheets open, and you are working on particular, suppose for example you are working on sheet X. Okay, and active workbook is the workbook that is currently active from the different open workbooks. You have different open workbooks, but you are working on one particular workbook, and that is called the active workbook. So this workbook refers to the name of the workbook where the code is actually written, whereas active workbook is the one that is currently open, currently active. Okay, so this is the difference between this workbook and the active workbook in VBA. As shown in the example, this is a simple sub that is written, a code that can be written to find out which workbook is the this workbook in the VBA and the active workbook as well. Okay, so this is a simple thing that you can run to determine. Okay, it shows the active workbook and this workbook. Okay, so as we move on to the next one, so this is the question: how will you pass arguments to a VBA function? Okay, there are two ways. Basically, arguments can be passed to a VBA function as a value or as a reference. So this is an example that you can see. It is by reference. The key word for this is by reference. Okay, so when you are passing an argument by reference, the keyword should be by ref, whereas by value, you're specifying a value and the keyword is by val, value. Okay, so these are the two ways that you can pass an argument in VBA. So when you pass an argument by reference in a procedure, the variable itself, okay, the variable itself is accessed by a procedure and it is to the location or the address in the memory. Okay, the value of the variable is changed permanently by the procedure in this case. All right. Okay. So to pass an argument by reference, you should use by ref. That is the keyword before the argument. Okay. So in this example, it is clearly shown what is the keyword that is being used. Okay. And by reference is the default in the VBA unless you specify something else, which in this case is by value. Okay. And as I said, the keyword for by value, passing the argument by value is by val. Okay. So when you set the keyword by val, the variable, what happens is the by value argument function or argument is passed through by value. Okay. The number function is called here, which means it assigns a value to the variable x here. Okay, because the variable was passed by value in the function, any change to the value, okay, any change to the value of the variable is only the current function. So it ends after it performs the function. Okay, then it reverts back to the value when it is declared again, when it is set to 0. So if the variable has been passed by reference in the function, then the variable would have permanently assumed the new assigned value. So this is the basic difference by reference and by value. So now we move on to the next one. So there might be a question that you will be asked that how do you find the last row or a column in a VBA? Okay, so to find a last row, sometimes you have long list of data and it has like n number of rows and n number of columns. So instead of scrolling down altogether to find the last row, you can use this VBA code. You can write this code. It's a very simple one and it will give you the last row. You will find the last row with a single click. Okay, let's see it in the VBA. So here I have a sheet which it has long list of rows, and instead of scrolling down I can just find out the last row with this VBA code. Okay, I just click on this and as seen in the slideshow, I have just written it and you will see you just run it and you will see the number of rows. It will give you the last row in the sheet. Okay, similarly we can do this for the column as well. Okay, in case if you have long list of or large number of columns, instead of scrolling right, you can just run this VBA and you can know the last number of columns. Okay, number of columns. So as we've seen in the last row, now we'll see the code for the finding the last column. It's the same thing. Instead of row, you will see it as column. All right, and when you run it, it will give you the last column. Okay.
Hey, here we wrap up Excel full course. If you like this video, consider subscribing to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss any updates from Simplilearn. Thanks for watching.
Staying ahead in your career requires continuous learning and upskilling. Whether you're a student aiming to learn today's top skills or a working professional looking to advance your career, we've got you covered. Explore our impressive catalog of certification programs in cutting-edge domains, including data science, cloud computing, cybersecurity, AI, machine learning, or digital power programs, and set yourself on the path to career success. Click the link in the description to know more.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.